Chapter 251. Coronation 1. Fourth Elder Ya King and Sixth Elder Mong O were leading their groups toward the mansion of the Buju Sword clan located on the east side of the castle. There weren't a lot of spies within the palace guards, as the palace guards were appointed through careful screening. Make it quick. Yes, sir. There was a reason why Ya King and Mong O were moving so quickly. A while ago, one of the traitors from the palace guards blew a whistle, but they weren't sure what the signal meant. It was possible that the remaining traitors might try to escape, so they had to work fast. All castle gates were sealed, and the entire castle was under emergency mode, so they thought it wasn't be easy for them to run. Look. Then they saw black smoke coming up from the direction they were running from. They also saw flame coming up. Ya King and Mongo then had to work to put out the fire at the mansion of the Buju Sword clan. Put out the fire? Keep it contained? Ugh, we are late. The heat blocked them from the outside. The entire mansion was oiled so it would burn, and the flame was taking everything away. All they could do was contain the fire so it wouldn't spread in another way. While Mongo and his groups worked to put out the fire, remaining groups led by Ya King began searching through the castle to find ones related to the Buju Sword clan. 3 days passed. A lot of things happened during those times. The fire at the Buju Sword clan's mansion was put out, but there were no survivors. Most bodies were all burned up, and the bodies found where the fire did not burn at all were also dead as they killed themselves. Everything was planned so that they could remove every trace. And the Buju Sword clan wasn't the only one. The Sword clan was also searched thoroughly, and those who had a relationship to the Buju Sword clan were all found dead. The only survivor was Yi Barwi, so he was treated for his cut limbs and was now locked to go under investigation. All members from the Sword clan were arrested to undergo investigation as well, and all groups owned by them were disbanded. A total of 14 guards from the palace guards were found to be from the Buju Sword clan. I see. Among the 300 palace guards, there was a total of 14 traitors, including Pahin, the newly appointed leader. From what we see, there were only 5 before, but 9 were added this time. Pahin was only one of 3 lieutenants, but after the Lord returned from Jukang Castle, Pahin was appointed to a leader. Left Guardian Li Haimeng questioned Pahin and Yi Barwi himself, but there wasn't much outcome. The ones talking in the Lord's office were Chun Yowan and Great Guardian Marakim. After the incident, Chun Yowan now was at the palace and was helping 3 guardians and other elders take care of the issue. He was the crown prince and also the new Chun Ma, so no one objected to it. Lord Chun Ma. 11th Elder requests to see you. Let him come in. Office door opened, and 11th Elder Huan-Yi entered. He still wore red silk clothes with butterfly embroidery but had a different mask this time. He usually wore a handsome man's mask, but he looked like any ordinary man right now. But he still had heavy makeup, and that gave him a feminine feel. Greetings, Lord Chun Ma. Are you already up? Hoo-hoo. How can I, a mere servant of Lord Chun Ma, rest while you are so busy at work? Huan-Yi had to walk into the trap set up for Chun Yowan. If Huan-Yi wasn't helped by reinforcements, he might have not survived. With 2 warrior groups coming to his aid, Huan-Yi fought against warriors from the Buju Sword clan. The Buju Sword clan members were outnumbered, but they used blood reversion art, so it caused many casualties. I have something to report. Is it about the chase? Yes, my lord. After 4 hours of battle, Huan-Yi was able to defeat them. But when he checked the bodies of the Buju Sword clan, he found out that a few of them were missing. Their leader Jukum and the other 3 were missing, so Huan-Yi organized a chase party and sent a message to his spy network to find any trace of them from Bakgun and Kangsa Castle. I received a message from the north of the Bakgun Castle. Did we find them? Yes. We found their trace in a small village. I'm sorry, my lord. We lost them. Yes, 2 of my warriors asked for reinforcements and followed them, but they went missing. Get up. Huan-Yi was on his knees to apologize, and Yowan brought him up. He then walked over to the Jianghu map over at the wall. The village north of Bakgun Castle was very close to Jurkang Castle. They went over to Jurkang Castle. That's what we thought as well. They searched all around Bakgun Castle, but nothing was found. The last trace of Huenyi's warriors were left off near the Jerkang Castle. They couldn't search Jerkang Castle as it was the territory of the Blade God Six Martial clan, so they had to return. I guess it is likely that they are involved in this. From what we can see, that is most likely. Yo-Won had guessed that the Buju Sword clan was related to the Blade God Six Martial clan already. He had a reason for this suspicion. Those who were captured as prisoners were quiet, but there was one mystery that was solved by the incident. I was right, with the poison and all. The liquor that served to the feast with the Yulin clan was poisoned. The only spy at that moment was only one. It was impossible for one man to poison all the liquor, so Yo-Won thought it was weird. He heard that the palace guards searched the foods, so if there were this many traitors in the palace guards, then that mystery was solved. And if that was related, then it was likely that the Buju Sword clan was related to the Blade God Six Martial clan. Chempich. After looking it up, Yo-Won was able to find out that the Buju Sword clan originated from the outside, and they had only joined the cult for 60 years. Their base used to be in Jerkang Castle, but they lost to the demonic cult when Chun In-jai led his expedition towards the north and entered the castle. I don't understand. They waited that long. If they were related to the Blade God Six Martial clan for that long, then it meant they had spent a long time sneaking into the castle. It had been only a month since the Blade God Six Martial clan appeared. It seemed just too long to suspect a relationship. But what got into Yo-Won's mind was what Iberwi said before he tried to kill himself. Ugh, don't be too excited that you won here. Our clan's power reaches not only to the demonic cult, but beyond. Ugh. He said it as if their powers reached all parts of the Jianghu. It sounded like the clan Iberwi mentioned wasn't the Buju Sword clan. I would know if I can make him speak, but that wasn't easy. On first day, Yo-Won tortured him in all kinds of ways, but Iberwi never spoke anything. There must be a way for him to speak. Oh. Yo-Won then came up with one idea he had not thought of. It seemed like there might be a chance. Yo-Won suddenly got up from his seat, and Marakim and Huenyi became curious. Marakim asked, "My lord, what is it?" "I have to talk to the demon doctor." Chapter 252, Coronation 2. Yes. But the great meeting will be held soon. The great meeting was going to be held very soon. Clan leaders were already gathering at the great halls. It won't be long. Understood. Chun Yo-Won then came out of the office with Marakim and Huenyi to head into the medical room. There were many warriors from the Guardians standing guard, and there was one who was the most important one staying in the medical room now. Hail Lord Chun Ma. Warriors all knelt down when Yo-Won appeared. They truly admired Chun Yo-Won, as it was Yo-Won who saved the Guardians from disbandment. With warriors shouting in unison, Demon Dr. Baek Jongwoo and other doctors came out from the room. Hail, Lord Chun Ma. Doctors bowed and Yo-Won also bowed back. All the doctors seemed exhausted as they had spent the whole night treating a patient. Yo-Won spoke to Baek Jongwoo. "How's it going, Dr. Baek?" "I am sorry, my lord. I have not found any progress." "Ah," Yo-Won moaned. Since 3 days ago, Lord Chun Yujong was sent into a medical room and was being treated by the demon doctor, but there was no progress. Yo-Won had stopped the blood god's reversion art from going loose, and was able to also help Chun Yujong break out from his illusions. Yo-Won thought everything had worked as he intended, but it didn't work as he hoped. The Lord woke up for a brief moment, but he was still under an illusion and repeated no before he passed out again. He hadn't woken up since. What is the problem? Yo-Won scanned his head with MRI, but didn't find anything strange. He wasn't sure why Chun Yujong was still under an illusion and why he couldn't wake up. There is no similar recorded data, so correct analysis is impossible. Nano said the only way to analyze correctly was to send in a nano machine, but it said that was impossible as it was forbidden by the program. Yo-Won looked at Lord Chun Yujong lying on the bed. He was frustrated every time he saw his father. He wanted to ask the truth and what he really thought, but he didn't know things would turn out this way. The illusion Chun Yujong saw in the end before he passed out was not his brother Chun Yujing. HWA Yun, Hwa Yun, you said you'd wait for me? Ah, Yo-won saw that Chun Yujong wailed and sobbed before he suddenly repeated no as if he was being attacked. He couldn't recognize anyone, neither Chun Yo-won or Marakim who stood by him. I am sorry. My skills are out of reach for this symptom. Please punish me. The demon doctor spoke with his head down. He was actually a very talented doctor, almost equal to the doctor appointed to the emperor himself. If the demon doctor couldn't find the reason for this state, then it meant it was beyond any of the normal circumstances. It's okay. It was easy to see all the doctors trying their best. All Yo-won could do was to trust his doctors for now. Yo-won then remembered the orange tag he had. It was the tag that allowed him to meet the godly doctor. Maybe that was necessary if he were to wake up the Lord. But it had been only 3 days, so Yo-won decided to wait a bit longer. My lord, the meeting will begin soon. Oh. Yo-won then came back to his senses and remembered why he came here. Yo-won quickly asked Baek Jongwoo, Doctor, did you finish analyzing the poison that we found at the party with the Yulin clan? Do you mean the one that had the opium poppy? Yes. Can you replicate that poison? It is certainly possible. But why? Yo-won looked eager. At the great halls, all elders and clan leaders were gathered. Those elders who were sent out of the castle returned, so it wasn't as empty as before. 3rd Elder Bu Charyang, 4th Elder Ya King-keng, 5th Elder Hang Soyu, 6th Elder Mong-go, 8th Elder Mun Yun, 9th Elder Sama-yi, 10th Elder Yin M. Oha, and 11th Elder Huen. Ye all sat down on their seats. Soon a loud shout rang through the halls. Lord Chun Ma now enters the hall. Chun Yo-won appeared with black clothes with gold embroidery, and every cultist got up and knelt down on one knee. Glory to the demonic cult. 3rd Elder then shouted, We, humble cultists, greet Lord Chun Ma. And everyone repeated after him. Yo-won was a young man, but his authority over the cult was powerful. The name Chun Ma wielded that much importance and power. With 3 guardians standing behind him, Yo-won walked up to the Lord's throne. Next to his throne was another throne that was also very lavish like that of the Lord's. It was a temporary throne for Chun Yo-won that was made by an elder. Yo-won was surprised to find the throne that he had not seen even in the morning. It seemed he was meant to sit there, not on the throne of the Lord. It was easy to see who was behind this. They just can't wait. Yo-won turned to the elders from 3 clans. They sided with Chun Yo-won after acknowledging Chun Yo-won as the true Chun Ma, but with every danger settled, they were now expressing their thoughts. The Lord has not appointed him as the new Lord, so he cannot sit on his throne yet. We have to get as much as we can beforehand. If Yo-won wanted to sit on the throne, then he will have to duke it out with the 3 clans, just like the other lords did. Yo-won shook his head and laughed. He then lightly touched the new throne and walked past it to sit on the Lord's throne. Bu Charyang, Ya King-keng, and Hang Soyu frowned. They had reported this to Great Guardian Marakim of the new change, but Chun Yo-won sat on the Lord's throne anyway. Lord Chun Ma, your seat is what? But before Bu Charyang can finish, the throne next to the Lord's throne immediately turned into dust. It was because Yo-won had sent energy into it when he touched it. With Yo-won destroying the new chair and sitting down on the Lord's chair, the 3 elders were lost for words. My seat is what? Yo-won then raised his hand and Marakim shouted, You may sit. Glory to the demonic cult. All clan leaders then sat down. Ugh, he's unstoppable. The 3 elders were angry, but they couldn't say anything. Today's meeting was a meeting to talk about strengthening the defense of the cult against future spies and to appoint new leaders to empty spots. All elders agreed on this last night, so Chun Yo-won had gathered them here. We will begin the great meeting. Marakim spoke and Bu Charyang got up to announce what was decided in the elders' meeting. It was about the change for the current elders. For the first, that's when Marakim stopped him. Wait, 3rd Elder, you may sit for now. What? Before we go further, we should talk about Lord Chun Ma's coronation ceremony. What? Coronation ceremony? It was something they had not talked about in the elders' meeting. Bu Charyang and the other 2 elders became dumbfounded. Chapter 253, Coronation 3. In most cases, Things that will be talked over at the great meeting had to be talked over at the elders' meeting. There had been many things that were discussed at the elders' meeting that was held overnight, but there wasn't anything regarding Chun Yo-won's coronation. The three elders were relieved that none of the elders siding with Chun Yo-won spoke of it, so they were shocked to hear this. Great Guardian, may I object? Fifth Elder Hang Soyu raised an objection and got up. She then looked at Great Guardian Marakim and spoke. This has not been talked over before. Why, yes. I am not sure why we are talking about an issue that we have not talked over at the elders' meeting. Fourth Elder Ya Kinkeng also rose up to add the comment. If they didn't do something, it looked like Chun Yo-won's coronation ceremony would be decided. They couldn't let that happen before setting their scores with Chun Yo-won. I believe we can talk about that after our Lord wakes up from his sick bed. It's better for us to move on to the next topic. Third Elder Bu Charyang spoke to finish the topic. But he was talking to other elders and clan leaders so that he could get their agreement. So, we have become this powerless. Bu Charyang realized how weak their three clans had become while saying this. If it was before, the 6 clans did not have to ask for other elders or clan leaders for their agreement. They just had to do it. But things were different now. Unlike Chun Yujong, who had become the Lord without anyone helping him, Chun Yo-won had grown his forces along the way. And us, 3 clans out of the 6 clans were gone. The Poison clan was wiped out and the Sword and Wise clan were disbanded and scattered. Chun Yo-won's forces were now the strongest force in the entire cult. So, 3 of you disagree with talking about this topic. Great Guardian Marakim asked, and 3 elders turned to 6th Elder Mongo. They needed at least Mong-o's approval so they could get the required number of half-elders disagreeing with the topic. However, what? What is he doing? 6th Elder Mongo just closed his eyes and did not meet his eyes with them. Mongo said he was thinking very positively about siding with the 3 clans just until a few days ago. But he wasn't anymore. It was apparent where his intention lay, and there was one who was smiling at the sight. It was 9th Elder Samayi. After last night's elders' meeting, Samayi took time to talk with Mongo, who had been his long friend and was able to persuade Mongo to join Chun Yo-won's forces. It wasn't hard, as Mongo already had been thinking about it ever since he realized Chun Yo-won was the new Chun Ma. Damn it! Bu Charyang turned grim. This wasn't good. Elders from the 3 clans were now losing in the votings. This meant their objection was going to be ignored. Then we can only trust the clan leaders. 6 clans had over 60% of control over all the clans within the demonic cult. If these 60% of clan leaders went against it, their objection was going to gain power. Clan leaders, are there any amongst you who agree with the objection? We agree with the 3 elders. At Marakim's question, Joe Sang, clan leader of 5 Dragon Blade clans, spoke, and other clan leaders began to rise in agreement. But, no, the 3 elders turned grim immediately. All clan leaders that rose were only 35 of them. They were the clan leaders of clans that were owned by the 3 clans. They are not afraid of our clans anymore. The number decreased dramatically with the Sword clan being disbanded. There were those who sided with the 6 clans before, even if they weren't owned by them, but they did not follow the 6 clans anymore. They now had the new Chun Ma, a destined leader, to follow. And after seeing what Chun Yo-won did in the Great Hall 3 days ago, most of the clan leaders now favored Chun Yo-won. Ugh, we don't have enough voting power. With more than 80% of people supporting Chun Yo-won, the coronation was going to be held. Chun Yo-won's elders were certain they were going to win. They had been allies when they were fighting against traitors hiding inside the cult, but with the traitors all arrested, the 3 clans were now back to their enemies. Marakim spoke. Objection did not exceed the required number of votings, so we will proceed on talking about our Lord Chun Ma's Lord coronation ceremony. Yes. 8th Elder Mun Yun and 9th Elder Sama Yi became excited. They had guessed there would be a change to the balance of powers, and it was confirmed. Suddenly, Bu Charyang walked out into the middle with a grim face and knelt in front of Chun Yo-won and spoke as he bowed. I accept Lord Chun Ma in your right and power, but our great demonic cult is built upon the foundation of our tradition, law and order. We have learned that our Lord has been played with his minds by these traitors, so I think it is right to wait for our Lord to wake up from his slumber and work according to our traditions. We agree with third elder. Ya King Kang and Hang Soyu also got out of their seats and bowed to agree with Bu Charyang. They were now asking Chun Yowan directly, who was in charge of the final approval. They're now bringing the Lord into this. Chapter 254, Coronation 4. Li Haimeng frowned as he watched them from Yowan's side. They lost in their votes, so they were now insisting that they should wait for the Lord to wake up. If this is the case, we have to drag as much as time we can so we can regain our forces. They had to rebuild their forces before Chun Yowan could build his forces and build the entire demonic cult under his leadership. Or else, the 6 clans that had reigned over the cult for 500 years were going to crumble. They are not going down easily. Mun Yun became grim. There was no good in fighting internally. Mun Yun turned to Yowan. He's not happy about this. Chun Yowan was looking coldly at the 3 elders. Everyone in his forces knew that Chun Yowan hated the 6 clans. The 3 clans were safe only because Yowan's elders suggested that Yowan should keep them under his arms so that the demonic cult would not suddenly become weakened. I hoped he can become the Lord fast and start controlling those clans. Samayi also had the same thought. If this was the case, there was a need to fight them strongly. Samayi spoke out. The demon doctor reported that he couldn't find any progress in the Lord's state. I understand you 3 elders' thoughts, but while we have imminent threat of an enemy outside our territory, we cannot afford to have our leadership go empty. If that is the case, my suggestion stands even more. If the demon doctor can't heal him, then we have to invite the godly doctor here to heal the Lord and do this according to our laws. Samayi moaned. The 3 elders weren't going to back down. Lord Chun Ma was right. Their actions proved that they did not want to lose their control. They were trying to keep the 3 clans as the most powerful clans in control of the cult. The elders then got up from their kneeling and Bu Charyang spoke. Our current leader is still our Lord. Aside from other issues, if we are to proceed with the coronation without following our laws, I see no point in staying at the great meeting. I will see myself out. And for the future meetings, I will not attend until the Lord wakes up from his bed. Bu Charyang then turned his back and the 2 other elders followed them. With them leaving, the clan leaders under their clan became hesitant, but they soon followed. The atmosphere turned weird. As they were walking out of the gate, Bu Charyang grinned. This was a gamble. If he and others were stopped, then he was going to say that Chun Yowan was going to be a tyrant ruling over them. There wouldn't be any issues if we weren't facing enemies, but he wouldn't dare to lose 20% of the cult's power at this time. Bu Charyang was certain that his plan was going to work. Even if Chun Yowan hated them, it was likely that Yowan would not try to risk weakening the cult. This has gone too far. Great Guardian Merakim raised his hand to signal warriors from the Guardian forces to stop them from moving out of the hall. Let them go. Yes, my lord. He wasn't sure what Chun Yowan was thinking, but it was an order. Soon, 3 elders and 35 clan leaders left the room. Chun Yowan actually had authority to stop them, as he was the temporary leader and also the mighty Chun Ma, but he did not do this. While everyone became curious, Yowan mumbled to Merakim, "It's better this way. We can clearly see who is our enemy." Merakim couldn't answer Yowan after he described them as the enemy. If this internal war was to go on, the cult was going to be weakened. Chun Yuzhong and Chun Injai had to take the clan's intentions as they couldn't bear to let that happen. What is Lord Chun Ma thinking? Merakim became worried. After the great meeting, same day after dinner. The gazebo behind the palace's hall of feast was lit, with tables full of various cuisines and liquor. There were 3 people. It was Bu Charyang, Ya King Kang, and Hang Soyu. They were here because an invitation came to them an hour ago. A messenger from the Guardian forces arrived at the Blade clan's mansion, to the 3 elders who were discussing what to do now, and sent a message from Chun Yowan. It was a short message, but it was what they were waiting for. I will talk. Chun Yowan wanted to invite them over to the dinner at the gazebo behind the hall of feast. Your plan worked? Ainz Audioverse became excited and cheered. She first became suspicious that maybe Chun Yo-won was setting up traps, but Bu Charyong was certain that there weren't going to be any. If he does that, our cult will lose huge power. Even if our Chun Ma was our enemy, he will not go so far, but we do have to make sure. They then talked to the messenger about their conditions. Most of their conditions were agreed upon. They were required to have dinner in the open, not in the closed room, and also asked to have every guard warrior to stay away at the dinner. Don't worry. We just have one more thing, though. That was about the liquor and cuisine. It was a talk to have them join Yo-won's forces, so Bu Charyong believed Yo-won would have not played with the food, but they needed to be careful. The servants have not learned martial arts, so I can't test it. There was a way to send out most poisons coming into the body, but there were all kinds of poison out in the world, so they had to be careful. The three elders then arrived first at the appointment place to check if there were any traps or warriors in hiding, and Chun Yo-won arrived later. The only person he brought here was Great Guardian Marakim. There were no other warriors here, so they couldn't ask Yo-won to even send Marakim away. Lord Chun Ma. They got up and bowed to Chun Yo-won. They seemed much more bright than they were at the great meeting, thinking that they would get what they wanted here. After a brief greeting, Chun Yo-won sat down at the table and Bu Charyong spoke first. It is great honor that our Lord Chun Ma invited us into such a wonderful dinner. Those words were hollow. It felt like he was scoffing at Chun Yo-won. Marakim became dumbfounded and looked at them coldly. Well, we cannot allow our delicious food go cold. Why don't we eat first and talk? Ya King spoke and Chun Yo-won nodded. Bu Charyong then grabbed the liquor bottle at the table and poured it into Yo-won's glass. This is to our Lord Chun Ma. Bu Charyong's eyes narrowed as he spoke. The reason why he poured it into Yo-won's glass first was to see if Yo-won had played any tricks on it. Yo-won then grabbed the glass and drank it. Chapter 255, Coronation 5. After watching Chun Yo-won drinking the glass, the three elders confirmed that the food was okay. All that remained was to enjoy this small feast and talk about what they wanted. The first was to talk about the empty elder seat from the first elder. High-number elder seats were important seats that had power to control the cult's forces and many of its affairs, so it was essential. And if we retrieve forces from the disbanded Sword clan and their work sites, then we will regain our power back. The three clans going missing was a downsize of their power, but it was also fortunate. They now had only three to share the pie with. And it was also likely that their future descendants would have a chance at becoming the Lord, as the seats belonged to the Wise and Sword clans for the past 100 years. The three elders became relieved and began to drink liquor. Bu Charyong still checked to see if there was any poison, but it was fine. And soon, servants began serving expensive cuisines. It was apparent that the feast had been well prepared. So he was worried about our forces. Look how he prepared everything. Bu Charyong began to smile as he realized his plan had worked. And when the feast began, a cook brought a freshly killed bull and began to work on it to cook it over the bonfire. It would have been better if we had this dinner earlier. The atmosphere eased as they enjoyed delicious food and liquor. After eating the feast enjoyably, Bu Charyong thought it was a good time to talk about the important issues. Lord Chun Ma, why don't we talk about? Oh, wait a minute. Why don't we enjoy the special delicacy before that? A delicacy? It was the first word that Chun Yo-won said during the feast. The three elders became confused and Yo-won pointed at the bull that the cook was working on. It is food I ate a while ago. I heard it's a famous delicacy in the Peking region. At Peking. Since we will be friendly toward each other now, I'll prepare it myself for you. You will serve us? Yes. Yo-won then got up and walked over to the bull that was cut up and processed. Yo-won spoke to the cook, and the cook backed away and began preparing some seasonings. Meanwhile, Yo-won took up the knife and cut out the bull's chest. Yo-won then reached into the bull and pulled out the heart. The bull that was freshly killed still had its slightly pounding heart that was steaming with heat. Are we eating it as is? Yo-won then brought it over to the table and placed on the plate and cut it in 4 pieces. Ainz Audioverse did not like eating raw meat, so she frowned. The cook then came over with seasoning. It is good just by eating with salt, but if you eat it with my seasoning, it will be much better. Oh, I haven't tasted this in a while. It seemed Ya King had eaten this before. Ya King loved eating special and unique foods, so he first picked it up and dumped it into the seasoning and ate it. Yowan also picked it up with his finger and just put salt on it and ate it. Salt? Bu Charyang watched closely and also picked it up and copied Yowan to put salt on it to eat it. He thought it would be too bloody, but it was actually very delicious. It sure is a delicacy. He grew suspicious as Yowan cut out the heart with his own hand, but it seemed like nothing strange was done to it. Hang Soyu hated eating fresh meat, but she couldn't refuse the offer made by Chun Ma, so she cut out a small portion with her chopstick and swallowed a bit. Ugh, it's not to my taste. She wasn't fond of the faint blood scent, but she still showed her respect by eating it. Yowan then poured the liquor in his glass and drank before he began to speak. So with that done, why don't we start talking? Ha ha ha. Yes, we will. It was the time they had been waiting for. It wasn't sure how far Yowan was going to take it, but they had to get as much as possible. Bu Charyang was about to begin stating their conditions that they decided amongst themselves when Yowan started first. First, I will talk about my conditions. What? Bu Charyang became shocked at the unexpected turn of events. I beg your pardon? Aren't we going to talk about what we each want and see if we can work things out? Yowan answered his question casually, and the three elders became confused on what they should do. They first thought that they would talk about what they wanted and see what could be accepted. But they didn't think Yowan also had what he wanted on his side. It was puzzling. The three of them looked at each other. They wanted to share ideas by talking it through telepathic messages, but they had suspicions about something because of what happened at the Demon Dragon clan's mansion, so they couldn't do it. They were suspecting that Yowan could overhear telepathic messages. Bu Charyang then spoke. Understood. You can speak first, my lord. He decided to listen, as he could always refuse any absurd proposals. Yowan then started with his conditions. First, I will remove the 6-clan system that has been within our cult as tradition. What? The three elders all responded in unison from shock. They first expected Yowan would ask them to join his forces and support him, but this was totally out of their expectation. Bu Charyang then spoke up to raise an objection. Lord Chun Ma, I am not done yet. Yowan warned, and Bu Charyang stopped and just glared for a moment before he answered. Okay, we will listen. Second, I will change how elders are appointed. We will now start ranking elders according to the power to follow the tradition of our cult, which values strength the most. What? Hang Soyu became dumbfounded and spat. If what Yowan was saying was to go live, then she had a chance to become demoted to the lowest rank of elders as she had lost an arm. Third, all clans will be disbanded, and families can only own small warrior forces. All other warrior forces will be absorbed and will be controlled by the cult itself. Chapter 256, Coronation 6. Three elders thought the first and second conditions were absurd, but they went on to listen, as they can always object later. They also waited as they were in front of Chun Ma's authority, but as they heard the third condition, they couldn't hold back any longer. And fourth, before Yowan could move on to the fourth, Bu Charyang pounded the table. At the same time, Great Guardian Merakim pulled out his sword and aimed at Bu Charyang's neck. Bu Charyang did not care and glared at Yowan. Lord Chun Ma, what is the meaning of this? I am talking about my requirements so we can become allies. Allies? Talk. This sounds like you just want to become our enemy. They didn't hear the fourth condition, but the third condition was enough to take away all the powers that the three clans had. And it was possible that they would lose everything they had, and they would have to start competing with all the cultists. Yowan then spoke to Bu Charyang. I have prepared this feast so that I will not be your enemy. This feast. Your condition only sounds like you really want us to turn our backs to you. Hang Soyu screamed with anger. Merakim was aiming them with his sword, but she wasn't afraid. There were all the forces of the three clans waiting right outside the courtyard. If something was to happen to them, they were ordered to charge in through the wall. This was already told to Chun Yo-won before they arranged this dinner. They thought Chun Yo-won was going to talk amicably as he took in all these conditions. Phew. Bu Charyong let down his anger and spoke coldly to Yo-won. Lord Chun Ma, our power is 1/5 of the entire cult's forces. Do you think you can fight against the Blade God's 6 martial clan and the forces of justice and evil after losing that much power? His voice was calm, but the content was almost a threat. Bu Charyong was threatening Yo-won that if he did not accept their conditions, they will move out of the cult. You have made a mistake. How dare you anger us? Bu Charyong thought he had to take this chance to put pressure on Yo-won. And as 3 of them glared at Yo-won with similar looks, Yo-won sighed. Phew, it's hard trying to talk nice to you scums. What? 3 of them frowned at the sudden change of tone. Chun Yo-won did not sound friendly anymore, and his eyes turned cold. Yo-won then looked at them and ordered. Kneel. The 3 elders became dumbfounded at sudden order and tried to object. Ahork. Kaya. Ugh. The 3 elders immediately were overwhelmed with heart-stricken pain that made them writhe in pain. They weren't sure what was happening, but it felt like something was attacking their heart. They frantically tried to bring up their internal energy to defend. Arg, K-K-A-A-A, A-A-R-G-H, in my stomach. They also felt the same pain coming from below their stomach and couldn't use their internal energy. Slight use of internal energy brought pain to their body. It felt like their body was being eaten from the inside. It was even more painful than taking internal damage. Ag. W. What is going on? We checked. They were shocked. They checked that no food or liquor had poison and they only ate what Chun Yo-won ate. They didn't know what was going on. I said, kneel. Yo-won ordered them again. They wanted to withstand pain and tried to keep their pride, but they couldn't bear to withstand the terrible pain coming to their heart and internal energy. 3 elders knelt in pain, and when they did, the pain magically disappeared. Bu Charyong became reddened with anger and shouted. W, what have you done to us? Yo-won then smiled. I've done filthy stuff that fits you filthy scums. W, what are you talking about? It's the poison parasite. The 3 elders were so shocked that their eyes trembled. They had heard of this before. The poison parasite was something that hid within the body until it woke up and attacked its host. But they were all superior master warriors who could sense any poison coming into their bodies and send it out. It's impossible. How did you? While 3 of them were shocked, Marakim remembered what happened 2 days ago. Are you saying you will remove my poison parasite? I don't see any reason to have that in you anymore. Yo-won decided to take out poison parasite from Marakim's body. The poison parasite was sent down within the Great Guardians and only was removed when the host died. The only other way to remove it was to have a person with the Kai of the Sky Demon order it. Marakim had seen how the reactant looked, but he had never seen parasite poison with his eyes, so he was shocked when he saw it coming out of his body. What in the? It wasn't just a few, but hundreds of small worms. Chun Yo-won found out one interesting fact. The poison parasite, contrary to how others perceived it, wasn't poisonous at all. And thus, eating them only felt like one was eating just a normal insect. I can use it then. Yo-won then had it fed to a bull, and these parasites took their place in the bull's heart. And it was that heart that the 3 elders ate. To think he used those parasites on them. Marakim was astounded by Chun Yo-won's amazing plan. And for the 3 elders, they couldn't hide their shock that they had eaten poison parasites. The pain disappeared, so they tried to remove it by using internal energy. Arg. The terrible pain returned and sent them back rolling on the ground. And as they saw Ya King Keng almost dying from the pain, the other 2 elders couldn't even dare to try. That poison parasite was created by Father Chun Ma. It is only controlled by Kai of the Sky Demon. Your effort to remove it is futile. Father Chun Ma created it? If you disobey me or threaten me in any way, it will activate. And no, they couldn't even think straight on what they should do. Yo-won was warning them that if they disobeyed, then it would mean a painful death. We are trapped. Bu Charyong thought he was prepared, but Yo-won had gotten him. With this, they had to follow Yo-won so that they can live. And to the three elders, Yo-Won spoke as if he remembered something. Right, I forgot about the fourth one. Fourth, I need a gift from you for letting you join my forces. A gift? The three elders became worried and Yo-Won smiled. I need the right arm from every wife of the Lord. Oh, this is for our amicable relationship, of course. I want you to do it yourself. And they all turned pale from Yo-Won's terrible request. Chapter 257, Coronation 7. Chun Yo-Won was on his chair, placed in front of the desk inside the Lord's office. On the table, there were two right arms that were heavily medicated for preservation. These were the weak arms of the ladies that were cut off last night. One came from the Blade clan, and one came from the Lust clan 2 days ago. I am sorry, but Lady Ya already passed away. Lady Ya of the Loyal clan died already, so 4th Elder Ya King was unfortunately not able to cut down his family member's arm. Yo-Won frowned as he looked at these arms, so they value their lives more. Yo-Won had wished that these elders, who were top leaders of the cult, would uphold their family and pride and go against Yo-Won's absurd request. But these leaders showed their greed for power. They will go off the limit for their own safety. It was disgusting and bitter to see this as the cult that had been led by these kinds of people. They're lucky that they can live for now. Yo-Won still wished to wipe out the remaining 3 clans if he could. But with enemies lurking at bay, it was too dangerous to cut out these rotten pieces of the cult that might weaken the cult's power. What should we do now? 5 days ago, Yo-Won gathered every one of his members to talk about the situation. It was to talk about how to deal with 6 clans. 3 clans were disbanded, and there were 3 remaining clans. Chun Yo-Won was set to avenge them first, but with 2 incidents of the cult's castle being attacked by outside forces, he couldn't ignore the possibility of the cult being weakened. The opinion was divided 3-7. It is better we get rid of the potential threat and fix our cult now. We will just be dragged down by them. Those who wished to wipe out the 3 clans said that it was dangerous to keep them as they could pose a potential threat. But these opinions were only 30% of all members. It was the 70% of them, even though they knew how these clans corrupted the cult and were dragging the cult's growth down, who said they should keep these clans. If we are not threatened by enemies, we can get rid of them. But now is not the time. There are a lot of clans that are affiliated with these clans. If we are to get rid of all of them, we will suffer. I share the same idea. And 3 superior master-level warriors don't mean nothing. We already lost 4 of our superior master-level warriors. If we lose these 3 on top of that, we might have a hard time fighting against the enemy in the future. Those who opposed were concerned about the cult being weakened. Both sides had reasons that made sense. Having the 3 clans stay on board would mean potential danger in the future, and if they were removed, then there was the potential of the cult being weakened. Yo-Won thought deeply on how to deal with the 3 clans, and also to not weaken the cult. The answer was the parasitic poison. Yo-Won decided to use the poison to control the 3 clans and change the cult's entire system so that clan powers will be diverted. If this worked, then it was going to allow Yo-Won to use the 20% of its power. And it was also possible for Yo-Won to send these 3 elders to the front line in battle. Yo-Won's members all agreed with his plans. Did previous lords have the same problem? It was the bitter truth that Yo-Won, who now had ultimate power over the cult, couldn't avenge his enemies as he wished. He wanted to achieve his dream, but reality was harsh. He had to compensate for what he could. If I cannot get rid of the enemy because of the power loss, then I will make our cult become strong enough so I don't have to care about that power loss. This was the final answer that Yo-Won had come to in the end. For now, he decided to use these 3 elders to fight against outside enemies, and when the cult became strong enough that Yo-Won no longer needed these 3 elders, I will kill them then. It wasn't going to be long before that happened. The required first step was to train new warriors inside the cult. It was necessary to make warriors like the 6 Swords, or master-ranked warriors who were already talented in martial arts to become superior master-level warriors. As Yo-Won was thinking about his future plans, someone knocked on the door to the office. "Lord Chun Ma, it is time for you to get dressed. It was Great Guardian Marakim. "Oh, is it already time?" Yowan then got up from his chair, cold winter day in the afternoon. The sun was high up in the sky, with not a single cloud in the bright blue sky. It was a good day for a big event. There were countless cultists gathered in the courtyard in front of the Lord's palace. These crowds consisted of almost every cultist there was at the demonic cult's castle, and they gathered here because of the announcement made a few days ago. It was only afternoon, but there were fires lit on torches everywhere. This was a tradition for the cult, which considered the demon god and its fire as the most sacred. On the stage, there was a large torch which hadn't lit yet. "Get back little more, move back." "What? I can't go back any further." Warriors from the Guardians pushed back cultists who were just moving further in. It was understandable for these cultists who were eager to see their new leader, but the distance had to be kept for any possible problems, and from the wall of the palace, drums began to ring. It was the signal that the ceremony was now starting. "Oh, it's starting now. It's finally starting." Chapter 258, Coronation 8. There was a long red velvet carpet laid down in the courtyard that was connected to the main palace building. On either side of the carpet, all leaders of the cult were standing by. They were all dressed in formal clothes, waiting. "Master is becoming the Lord?" Ko-Wanger spoke with an astounded look, while Bakki and Yowan's others members nodded. They all looked overwhelmed and happy. Just until a while ago, they were at the Demonic Academy, concerned about how Yowan would compete in the competition and become the crown prince. But now Yowan was the Lord. "But I feel sad for Hubong." Samachak spoke as he thought about Hubong, who wasn't with them. The place beside the carpets were only allowed for those with master or higher rank within the cult, so Hubong was left behind just like the other regular cultists. "Well, rules are rules." Bakki spoke without much thought. Hubong couldn't stand beside them with his blue squad leader clothes among them. The formal clothes of the cult had different colors depending on the rank. Elders wore purple, and master ranks wore red. Hubong wanted to see the master becoming the Lord at the closest spot. "I feel bad for him." Hubong's loyalty was at the top among all the members. He was excited for Yowan's coronation, but he was depressed when he heard that all warriors below the squad leader rank or lower had to stay outside the courtyard to watch from afar. "Yeah, but don't you think that person looks familiar?" Mun Ku, who looked much more beautiful in her red formal dress, pointed somewhere as she spoke. She was pointing toward the stage by the main building where a familiar-looking man was standing by the torch up on the stage. As everyone turned and looked closely, the man up on the stage turned and looked at them. Ko-Wanger, Bakki, Samayi, and others became shocked. Hubong? It was Hubong. Hubong was holding onto a small unlit torch that was drenched in oil so that it would be used to set fire on the large torch. He was waving at them excitedly. It looked like he was appointed to be the torch handler to give the torch to the Lord. Everyone became dumbfounded. There was no point in feeling bad. "Ha, right." Bakki and Ko-Wanger laughed. That's when another drum sound rang from the wall, along with a loud horn sound. The gate of the inner palace opened and someone appeared. It was Great Guardian Marakim in his mask with a weird engraving on it. He was dressed in formal clothes, holding something in both his hands. Elders, clan leaders, and other warriors all got down to the ground and shouted, "Glory to the demonic cult!" When they shouted in unison, all cultists outside the courtyard shouted immediately, "Glory to the demonic cult!" Tens of thousands of people shouting in unison almost trembled the entire castle. What Marakim was holding on to was the Sky Demon Order. Behind Marakim, two female servants were holding a small box that contained a crown. Drums roared. Originally, it had to be the former Lord who had to walk up to the stage, but the Lord was still unconscious. The job was then left to Great Guardian Marakim, who was also the guardian of the Sky Demon Order. By showing the Sky Demon Order, it proved that this event was according to the will of Father Chun Ma. Marakim got up on the stage and raised up the Sky Demon Order high and shouted, "Cultists of the great demonic cult, hear the Sky Demon Order? Glory to the demonic cult!" Cultists shouted back in response. Hubong became so overwhelmed that he almost shook. It was Chun Yowen's coronation, but he became tense from its grand scale. We will now begin the coronation of the lord of our great demonic cult. Wah-wah! Cultists who roared in cheers, filling the entire demonic cult with sound. With a long and loud horn sound, someone appeared at the entrance of the inner palace, long hair and pale white face. He wore a formal black robe with a golden dragon embroidered on it. Chun Yowen began to walk down the carpet that connected the palace to the stage. Unlike his appearance of a young man, the power felt within him was tremendous, and that made the cultists gasp in awe. Heh, did I tell you that the Lord is my apprentice? On the right of Yowen, Right Guardian Sub Meng was following with an excited look. Left Guardian Li Haimeng, who followed to the left, shook his head. Ugh. How long will you brag about that? Sub Meng had been bragging about this to Li Haimeng ever since Yowen's coronation was set in place. But it was surely an envious fact. The only teacher Chun Yowen had was Sub Meng. Starting with the third elder Bu Chariang, all elders began to kneel before Yowen and followed him as Yowen passed by them. Yowen passed through elders, clan leaders, and other warriors. Yowen then saw Ko Wanger Mun Ku, Samachak, Baki Hu Sanghua, Chi Takim, and others. Hu Sanghua and Chi Takim had become the master rank warriors by passing the 5th test not long after Yowen left the demonic academy. Congratulations, master. I mean, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. He. I guess I can't call you prince anymore. Congratulations, my lord. Every one of them was overwhelmed with joy as they sent telepathic messages. As for Mun Ku, who spoke teasingly, was almost teary from the overjoy. Chun Yowen didn't show much emotion, but he felt so thankful for them at this moment and smiled. With every warrior within the courtyard following Yowen, it became a majestic sight. It felt like a king was walking up to be crowned. As Yowen walked on the carpet toward the stage, many things passed through Yowen's head. Mother, Chapter 259, Coronation 9. Chun Yowen, once the lowest rank within the candidates to the heir, was now becoming the lord of the demonic cult. The person Yowen that came to his mind most was his mother, Lady HWA. He wanted to show his mother what he had become the most, but she was in a better place. I will change the demonic cult, so that there won't be any more tragedies like that. He had thought about this and worked on it thousands of times. When Yowen got to the stage, elders, clan leaders, and warriors all divided into 2 sides and stood in front of the stage. Yowen began to take steps up onto the stage. As Yowen got up, there were tens of thousands of cultists below filling up the outside courtyard. Yowen didn't know before, as he was below this stage before, but standing up here and looking at these people was a breathtaking experience. Oh, it is our Lord Chun Ma. Lord Chun Ma has come up onto the stage. Wah-wah-ah. With Chun Yowen getting up on the stage, cultists shouted with cheers of joy. After every recent incident was announced, and that Chun Yowen had become the new Chun Ma, every cultist wished to get a glimpse of their new lord and leader. We finally have the master of the cult, dear guardians of the Sky Demon Order. This what we have waited so long for. Great Guardian Merakim was also overwhelmed with joy. His face was hidden under his mask, but he couldn't stop smiling. Merakim went in front of Yowen and shouted with the Sky Demon Order. Chun Yowen, who will now be appointed as the 24th Lord, kneel before the Sky Demon Order. Chun Yowen, son of the demonic cult, at the service of the Sky Demon Order. Yowen knelt down with his one knee and bowed at the Sky Demon Order. Merakim then ordered to Hubong, who was holding onto the torch that was now lit with fire. Give him the torch. Yes, sir. Hubong shouted and brought the torch up to Yowen. Hubong's hand was trembling tremendously. He couldn't calm down when the most important event was almost upon them. Hubong. Yowen smiled. Hubong was his first servant and the partner who had gone through many hardships with him. Yowen took the torch and placed his hand on Hubong's shoulder to send in energy to make him calm. Hubong became teary and spoke. My lord, congratulations. I will never forget this moment. So will I. Yowen then took up the torch and walked up to the large torch and set it on fire. The torch that was now on fire in almost 20 years burned blue. This torch, sent down since the beginning of the demonic cult, was famous for having the blue fire instead of red when it was lit. Yowan brought both arms to his chest and knelt on his both knees to shout out loud. It was the holy words of the demonic cult's sacred book. I burn my body to the holy fire and find no temptation in life or death. I shine light upon the path that I will take, and let all joy and sadness become the dust of the past. As Yowan recited the holy words, all cultists gathered their 2 arms and crossed them above their chest and followed. I burn my body to the holy fire and find no temptation in life or death. I shine light upon the path that I will take, and let all joy and sadness become the dust of the past. With the somewhat quiet and heavy memorization of the holy words, all cultists became humble before the words. With this being done, Marakim shouted, "According to the Sky Demon order, I bestow the crown of the Lord to the Crown Prince and Lord Chun Ma. Chun Yowan, the 24th Lord, will now take the crown." It was finally time. With this crown placed above Yowan's head, Yowan will now become the Lord of the great demonic cult. Yowan got back down on his one knee, bowed, and closed his eyes to be ready to be coronated. But as he waited, it seemed like it was taking longer than expected. Yowan then felt someone walking up on the stage, how it felt like the person had not learned any martial arts. The man walked up to Chun Yowan and placed something over his head. It was the crown. Yowan opened his eyes and looked up. My lord, congratulations." It was guard Zhang, looking down at him with eyes full of tears. He was smiling, showing his teeth that were replaced by implant technology that Yowan asked Baekjung Meng and Wu Sunong for help with. "I'm sure Lady HWA will be glad." It was unexpected to see guard Zhang here. Tears ran down Yowan's cheek. This was a small gift prepared by Yowan's members while they were preparing for the coronation. Yowan's members became overjoyed as they saw this. It was first time Yowan had felt happiness in his lonely life. Yowan then got up to the stage with the crown and reached out, the black metal covering both arms all scattered apart and gathered together to form the shape of a sword. It was a glowy black sword, the Sky Demon's sword. "Oh, it's the Sky Demon's sword," cultists shouted in awe. Yowan grabbed the sword that was floating by itself and flashed it up in the air. Cultists roared with excitement. "Whoa, glory to the demonic cult! Glory to the demonic cult!" It was the beginning of the 24th Lord and the second Chun Ma of the demonic cult. It was later recorded by historians of Yulin as the day that demon god had appeared from the demonic cult. Chapter 260. 260 going out to Yulin 1. Winter had now passed. Green leaves began to sprout, and the mountain of 10,000 was now filled with a hint of spring. It was now 3 months after the coronation ceremony of the new lord of the demonic cult. There had been many changes to the cult in those times. With Chun Yowan, the young and powerful lord, becoming the leader, the demonic cult began to undergo a huge change. There was opposition from the former leaders, but they couldn't stop the policy of having every clan disband and all warriors taking direct orders from the cult itself. It wasn't a welcome idea to the powerful clans who had armies of their own, but this was to have every cultist become equal in power. "We value the strong. I will make this right." Chun Yowan announced this, and now all warriors and former clan leaders were given warrior groups to lead depending on their powers. This gave a chance to weaker clans, and a reason for stronger clan leaders to train harder. Elders are not an exception, and this didn't stop with the clans. There had been a change in elder ranks also. After 2 months of the coronation ceremony, a competition to appoint new elders were held. This was to find new elders and also change the current ranks. The minimum requirement of competing in this competition is at the end stage of the Super Master level. Elders were originally required to be at the Superior Master level, but Yowan figured that there weren't any new Superior Master level warriors, so he made it lower. This announcement was made to all castles and outside posts. After the competition, the result was unexpected. A total of 45 cultists competed. Those who passed the preliminaries sorted out those who did not know tactics and battle formations were 32. This was where something unexpected happened. Hidden warriors rose from hiding, two from the same clan. The first was that there were two superior master warriors hiding within one clan. It wasn't among the three clans, but from the Sword Illusion clan. The older brother of former 6th Elder Mong-O, Mong-Mu, was a superior master-level warrior. It seemed that Mong-O was not aware of this. Mong-Mu was deemed a talented warrior ever since his days in Demonic Academy, and was sent out to the Western Front, where war was frequent for 5 years. It was there where he survived through real battles and found understanding. Another hidden powerful warrior at the demonic cult's outpost, Yang Danwa. He is a leader of the northeastern post of Hanam Castle. He is from our castle, but he loves war and volunteered to be stationed there. He has been at the post for 10 years now. He too was a superior master warrior. His application stated that he was established superior master warrior. But why is he coming back then? He says he's interested in the Blade God 6 martial clan. It was told that he was now uninterested in his post, where the war between Yulin clan had come to a stop due to an alliance. And third and the last was a man named Su-Deng. He didn't volunteer himself and was recommended by Merakim. He was a criminal who was sent away. He was sent away for 15 years, yes. Most elders know of him. It was told that Su-Deng's clan, who had the job of keeping a record of all things within the cult, became angry at the wise clan that was interfering with their job and ambushed them. I like that. Yes, but their ambush failed. Unfortunately, there was a spy hidden within their clans, and the spy spilled the ambush plan to the wise clan. And Mu Jinwan, who did not want to deal with it by himself, reported it to the Lord's palace. Su-Deng was entry at the superior master-level warrior at the time. They believed that he would become the future lord for sure. Su-Deng, who was loyal to the cult, surrendered when warriors from the Guardians came to arrest them. The 6 clans insisted Su-Deng and his clans to be executed, but Chun Yuzhong just sent him away. Lord Chun Yuzhong sent him away so he could be brought back later to be used as a sword against the 6 clans. Chun Yowon became intrigued and ordered Merakim to bring back Su-Deng from his banishment. Yowon already liked him for the fact that he had sided against the 6 clans. Su-Deng then returned to the castle after 15 years. And like that, the competition to appoint elders was held, changing all ranks of elders from top to bottom. The former 3rd Elder Bu Charyang thought there wasn't anyone stronger than him, now that leader of the Wise and Sword clans were gone. But he had failed to proceed on the 2nd round and was left on a lower rank. Oh, and the final result was not something Yowon or Merakim had expected. 1st Elder spot had been given to Su-Deng. He had trained hard during his 15-year exile and had reached the end stage of the superior master-level warrior level and defeated Yin Moha, who were trained in the 24 demon sword. And finally, elders were now appointed per the power. Chapter 261, Going Out to Yulin 2. 1st Elder Su-Deng, 2nd Elder Yin Moha, 3rd Elder Mun Yun, 4th Elder Yang Danwa, 5th Elder Bu Charyang, 6th Elder Mong-Mu, 7th Elder Huan-Yi, 8th Elder Mong-O, 9th Elder Sama-Yi, 10th Elder Ya Kin-Keng, 11th Elder Hang Soyu, 12th Elder Gu Chiang. The 12th Elder was only elder who had not reached the superior master level, but had managed to survive in the competition to acquire the elder spot. It was a huge change after 500 years. Adding to this, Yowon announced a new change in the Great Meeting. He declared that the elder spots will be tested once every 5 years. This meant that all current elders were required to train if they wanted to hold their spot, and there were chances for others who had not become elders. I will divide up the palace guards into 6 groups. Yowon then increased the power of palace guards. The palace guards were divided up into 6 groups, and Yowon's 6 swords were appointed to compete against each other. Most of the warriors of these 6 groups were filled with members that Yowon took in at the academy, but the only difference was that their top leader was former senior instructor Hu Jinchang. All 6 swords agreed with Hu Jinchang being their leader, as they always considered him their teacher. With everything being changed, the only thing that didn't change was the Guardians. Yo-Won figured that the Guardians had kept their ways since the day of the Founding Father, so he felt there was no need for change. And during these 3 months, there had been a clash with Blade God's 6 martial clan. The cult was notified that there were the forces of the Blade God's 6 martial clan gathering at the borderline of Bakgun and Jerkang Castle. So First Elder, Sudeng, was appointed as a commander and took Bu Chariang, Ya Kinkeng, Hang Soyu as lieutenants to lead forces. Unlike the expectation of the fight to be big, there were only small skirmishes. What was heard from the spies working outside the cult was that it seemed that the Blade God's 6 martial clan was busy fortifying Jerkang and Kangsa Castle and had no time to waste on the outside yet. But 4 elders were left at Bakgun Castle to be ready for any unexpected situations. The Blade God's 6 martial clan is helping me this time. This was good chance for Chun Yo-Won. 3 elders were sent out under the watch of the first elder who hated 6 clans, so it was a good chance for Yo-Won to divert the remaining forces of the 6 clans. The job was going to be finished if those elders who were sent out returned home. About a month ago, a messenger arrived from the Yulin clan of the Forces of Justice. The message congratulated the new lord, and it was about postponing the invitation to the Yulin competition on a new year. The intel said that there had been many issues happening inside the Yulin clan. They were trying hard to keep everything to themselves, but it seemed that there were spies within the Yulin clan who worked for the Blade God's 6 martial clan. That will be hard, Yo-Won concluded. Unlike the demonic cult, which had the Lord as its central figure of government, the Yulin clan were the association of many clans and families that were intertwined that made it hard to search the spies within them. It was likely that the Yulin clan would have a hard time finding these spies. And there were also small changes. Yo-Won asked Demon Dr. Baek Jongwoo to create the poison that enemies from the Blade God's 6 martial clan used at the party. This was to make Yi Burwi and Pahin speak. But the ingredient, opium poppy, was a flower that bloomed in the summer, and the demonic cult did not use it often, so it couldn't be done fast. They're lucky. The questioning had to be postponed. And within that time, Yo-Won sent a special expedition team down to Jianghu. After doing their best, the Lord Chun Yujong was still unconscious. Yo-Won had to resort to his final option, which was to find the godly doctor. But the problem was the location of the place where he could use the tag. First, he didn't even know how to use the tag, but after further investigation, it was found out that the original owner of this tag was Lady Mu of the Wise clan. After questioning every warrior who used to be in the Wise clan, the location of where the tag needed to be taken was found. But it was within the region of the Forces of Justice. This is troubling. Sword Creek near Habuk Castle. Habuk Castle was an area ruled by Jegal family and the Muden clan. Going bit more north from there was the headquarter of the Yulin clan. It was possible to think that there was no problem as the cult now allies with the Yulin clan, but that wasn't the case. Godly Doctor was a legendary being. He was said to heal every disease except death, so that all people from the Yulin clan, the forces of evil, and the Empire's royal palace searched all over for him. It is too dangerous to request their help. It was likely that the Yulin clan will attempt to take the tag to meet the Godly Doctor. Also, it was secret that Lord Chun Yujong was unconscious, so it wasn't a good idea to let the Yulin clan know that the cult was looking for the Godly Doctor. How about we send the elite team, Chapter 262, going out to Yulin 3? Elite team. Marakim's idea was simple. Send elite warriors who weren't known to the outside world. Of course, these warriors had to be highly skilled so that they can protect the Godly Doctor. The warriors appointed were Yin Moha, Hu Sangwa, and Baki. As for Yin Moha, she always wore the mask of her older self so no one knew about her younger look. And they were helped with a spy agent who had experience in the Forces of Justice region. They will do it well. Marakim spoke assuringly. It was a dangerous mission, but it was likely that they will succeed. And a month had passed. There were people dueling within the training ground inside the Lord's palace. There were 4 people fighting against 1 man. a large man unleashed his fist formation. It was Ko-Wanger. And other three who fought alongside him were Sama Chak, Mun Ku, and Chi Takim. They were using their best skills to fight against one man, almost as if they were fighting for real. Ugh, he's too fast. The man they were fighting was so fast that even Ko-Wanger and Mun Ku, who had now reached the end stage of superior master level, couldn't follow with their naked eyes. Is he really not using half of his internal energy? They couldn't even follow his trace. If they didn't fight with their backs against each other, the man would fiercely attack them. He's getting faster. Great Guardian Merakim gasped in astonishment. He was the only warrior here who could follow the movement within the trace. It was Chun Yowan. What are those unique steps? Yowan was slightly jumping on the ground as he moved. It looked simple when he was practicing it, but with internal energy and the step of Wind God added to it, it became hard to predict the movements. HMPH. Let's wait for the chance. Ko-Wanger thought as he couldn't follow the movement and decided to wait for the right moment to attack. And the chance came. Yowan's body charged into Ko-Wanger's chest. It's now. Ko-Wanger then thrusted his fist that wielded 100% of his energy into Yowan. He thought if Yowan came in this fast, then there was no way for Yowan to avoid this attack. Ugh. But Yowan twisted his waist in a weird way to get away from the attack and punched Wanger's ribs. Ugh! Ko-Wanger defended it quickly, but his body was sent up into the air. The punch did not wield any internal energy, so it was just pure muscle strength that threw him into the air. Yowan then spun and kicked him in the air. Ko-Wanger was flown back, and Sama Chak, who was trying to attack, was struck by Wanger and sent back together. Mun Ku and Chi Takim were dumbfounded as they looked at two men being thrown away. Chun Yowan said he was not going to use his best, but he was becoming ever more powerful. What is this martial art he's using? Chun Yowan was using a very different martial art now. It was made with simple movements, but efficiently came after the weak points that were hard to fight against. Yowan then came to stop. Mun Ku and Chi Takim weren't enough to fight Yowan. Let's stop here. How is it, Nano? The mixture of martial art containing boxing, taekwondo, and step of Wind God is at 75% completion. I still have more to go then. Yowan had learned martial arts of the far future that Nano had in its data. It was much more refined and efficient than martial arts from Yulin, but it didn't use internal energy or any formations. Yowan was now working on it with Nano to improvise it. I can use my strength well now. Yowan clenched his fist. His power was already at the limit of human strength, but now it had exceeded that. After analyzing blood reversion art through Nano, Yowan was able to increase his muscle fibers and fine-tune it. He couldn't manage the increased strength at first, but now he was getting the hang of it. I will bring my basic power to its peak first. After fighting many powerful enemies while becoming the Lord, Yowan learned what he was lacking. His effort was now focusing on getting what he lacked. I am much stronger, but I am still far from Supreme Master level. Yowan was trying hard to gain understanding through meditation every night, but it was hard to grasp. This was only obvious. There were only less than 10 people who had reached the Supreme Master level in all of Yulin. If that small amount of people was able to reach that level, it meant it required very hard training and effort. Well, it's not going to help even if I try to do it fast. Yowan reached his hand to Ko-Wanger and Sama-Yi to help them get up, and he was going to say that today's training was over, but he stopped when Merakim came down into the training ground with someone. They bowed to Yowan. Greetings, my lord. Elder Huan. It was 7th Elder Huan-Yi. Huan-Yi was usually very cheerful and confident, but today he was a bit grim. If his face was like that, then Huan-Yi had brought bad news. Is there something wrong? My lord, we have a message coming from the agent at Habuk Castle. Habuk Castle? Yowan's face turned grim at the word. Habuk Castle was the place where Yin Moha, Baki, and Hu Sangwa went to find the godly doctor. A month had passed since they left, so Yowan thought it was time for them to arrive. But it seemed that the message wasn't going to be a good one. What happened, my lord? Our special expedition team to find the godly doctor went missing at Sword Creek. Chapter 263. Going out to Yulin 4? 10 days ago, the forest was deep with dense fog that hindered one's sight. The place was a creek that was commonly covered with such fog. And within the forest were 4 warriors with swords on their waists, preparing to travel toward the creek, outside the restaurant. They were the special expedition team sent by the demonic cult. It was led by Yin Moha, Hu Sangwa, Baki, and an agent from the covert operations team. If you pass through that forest, you will see the creek. The old man standing in front of the restaurant spoke as he pointed at the eastern side of the forest. Baki bowed to the old man. "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me. I just taught you a way to your death." "Don't blame me since I told you multiple times that it's suicide to go into that creek on a day like today with that much fog." The old man shook his head and walked into the restaurant. Baki regretted showing thanks for that slight moment. After a while, they moved toward the east, and they saw the dense forest through the fog. It seemed that they had to pass through that forest to find the creek inside. At the entrance to the forest, there was an old wooden panel that reads Sword Creek. There was also writing that said entry was forbidden, colored in dark red, which gave them the chills. Sword Creek was dangerous to go in with the dense fog, and even hunters did not go in there. The forest was so dense that the team had to cut through the bushes to walk through it. The spy agent walked forward to cut out bushes, but the fog was too dense and they couldn't see much, so they weren't sure if they were going the right way. "It's my first time coming to Sword Creek. It sure is creepy." None of the others replied to the spy agent's words. The 3 of them didn't talk much during their travel down there, so the agent thought it was interesting. Are they called special because they don't talk? Yin Moha, Baki, and Hu Sangwa did not talk much unless it was really important. As for that, the agent had to stay silent against his will. I can feel the energy reacting. As they walked further into the woods, Yin Moha felt a strange sensation. It felt like powerful sword energy also. Should I follow this? The agent said he did not know inside of the forest, so it felt like Yin Moha had to follow this energy. "I will take the lead." "Of course." Hu Sangwa answered, and the others began following Yin Moha. Yin Moha walked through the dense fog and walked. After a while, the dense forest ended and they found something. Yin Moha became shocked and looked at it. "Ah!" The rest of the team showed a similar reaction when they saw it. They were astonished when Yin Moha frowned and pulled out her sword. That's when a shadowy figure attacked them. It was now 20 days later. There was a yellow river located north of Habuk Castle. It was a vast river that flowed through it. HMPH, those who were running on the horse at the hill that watched river from above stopped. They all gasped in astonishment as they saw the vast river. "Wow. This is so big. Is that the Yellow River?" They were Mun Ku and Hu Bong. They were mesmerized by the first look at the Yellow River that they saw for the first time. Phew, and there was one person who was sighing at them. It was a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and thick eyebrows with a handsome look. It was the 4th elder, Yang Danwa. And the man with long hair next to him was Chun Yowon. They were here to find the missing special expedition team. Chun Yowon was going to send someone else, but since he had never gone out of the cult yet, he took this as a chance to come out for once. "No way, you shouldn't go there yourself, my lord." Many objected to the idea of the Lord searching for the missing team by himself. Great Guardian Merakim objected, and so did Huenyi. But Yowon wanted to see the Jianghu with his own eyes, so he insisted on going. "Understood. I will follow you then." The Great Guardian was a guardian of the Lord, so Merakim said he would follow, but Yowon refused. His leave of absence was to remain unofficial, so he was going to put a replacement. He couldn't have the Great Guardian to be replaced with a replacement, so he ordered Merakim to stay. "But you can't leave alone." "Then why don't we do this?" Huenyi then suggested taking someone who knew the Yulin clan well and the forces of justice, as it was Yowon's first time going out. And of course, they were a powerful warrior. Huenyi wished he could leave together, but he couldn't stay outside the cult for a long time as he had to watch over every covert operation. The person appointed was Yang Danwa. He had been at the northeastern outpost for a long time, so he knew well about the lands of the Jianghu. He was also at the end stage of superior master warrior, so he was strong enough to aid Yowon. I will go with you, my lord. Hubong, lieutenant of palace guards, volunteered to go. He always insisted to stay close to Yowon. He insisted that he'd carry bags, so Yowon decided to go quietly with these 3 people. And, since when were you all waiting here? Chapter 264. 264 going out to Yulin 5. In the early morning when they left, there were 4 people waiting for them. It was Ko Wanger, Mun Ku, Sama Chak, and Chi Takim. They were those who guarded the Lord as palace guards, so they too had prepared to leave. We will guard you along the way. There are too many of you. I can't have all of you go missing. It will blow the cover. Yowon couldn't scold them too much as they were doing this out of loyalty. He then decided to take one person, and it was decided to be Mun Ku. Ko Wanger was stronger, but his big body was too noticeable, so he was erased from the list from the beginning. My lord. No. Ko Wanger regretted his large muscles for the first time in his life. He really wanted to go with Chun Yowon ever since he heard who Sangwa had gone missing. I will have all 6 swords go with me next time, so stay back. Yes, my lord. Yowon ordered them to train hard while he was gone. And 4 of them then stopped by the demonic cult's outposts to change horses and ride all the way there. Yowon and Mun Ku had masks on their faces. Yowon's face was shown to the forces of justice at the party, so he had to hide, and Mun Ku was just too beautiful so that her face needed to be covered to look indistinguishable. Yang Danwa sighed and turned to Chun Yowon. Master, if we cross the river, it is not the territory of the forces of justice. We have to pay attention as it might get dangerous. Ever since they left the castle, they didn't refer Yowon to be the Lord as they could blow their cover. But what Yang Danwa was saying was actually aimed at Hubong and Mun Ku, who were excited ever since they left the castle. It's really interesting. Yang Danwa was surprised when he first saw Hubong. Hubong was lieutenant to the leader of Palace Guard, Hu Jincheng. It was a position even higher than the leader of the 6 Palace Guards group. But Hubong's power was only at the end stage of master level. End stage of master level isn't weak, but considering that all lieutenants of the Palace Guards were at least supermaster level, it was weird that Yowon, who considered power over everything, chose Hubong to be at such a place. But after looking at Hubong's act of loyalty throughout their travel, Yang Danwa did acknowledge Hubong's heart. Well, I was surprised when I saw the Lord for the first time too. Yang Danwa saw Chun Yowon for the first time when he finished the competition and was placed as the 4th elder. He was shocked beyond imagination. He couldn't believe that Chun Yowon, a young man, dismantled half of 6 clans and saved the demonic cult from danger twice. And what was certain was that Yowon was much stronger than Yang Danwa himself, our second Chun Ma. He heard that heroes were different from they were young. Yang Danwa thought he was lucky to be chosen to aid Chun Yowon by his side this time. Maybe it was a chance to see the legend with his own eyes. If we go down there, there will be a small dock. Yang Danwa pointed down by the river. They had to go across the river, so they had to find a boat. The docks were crowded and there were a lot of boats. Master, it's my first time riding a boat. Me too. Ugh, Yang Danwa was the only one frustrated at innocent reactions of the other 2. If they passed through the river, it would then be territory. Yowon and his members went down the hill on their horses and waited for the boat. They needed at least 2 boats to pass the river with their horses. Master, when they got down, Hubong called to Yowon with a serious look. Yowon turned with a curious look, and Hubong spoke. You have to be careful when you cross the river. It was reasonable. Yang Danwa sighed in relief as Hubong, a supposed guard, seemed to recognize the danger that might lie ahead across the river. I heard from the travels of Jianghu that there are bandits that learned martial art called 18 Water Rows. I'm sure Master is stronger, but we are on the river against. Lieutenant Hu. I mean Hubong. Yes. Bandit ships only attack merchant ships that travel along the river. They don't attack small boats that go across the river. Yang Danwa corrected Hubong's wrong information, and Hubong blushed with embarrassment. Oh. It was a limitation of information learned through books. and after waiting for an hour, it was their turn to get on the boat. Hubong wished to see bandits as he read from the book, but that didn't happen. The river isn't clear, Yowan thought as he saw the river water in dirt color full of dirt. Is this why it is called the Yellow River? The people living around the Yellow River had to remove the dirt and its taste to drink it, so they resorted to teas. Boats went across the river, and now they were at the Habuk regions. It was the first time that Yowan was stepping on grounds outside the territory of the demonic cult. Starting here, we don't have our outposts, so we will stop by towns to change horses while we move. The travel didn't pose much of a problem as Yang Danwa was highly experienced in travel. They avoided going into large towns, so they didn't meet with any of the Yulin clan members. After traveling 5 days without resting, they were now near Sword Creek, northwest of Habuk Castle. It's going to rain soon. It had been cloudy since the afternoon, but the sky was now dark with clouds. There were occasional thunders, which meant rain was going to fall soon. They then saw a small inn. "Master, we should rest there today and move tomorrow morning. Let's see if we can borrow a bamboo raincoat from there." Yang Danwa spoke, and Yowan nodded. They were told that Sword Creek was within the mountain peaks that they now could see. But they couldn't dare to move into the harsh forest at night where the rain was heavy, so it was better to rest at the restaurant. They were also exhausted from camping for the last 2 nights. In Danwanit was a small inn, but it had most of the necessities. "There's the barn. I'll tie the horses there. Go in first, master." "Thanks." Hubong took the horses to the barn and Rest went into the building dining area, and as they walked in, they all flinched. Ugh, Yang Danwa frowned. They moved carefully so they would never come across warriors from the forces of justice, but the dining area had a group of white-clothed warriors eating inside. They were warriors from the Mutant clan. Chapter 265. 265 Night in the Inn 1. Thunders roared and heavy rain started to fall. If Chun Yowan's group was a bit late, then they would have been drenched in the rain. Every guest inside the dining hall all turned to the entrance that opened. Warrior monks from the Mutant clan also turned also. This is troubling. Yang Danwa frowned at the situation where they had come across warrior monks from the Mutant clan right by the inn near Sword Creek. The Mutant clan was one of the strongest clans within the Yulin clan. I tried to avoid meeting foxes, and now we have come right into the tiger's den. Of course, Yan Danwa was the elder and a warrior who always searched for war, so he wasn't afraid of them. But they had Lord Chun Yowan with them. It was like the king was moving by himself, so they weren't sure what the Yulin clan might try to do if they found out. Yang Danwa sent a telepathic message to Yowan. "My lord, there are quite a few warriors from the forces of justice in here. The ones that were the most concerning were those from the Mutant clan, and most of the other guests were also warriors. None of them were highly skilled, and it would probably only take a few minutes for Hubong to take care of them alone. The rest are weaklings, but those are monks from the Mutant clan. What should we do?" There were 2 answers to this question. One was to give up staying in this inn and go through the rain, or stay quietly at the inn without making any trouble. Yowan glanced outside the inn, and the rain didn't seem it was going to stop any time soon. It was heavy monsoonal rain that didn't seem to stop. It wasn't a wise move to go out searching the creek in this weather. I guess we should stay quiet and lay low. He had his face covered with a mask, so it wasn't likely that they would be discovered. And from what he can feel, the strongest man within that group was only about a master-level warrior. They weren't a match, but it didn't mean Yowan's group could cause trouble within the region of the forces of justice. "Oh my, look at the rain, huh?" Hubong then entered late, fully drenched in rain. He then saw monks dressed in white clothes and frowned. "Don't say anything." "HMPH?" Yang Danwa sent a telepathic message, so Hubong pretended nothing was wrong and sat down. But Hubong and Mun Ku were out in the Yulin for the first time, so they became tense at the sight of enemy forces. But Yowan didn't seem like he wasn't bothered at all. "I heard it's his first time too. He sure is brave." Yang Danwa was astounded. They sat down right next to the monks, not a spot far away from that place. Because of this bold move, monks from the Muden clan didn't think much about them and returned to their dinner. Old man with a pipe smoke got up and walked over to Yowan's table, having dinner. Most inns should have servers working, but it seemed the old man did it by himself. Yang Danwa spoke to him. "Do you have a room, sir?" "Ah, I guess you need a room in such weather. But, do you not have one?" "Well, as you can see with all these guests." The dining hall had a total of 8 tables, with 5 tables full of guests that totaled up to 25. Yang Danwa glanced over and saw only 8 rooms that matched the tables. "Don't you have any rooms available?" "I have a 2-person room, if you don't mind staying in that same room." It seemed the 2-person room was quite small. Yang Danwa frowned as he scratched his chin. He couldn't offer the lord of the demonic cult to sleep together in a small room. That's when someone spoke to him. "To God Almighty, it seems you need a room." Yowan turned, and one of the monks from the Muden clan got up and was looking at them. He had clean monk clothes with a mustache. Yang Danwa became wary. He wanted to avoid coming into contact, so he didn't expect he would have to talk to them in this way. But it was the old man who responded instead. "Haha, are you going to offer your room, Monk Mu? Well, your guests are in trouble. We, the people of God, can happily give our room away for the good of others." It seemed that both of them knew each other well. The old man took a long seep from his pipe and spoke. "Well, our monk Mu Jinya from the Muden clan is saying he will offer his room to you. What do you say?" Yang Danwa hesitated for a bit but got up and bowed to the monk. "Thank you, Monk Mu." "To God Almighty, no, it is nothing. It seems that the 3 of you are heroes who have learned martial arts. It is a deed must done to for brothers in arms." Ah, it seemed that Monk Mu Jinya thought Yowan's group were warriors from the forces of justice. Yowan was hiding his energy, but he thought he had to be careful on how to act. That's when Mu Jinya sent a telepathic message to Yang Danwa. "By the looks of it, you are serving your master there, right? Don't worry and use the room." Mu Jinya then winked at Hu Bong. Yang Danwa almost burst into laughter, but he had to hold back. Even Yowan laughed a bit as he overheard the telepathic message. That's why Mu Jinya was the leader of the group. He was a warrior at the end stage of master level, so he could only sense the energy from Hu Bong, and he thought Hu Bong was the leader. All of Yowan's members looked very young, so it didn't come to Mu Jinya's mind that maybe they were much stronger. Hu Bong became confused as he didn't know what was going on. And when Mu Jinya returned to his seat while laughing, Hu Bong grimaced and sent a telepathic message to Yowan. "Master, that monk is strange. He was winking at me like how Elder Huan does. Is he a pervert?" Hu Bong shook his body from imagining it, but Yowan didn't answer. Chapter 266. 266, Night in the Inn 2. As they ordered simple meat noodles and food, they talked normally while sending telepathic messages for important messages. The orange tag that could bring them to the godly doctor was given to the special expedition team, so they had to search through the entire Sword Creek. "Let's hope the rain stops tomorrow." While they were talking, the old man brought out the food from the kitchen and placed it down on the table. At least he didn't carry his pipes while he was carrying food. "Well, the rain will stop early morning tomorrow." It seemed he had heard a bit of what they talked. Hu Bong said, "The rain is so heavy. Do you really think so?" "Haha, I have lived in this region for 30 years. We are not in the monsoon period. This is just passing rain." "Oh, that's good." Hu Bong spoke excitedly to Yowan, and the old man frowned and asked, Are you folks trying to enter Sword Creek?" As he finished, the dining hall turned silent immediately. It was even hard to believe that the hall was noisy just until while ago. Guests were acting if they weren't interested, but they were focusing on what the old man was saying. "This is strange." Chun Yowan and his members felt the strange air inside the hall and glanced around. There were 2 other groups who had learned martial arts, but all 3 martial artist groups stopped and focused on them. This was weird. The old man continued, "Let me tell you, don't enter Sword Creek." Hu Bong looked back, and the old man took the plate and picked up his pipe. He then took a long seep and let out a sigh as he spoke. "Phew, there are others who have not come out after going into that creek. I just hope you don't kill yourselves." "Old man, what is that about?" Yang Danwa asked. Before he left, he had heard a lot of information about Sword Creek from Huanyi. But they never heard anyone other than the special expedition team going missing within Sword Creek. Well, there were martial artists like you folks in recent days, but I never saw them come out after they went into that creek. The old man sighed as the thunder roared outside, with lightning flashing. Everyone was now silent and was focusing on what the old man was saying. Is there something happening inside the creek? I'm just an old man at the inn. I wouldn't know much, but I warned you, and when the rain stops, there will be fog. Don't try to go in and kill yourself, just go back. The old man spoke, and all members of Yowan's group became grim. They wanted to ask, but they couldn't bear to ask while all the people around were listening to them. Yang Danwa sent a telepathic message to Yowan. We have many ears here, so I'll ask the old man later about the details. You should get some rest after dinner, my lord. I understand. Yowan thought Yang Danwa was correct, so they returned to their dinner. The old man went back to his pipe and the dining hall became noisy again. But the only difference, Brother Mu, it seems like something's happened to him. Maybe the innkeeper knows something. To God Almighty, brother, don't jump to conclusions. I'm sorry. There were countless telepathic messages going back and forth in the hall. Yowan was able to listen to all of them through his ears as Nano worked to tap in on them. There was another group from the forces of justice, and it seemed like they were searching for something within the creek. Something must have happened within the creek. We can't be sure yet. There's no way our lieutenant would have died, but we will go on with our search as planned. Yes, sir. It seemed they too, like Yowan, were looking for missing people. But another group seemed to have a different purpose. This is strange. Maybe the object wasn't there. Impossible. No one died because they didn't bring it before. Maybe something happened to the godly doctor. That's impossible, too. Do you not know who protects the godly doctor? Yes, I know. There are too many people here. We will depart as soon as the rain stops. Other groups seem to be after the godly doctor. It seemed like they were talking about the orange tag. It is certain that the godly doctor is within Sword Creek. But why did Yin Moha and the group go missing? He wasn't sure what happened to them. Yin Moha was a warrior at the end stage of the superior master level. If she were to be put down, then it required a much more powerful warrior. At least Yowan was able to find out that all three warrior groups here were here to find someone within Sword Creek. And contrary to the old man's expectation, the rain became more heavy. It was concerning, but Yowan and his members decided to take the night off and rest. As they walked up the stairs, Yang Danwa spoke. Master, you can rest here while. That's when Hu Bong interrupted them. Wait. What? The two-person room is said to be small. I don't think it's a good idea to have 3 people share it. Yang Danwa became dumbfounded at Hu Bong's words. What are you talking about? The master should use the room Al. How can we share this small room with a woe? HMPH, man Mun Ku, it's better for her to share the room with master and guard him. Huh, Hu Bong spoke with a cough and Mun Ku blushed. Yang Danwa knew that Mun Ku was a girl, but he just thought it was better for the Lord to rest alone. Well, it might be better for someone to stay by the Lord. Yang Danwa agreed, as that was a valid point, but he didn't like idea of sharing the room with the talkative Hu Bong. Well, Mun Ku, you should share the room with the master tonight. Good, we should go to our room then. Ha ha. Hu Bong then pushed Yang Danwa's back into their room. And as they walked in, Hu Bong turned to glance at Yowan and winked his eyes. My lord, your best servant Hu Bong has prepared you for the night. I hope you have a wonderful night. Ha 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 ha, Yowan frowned. Chapter 267. 267 Night in the Inn 3. Chun, Yowan, and Mun Ku awkwardly entered the room. They once used the same dormitory room back when they were cadets at the Demonic Academy, but this felt entirely different. They were young and didn't have any feelings for each other back then. Now it was different. Besides, there weren't any of the other cadets like before. Only Chun, Yowan, and Mun Ku were in the room. Mun Ku's face blushed as she didn't know what to do. And when they walked into the room, there was another thing that made them shocked. What? There's only one bed. The room that was said to be 2-person room was larger than they thought, but there was only one bed. It seemed like this room was the room that monk Mu Jinya had given to them. I think there was a mistake. My lord. I will go ask Hubong to change rooms. Mun Ku left the room before Yowan could say anything. After coming out of the room, Mun Ku tried to calm her pounding heart. She didn't know before, but it made her very nervous to stay in one small room with the person she loved. I'm shaking. She grabbed her shaking hands. Whatever the case, it didn't feel right to sleep in a room where there was only one bed. Mun Ku headed toward the opposite side of the second floor through the corridor that was shaped like a square. Another room was on the opposite side. As she walked, there were monks from the mutant clan coming up the stairs. Mu Jinya bowed to Mun Ku as they came across each other on the corridor. It seems your master has weird taste. I gave away the room so that your master can rest alone, but if two are in there... What? No, it's nothing. Monk Mu Jinya shook his head awkwardly and went into his room. It seemed he had mistaken Hubong and Yang Danwa's relationship, but Mun Ku was not the type to know anything like this, so she just became curious. Mun Ku then got to the room where Hubong and Yang Danwa stayed and knocked. Hubong. Hubong. She couldn't dare to call out the fourth elder, so she whispered Hubong's name, but there wasn't any answer. Ugh. She wasn't sure if Yang Danwa was inside, but she felt Hubong's presence, so it was weird. Maybe he was pretending to not have heard. Mun Ku then knocked harder. Hubong. Someone inside then ran up to the door and opened it slightly. Inside was already dark without a light. Hubong poked out his head through the door and spoke. HMPH. What is it? I think our rooms were switched. Rooms? Our room has only one bed. Hubong's face turned weird when he heard that. He thought the two rooms all had two beds, but it was actually better if the room Yowan went in had one bed. Hubong, do you realize you are grinning like a pervert? Hubong's face was grinning very weirdly. He then changed his expression to make it seem as if he was sympathetic and sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. What? This room only has one bed, too. Don't lie. No, I'm not. I have to sleep on the floor, you see, and Sir Yang Danwa is sleeping right now. Do you want me to wake him up? Hubong spoke casually, and Mun Ku frowned. She wanted to light up the room to check, but she couldn't bear to have the elder wake up from his sleep. She had no choice but to return to her room. And Hubong smiled satisfyingly as he looked Mun Ku returning. You should thank me later. Hubong then heard fourth elder Yang Danwa's low voice. I'm just letting you do this once, Lieutenant Hu. Yes, sir. Heh. Mun Ku, after she arrived at front of the room, stood there hesitating. It was fine until now, but her heart began to pound again. It was beating so hard that she couldn't go inside. That's when the door opened. Did he say he will switch out the room? It was Chun Yowan who felt the person's presence outside the door. Mun Ku blushed and shook her head. And no, he said they only have one bed there too. Really? He would not have believed it if Hubong there to say it to Yowan, but he couldn't do much as Mun Ku seemed to have been persuaded. Yowan then told Mun Ku to come in. Mun Ku began to think about what she should do again, and Yowan spoke to her. Mun Ku, you should sleep on the bed. I will sit down on the floor and meditate tonight. What? Mun Ku became surprised. Yowan then blushed a bit and offered Mun Ku to sleep on the bed again. She didn't realize at first, but she now realized that Yowan seemed to be embarrassed too. It felt weird. Is he nervous too? It seemed she wasn't the only one who was nervous about the situation. When she realized this, her nervousness calmed down, and she now thought that Yowan was cute. Yowan always was cold-hearted and emotionless, but looking at him being blush made Mun Ku feel better. She wasn't sure until now, but she began to think maybe Yowan liked her too. You can go to sleep first. But, I'm okay. Are you sure? Yeah. I can't help you if you regret it later. Mun Ku wasn't nervous anymore as she teased, and Yowan nodded. Mun Ku then smiled and took off her outer clothes and placed them over the table. Chapter 268, Night in the Inn 4. Oops. Yowan then became surprised and turned away. He knew that she wouldn't take off all her clothes with him here, but it still felt embarrassing. As he waited, he felt Mun Ku coming near him. And when Yowan turned, he froze. Mun Ku was without her skin mask and was standing a foot away from Yowan. Mun-ku's beautiful face lit under low candlelight made Yowan's heart pound harder than ever. Mun-ku looked up to Yowan, who was blushing, and her lips were so tempting. Yowan became embarrassed and stuttered. Why did you take off your mask? Mun-ku smiled as Yowan's embarrassed reaction felt lovely to her. She still had a pure and beautiful smile, just like when she showed herself to Yowan the first time under the moonlight at the academy. She spoke to Yowan, who was watching her with a mesmerized look. Do you like me? Mun-ku asked with careful, shaking voice. Yowan felt her nervousness and looked her back into her eyes. Mun-ku then moved her small lips again to ask. Or, do you not like me? Her eyes showed Yowan's reflection. Yowan became silent for a while at the question, but slowly raised his hand and placed it over her white cheek. Mun-ku shook when she felt his touch. Ah, Yowan smiled at Mun-ku, who was shaking like a small bird. I like you? Ah, he had Mun-ku in his mind ever since he saw her back in the academy. But Yowan had grown without love ever since his mother, Lady Hwa, passed away, so he wasn't used to love and affection. Mun-ku smiled at Yowan, who looked embarrassed while he touched Mun-ku's cheek. Hee. She then pulled herself up by tiptoe and brought her lips against Yowan's lips. Two lips met each other and Yowan's eyes grew large. Mun-ku's soft and sweet scent came into Yowan's nose. Ku. That's when Yowan heard Nano's voice inside his head. User's heart rate is increasing rapidly. Hormone rate is growing. Nano, go mute. Activating silence mode. After a long kiss, Yowan and Mun-ku let go of each other's lips. Mun-ku had been holding her breath, so she panted. Ha! Her cheeks were reddened as she stood embarrassed, and Yowan's heart began to beat harder. Both of them became mesmerized by the sensation of their first kiss. They were never taught how to do so, but they began to kiss again and started touching each other's cheeks and body. Soon, two of them sat on the bed and began to dive into one another. About an hour later, Fourth Elder Yang Danwa came out of the dorm room carefully. Hubong was inside the room, snoring through his sleep. Yang Danwa held on the fence and looked down. The hall was empty, with all of the guests having returned to their rooms. There was only the sound of rainfall outside the building. He had been waiting until all the guests returned to the room. Yang Danwa quickly jumped off the fence and got down to the first floor. His 2 feet were so light that they didn't even make any sound. The skill of superior master-level warrior was beyond that of any normal person, should he be sleeping. It was after midnight, so it was likely that the old man was asleep. There was no chance that there would be any more guests coming in this late at night with the heavy rain outside. He knew that there was a room for workers to sleep next to the kitchen, so he carefully walked over to it and opened the room door. And, there were 2 beds, but only one bed had the cooking staff on it. Another bed was empty, with a trace of someone who had gotten up from it recently. Where did he go? Yang Danwa used his senses to focus on sensing any human presence nearby. The heavy rainfall was a hindrance, but he felt someone nearby. Barn. The person was at the barn. Yang Danwa then quickly moved out of the inn building and went outside. The rain was still heavy, with thunder and lightning roaring occasionally. Yang Danwa took steps to avoid getting soaked in rain to run toward the barn. When he got there, he had to hide quickly. He only expected to see the old man, but there was another man there. The old man was talking to a certain man with orange tag in his hand. That is, he had heard before coming here that the orange tag was necessary to meet with the godly doctor. Is that it? The tag looked similar to the one that the special expedition team had taken with them. Yang Danwa decided he should wait a bit, as there was a guest that had come first. Something unexpected happened. The old man used his finger like a sword and quickly penetrated the man's forehead. The man also hadn't expected the attack and got killed with his 2 eyes wide open. How can that be? He thought the man was a normal man, but it seemed like the old man was actually a powerful warrior. And as he was shocked, the old man mumbled something. His lips read this. There's a rat hiding here. Chapter 269, Night in the Inn 5. The old man lowered his body to pick up the orange tag that the dead man dropped. He then put it into his pocket and raised his body up to stretch his waist. It looked like he had been faking his hunched back and stood straight up. I wasted too much time in order to get this. The old man shook his head. The energy arousing from within him and the air about him changed suddenly, and Yang Danwa realized it was dangerous. It was then that the man disappeared into a trace. It was the mirror image technique. Ugh! Yang Danwa quickly pulled out his blade and swung forward. The old man then appeared in front and backed away to dodge the attack. Yang Danwa glared at the old man as he was getting soaked from the heavy rain. The old man grinned. "Oh, you are quicker than I thought." If the raindrop hadn't splashed in front of his eyes, Yang Danwa would not have realized the old man had come for him. The old man was at least stage stronger than Yang Danwa himself. "Old man, what are you?" "Me? Ha ha ha, I'm just an owner of the inn." Lies. There was no way that a mere inn owner can be this powerful. The skin over the old man's face began to flap over the heavy rain. Is that a skin mask? Even if the mask was highly skilled in craftsmanship, there was no way it could hold onto the face under this heavy rain. The old man charged at Yang Danwa, and Yang Danwa swung his blade to defend. The energy's so powerful. The energy coming through the old man's finger was tremendous. Yang Danwa was able to defend himself, but he was pushed back about 5 steps. The old man then came in further, attacking in different angles to get Yang Danwa's weak points. Yang Danwa then spun and created a blade barrier to deflect the attack. With sword Kai being thrown at him deflected, the old man was already upon Yang Danwa and came after his forehead. Huh! Yang Danwa pulled himself backward in shock, and the old man kicked his leg. Ugh! Yang Danwa was thrown off balance and fell to the muddy ground. He then rolled on the ground to dodge the old man's next attack that came down at him. A sharp energy shot past him, almost cutting him in half if he didn't move faster. Danwa then placed his hand on the ground to push him up like a spring and sent Blade Kai toward the inn. The Blade Kai shot past the inn's wall, destroying it on its way. The old man shook his head. Ha! So you are choosing another step. Ha ha! The reason for the Blade Kai was to wake people up within the inn. Yang Danwa wished for Chun Yoan to notice the most. The old man scoffed. Do you think the weaklings inside will save you? Ha ha ha, you are just increasing the number of deaths. Weaklings? Well, we will see about that. You're just bluffing. The old man then disappeared and divided into 2 and came at Yang Danwa in different directions. His movement was so quick that it looked like there was 2 of him. Which one is it? Only one of them was the real one, but none had a weakness. Yang Danwa then focused his energy on the blade to create Force Kai and swung it widely to attack both enemies. The first trace that he came into contact with was an illusion. The real attack came from the left, quicker. Yang Danwa swung his blade again, but it was too late to defend. The blue sword Force Kai came across Yang Danwa's blade and couldn't penetrate the heart where it came for, but went through Yang Danwa's left shoulder. Arg! Yang Danwa grimaced at the pain. The old man then looked at Yang Danwa dwindling and tried to finish. I'll send you to hell. The old man then zoomed toward Yang Danwa's head to penetrate it. That's when the old man felt sudden energy and jumped back. A blue blade Force Kai shot past him on where he stood. The Force Kai exploded as it went down into the ground, throwing debris up. The old man swung his fingers, and the debris that came to him was deflected by the sword barrier created by his finger. That's when someone appeared in front of Yang Danwa. Yang Danwa was still in pain, but he immediately brightened by the person's appearance. Master? It was Chun Yoan who saved him. It seemed he had come out quickly, so his upper clothes just hung there and his face was a bit red. Who is that man? He wasn't sure what was going on as Yoan had just gotten out, but it seemed the old man wasn't just an ordinary inn owner after all. He was at least powerful enough to avoid getting struck by Blade Force Kai that was thrown as an ambush. The old man became grim. I just thought he was a mere kid. Was he hiding his power? Yoan was at the end stage of the superior master level, so he could control his energy fully. That's why the old man only considered Yang Danwa to be the most dangerous, so he was trying to call this young man. The old man now understood why Yang Danwa threw Blade Kai toward the inn. Yo-One aimed his white dragon blade at the old man and asked, "You, what are you?" The old man did not answer. He was thinking if he should fight Chun Yo-One or run. That's when he heard the crowd coming out of the inn. "HMPH, you saved your life." It was a good reason. He left the words to Yang Danwa and jumped. "Stop." Yo-One threw Force Kai bullet toward the old man, but the old man didn't even look back and just simply dodged and disappeared. He disappeared toward Sword Creek that he insisted where no one should go. Yo-One hesitated if he should chase after the old man, but gave up. He couldn't feel the old man's energy, meaning the old man was either as strong as or stronger than Yo-One. "And, Yang Danwa, are you okay?" I'm okay, master." Yang Danwa replied, but he was pale. His pain must be severe as his shoulder was penetrated from the Force Kai. Yo-One then pressed on the blood points around the shoulder to stop it from bleeding. At that time, warrior groups including the Mutant clan came out of the inn. They all seemed to be tense from the blade Kai that penetrated through first floor of the inn. Monk Mu Jinya first ran toward them and asked, "Lord Almighty, what happened here?" It was hard to explain how, and Yang Danwa quickly made up an explanation. "Ugh, Monk Mu, I was ambushed." Chapter 270, Night in the Inn 6. Ambushed. It seemed looking from the left shoulder, Yang Danwa wasn't in good state. Yang Danwa turned his pale face toward the barn. "I was on my way to tend to horses, and the old man of the inn killed a man." Killed. Another group of warriors then quickly ran toward the barn. There was the old man who died within the barn. "El leader." 3 people were shocked to see the dead man, their leader, down at the barn. The man said he will go ask questions to the old man, but was found dead. While they were sad and angry, one of them searched through the man, but they couldn't find the orange tag. "No, it's not here." They then began to search the area and quickly ran to where Yang Danwa was at and asked, "Did the old man kill our leader here?" "Ugh, why yes. I saw it with my own eyes." He then ran toward the creek when you all were coming out. "No, get ready." "Yes, sir." 3 of them were only thinking on finding the old man, who were responsible for their leader's death and stolen orange tag. It was night of heavy rain, but they got the horses out and took their dead leader and left the inn. Monks from Mutant clan tried to stop them as the rain was too heavy, but there was no use. Mu Jinya seemed dumbfounded from what happened and shook his head. To God Almighty, how can this happen? He had known the old man for years, but he couldn't believe that the old man was actually a powerful warrior and killed one of his guests. They too thought of asking the old man regarding questions, so they also thought they were a bit lucky. He's losing too much blood. I should return to my room and rest him. Yes, of course. Yo-One helped Yang Danwa inside the room, and one of monks from Mutant clan whispered to Mu Jinya, "Did you see him, brother?" "Yes. It's a skin mask." They realized Yo-One had a skin mask over his face. There was no way they would not recognize the skin mask that had twisted slightly through the rain. "Do you think they are actually behind the killing of the man, and possibly the old man?" "I don't think so." "Why?" A monk asked to Mu Jinya, and another monk who had looked closely at Yo-One and Danwa's blade spoke out. "Brother Mu is right. Both of them use his blade, but the dead man had sword wound." "Oh, but even if Yo-One wasn't the suspect, it didn't mean he wasn't suspicious with a skin mask." This Sword Creek was a place of secrets after all. Mu Jinya then looked up to the night sky with heavy rain and thunders roaring through. It seems treacherous wind is blowing through the Sword Creek yet again. Early next morning, the heavy rainfall stopped as if it had never rained. Birds chirped from all around, and it didn't seem there will be any more rain. It was a good news to those who were planning to leave. Yo-One's group prepared to leave before the dawn. Yo-One planned to leave early, as he overheard Mutant clan monks talking about him yesterday night, and thought they are growing suspicious. But they left already. When Yo-One woke up early in the morning, the rain slowed down and monks from Mutant clan quickly left the inn. They left quietly, trying to not let anyone know that they were leaving. Is it because about what happened yesterday? After the incident last night, Yo-One and monks of Mutant clan woke up the kitchen staff so that they can ask who the old man was. I don't know anything, sir." "I'm telling the truth." Unlike the old man, the kitchen staff was just an ordinary man who have not learned any martial art. What's interesting was that the old man disappeared about 5 days a month ago and returned. He did seem like strange after that, but the old man was weird in many ways originally, so the kitchen staff thought it wasn't much of a deal. Yoan then realized that the man he fought had came to this in about month ago, faking himself as an old man. The 5 days was probably days for the man to create a mask of dead old man. But after knowing that they realized the old man was changed a month ago, monks of Mutant clan became grim. "Brother, it matches the date when we lost contact with him. We should make haste then." Yoan thought there had been something going on after tapping into their telepathic message. It seemed their quick leave was related to what they have said. If they went to the Sword Creek, I'll find out soon. Yoan felt like he will know. As he waited outside the barn, 4th Elder Yang Danwa and Hu Bong quietly came out of the inn. They were carrying food and water they got from the kitchen. Yang Danwa was still pale from the wound. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, Master, but I can do my part." "Take care of yourself, okay?" "Yes, sir." Yang Danwa tended to his internal damage by meditating through the night, but the wound on his shoulder was too severe. At least it was left shoulder that allowed him to use the blade. Hu Bong, who had been sleeping through, was able to find out what happened after being told by Yang Danwa early in the morning. "I'll take out horses." "You do that, Lieutenant Hu?" Hu Bong felt sorry for not even realizing what happened and lowered his head. He then met his eyes with Mun Ku. But Mun Ku blushed instantly and turned away to avoid meeting eyes with Hu Bong. Hu Bong grinned. She did it. Chapter 271, Sword Creek, Grave of Swords 1. Forest was dense with fog that it wasn't visible to look forward. The rain stopped, but the ground was still damp and wet, and the forest was very humid. The forest was also so dense that it was hard to even walk through it. "I'm not sure if we are going the right way." Hu Bong ranted as he cut down the bushes as he walked forward. After they moved past the old wood sign that said Sword Creek, they were searching through the forest without a direction. They couldn't move through with the horses as the forest was too dense, so they were on foot now. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. It seemed it was going to be hard to find the missing special expedition team within this creek. Yoan had opened all his senses to search for any signs of people, but he couldn't see anyone. Mapping the area at 5%. Nano's voice rang inside Yoan's head. Yoan was watching through augmented reality. He saw a small square box at the corner of his sight where Nano was showing a map as they walked through. "No, move to the left." "Yes, Master." Hu Bong changed direction at Yoan's order. At least they weren't walking through the same area with the help of Nano. Anyone would want to have Nano within them if they found out about Nano's abilities. But they didn't know when they would get to find the missing people or the godly doctor. It was about 2 hours into the forest. "I sense energy harmonizing." A small sound of harmony began to come from a distance. It seemed that Yang Danwa also felt this and was looking in the same direction, and he grimaced. "Did you feel that, sir?" Yoan nodded at Yang Danwa's question. Hu Bong and Mun Ku weren't sure what they were talking about and became curious. They were too weak to sense this sound. "I think there's something there. Let's move there." "Yes, sir." Yang Danwa answered, and Hu Bong became confused and asked, "Where are we going?" He wasn't sure what they were talking about, and Yang Danwa smiled and spoke. "Lieutenant Hu, turn to the northwest from where you are right now." "Why, yes, sir." With Yang Danwa explaining where to go, Hu Bong cut through more bushes and walked forward. The group began to move more quickly. As they walked closer to the area, the sound grew louder. It's like a sharp energy. Energy that might come from a legendary weapon was flowing near the area. It seemed like they would get to the destination soon. It was then. What is this smell? It was humid forest, so the sudden smell of blood pierced his nose. All members of the group also smelled this and frowned. "Master, I smell blood." It seemed like it was coming from nearby. They quickly moved toward the smell as it could be anyone. And toward the east, they saw a place with many sword markings. "Ugh." Mun Ku frowned and looked away when they got there. All of the bushes were splattered with blood, and there were bodies that had been cut into half. Organs were popping out here and there, so it was hard to see. But there wasn't just one body. There were two bodies, and it seemed like the sword markings here were evidence of them trying to survive. These people are. Yowan's eye narrowed when he saw the faces of dead bodies. They were those who went to chase after the old man last night. Did they come across that man? That was the likely explanation for them to be found dead. These people were only at the top class level. There was no way for them to fight against the old man, but Yowan couldn't care about these people. Oh, these are people from yesterday. Hubong also realized this and spoke as he looked closely at their faces. Hubong then tapped on the body with his finger a few times and spoke. Master, it looks like they were killed recently. When they left yesterday, there was heavy rainfall. If the body was soaked under such rain, the body should have expanded, but the blood drained from the body down to the ground, leaving a trace of it, which meant they were killed after the rain stopped. Nano, analyze it. Yowan ordered to Nano when he placed his finger on the blood and skin of the body. A white light began to come out of his finger, and Nano began to analyze. Soon, Nano's rang inside his head. From analyzing the blood and the muscle contraction, the estimated time of death is 2 hours ago. That wasn't long, but it was enough time for the killer to move further away from the location. Yowan then find out another fact. Where is another one? These groups traveled in groups of 3. The actual group with their dead leader was a 4-man group. But Yowan couldn't find another person's body anywhere. There's no way he would be able to get away. There were only 3 of them, so it was likely that the old man could easily catch up to them and kill them. But Yowan couldn't find another body. And when he was curious, Yang Danwer raised his hand to signal. Master, Chapter 272, Sword Creek, Grave of Swords 2. Yowan ran there and found footsteps in the mud, but there were the footsteps of 2 people instead of 1. Luckily, the rain made the ground become muddy, leaving many traces. They couldn't erase the tracks. If it was just sand or dirt, it would have been easy to erase everything, but it was hard to erase footsteps left on mud. But where these footsteps were heading was, it moved toward the sound. It was the location of the sound. Maybe if they went to the place, they can find the old man, but it wasn't sure why the old man left 1 person alive. Let's follow the footsteps. Yes, sir. Yowan's members began to follow the footsteps. There was already a way created through it, so Hubong didn't need to cut out any more bushes. After walking about 10 minutes, they were at the end of the bushes. Oh, Hubong brightened up. He was feeling depressed while walking through the humid bushes, but it seemed like that was going to end. It was hard to see what was ahead as the fog was dense, so they had to get out of the bushes to see what was ahead. There's no mud. And as they came near the ending point, the ground turned into rocks. The footsteps also disappeared because of it. As they got out of the forest, they were at a large open space. The fog still hid most of its sight, but they still managed to see a vast stone wall standing in front of them. Whoa, a mountain? A rock mountain? Mun Ku looked down to up at the giant rock. The one they were looking at was a large mountain peak, but it was created with a rock instead of dirt. The surface was so steep that it was almost upright, and there was almost no place to gain a foothold. Even a warrior had a powerful stepping skill. It would be hard to climb up without the right equipment. Such a thing was hidden within the creek. It was astounding. They walked closer to look at it. Hubong then quickly ran up to it and stopped with shock. Ugh. Hubong could have been in danger if he had just kept on running. The ground wasn't all just rocks. There was a large cliff that existed between. Master, it's a cliff. Don't go near, Hubong shouted with a pale face. The distance between the cliff to the rock was quite far, and the cliff was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The wind blew fiercely from below. Ooh, wow. It really is deep. Mun Ku looked down carefully and backed away with a pale face. The cliff was so deep that it was even dark. If someone dropped, they'd definitely be dead, no matter who it was. Then they heard the sound again. Yowan turned to a direction and gasped. It's impossible. 4th Elder Yang Danwa also turned at the direction and gasped in shock. They didn't see it at first because of the fog, but when they got closer, they saw it on the wall of the rock, sword. There was a large word engraved on the giant stone wall. "What are you talk, huh? This is?" Hubong and Mun Ku also turned to the direction and became wordless at the sight. "This is amazing." That was only thing they could think of as they saw the word on the rock. They weren't close to it, but the word wasn't something that was carved out by some chisel. Sword? No, it's created by Sword Kai. The word was engraved in by Kai. No one knew when it was engraved here, but the sheer size and power emanating from the word was enough to bring shock. It was almost like when Yoan saw Chun Ma's sword trace left on the blue pearl stone pedestal. Who did this? Yoan felt the arrogance and authority of the man who engraved this word on the wall. It felt like if the word itself was proving that the man was the best in the world. It was enough to make one training in the sword to become humble. NNNG. Even Hubong, who had a low understanding of sword, couldn't put his eyes off from the word. There's no rest between. It was written there once. How did he do it? Yoan was able to find out that it was written through Sword Kai, but it wasn't sure how it was made without any rest, especially when the cliff was dividing them apart. And it also seemed that the writing style was very familiar. This writing is like, "Prince, look at that." Mun Ku shouted, and Yoan turned to the direction where she pointed. Under the giant word, there were some things that were stuck beneath. These swords were stuck there like a hedgehog. Swords? Many swords were stuck beneath the word, and it seemed like there were more than hundreds. There were all kinds of swords, ranging from ordinary ones to treasured swords. But most of them were rusted, proving they had been there for a long time. Look at all those swords. Are these swords abandoned? It wasn't easy to abandon one's unique weapon, as it was like a lifeline to a martial artist. This meant the person who abandoned the sword gave up on training sword art. Were there that many people who gave up on training sword because of that word? After looking at it for a long time, Yoan came to an understanding. Wait, if these swords are abandoned here, maybe this place is? Chapter 273, Sword Creek, Grave of Swords 3. Sword Creek, Prince, this must be Sword Creek. Yoan nodded to Mun Ku's excited shouts. This was truly Sword Creek. There were so many swords abandoned in this place, and that gave the creek its name, Sword Creek. This is like a graveyard for swords. With all the swords on the wall shaking slightly, a buzzing sound came through. Ah. Yoan finally realized what the sound was about. It was through the word engraved on the wall sending energy through the swords, creating sound waves from the shaking. A sword trace left on the wall sending out the Sword Kai from within. Wow. It was amazing to see such wonder for one who studied the sword. It seemed like the word left on the wall had been there for a long time, but it still had Sword Kai within it, which was a mystery beyond understanding. It's a level where a superior master-level warrior cannot even possibly think to achieve. As Yoan looked through the word, Yang Danwa suddenly found something and sent a telepathic message. "Master, Master." I sense human presence nearby, human presence. Yoan then got out of focus from the word and focused on his senses. He then felt the presence of a person nearby, but it was toward the wall. Why is there a person in the wall, Lieutenant who? Why yes. Yes, be quiet. Yang Danwa quickly got Hubong out of his mesmerized state. Hubong became frantic as he snapped out of daydreaming while looking at the word. "Get yourselves together and follow me." "Yes, sir." Yang Danwa led Yoan's group down and moved to the right of the word. There they found something surprising again. What's that? There were about 20 caves at the wall. They didn't expect to find such a cave at the side of such giant rocks. Yoan then had a thought. Oh, maybe the godly doctor is within that place? Yoan was concerned when he entered the forest as he couldn't find any traces of people. But after looking at these caves, he thought maybe he could find where the doctor was. There are so many caves. Mun Ku spoke through telepathic message, and Yoan raised his senses. The reason why there were this many caves was possibly because many of them were fake. Fortunately, the person that he sensed while ago was still within the same place. It's that one. Yoan pointed at one of the caves. Yang Danwa also sensed this, so he nodded. But there was a problem. It's too far. The cliff divided them from the entrance to the cave. It required a huge leap into the cave, at least over 30 meters. It wasn't a distance that any stepping skill would allow. It was too far for Hu Bong, who was only a master-level warrior, to jump across. Can Mun Ku jump across? Mun Ku was an established supermaster-level warrior, but it was still concerning. One mistake would mean dropping into that endless cliff. Hu Bong glanced down at the cliff and swallowed his throat nervously. Yoan then whispered, "Yang Danwa, can you carry Hu Bong over to that cave?" Yang Danwa thought for a second and nodded. He was a superior master warrior, so it wasn't hard for him to jump across 30 meters without much effort. "Mun Ku, can you do it?" Yoan asked, and Mun Ku glanced over at the distance and was about to say she could when, "I'll carry you over if you can't." She stopped herself from saying it and nodded excitedly. There was no need to refuse the offer. He'll carry me over." Hu Bong shook his head as he looked excited Mun Ku. As it was decided, Yoan first held up Mun Ku in his arms. Yay. She brought her both hands together and grinned in happiness. Was this what it was like to be protected? Good. Hold on tight. Okay, Mun Ku grabbed on Yoan tightly, and Yoan began to run toward the cliff. Sending energy into his feet, Yoan's body shot off the cliff and landed on the cave. Hu Bong then laughed and walked over to Yang Danwa. "Thank you, sir." Yang Danwa frowned and turned and showed his back for Hu Bong to climb up. "Are you not carrying me over?" "I don't want to hold a man in my arms. Get on my back." "Yes, sir." Hu Bong then awkwardly got up on Yang Danwa's back. It seemed like Yang Danwa was more than eager to jump across alone if Hu Bong hesitated. "If you'll excuse me, ugh." As soon as Hu Bong got up, Yang Danwa didn't say anything and quickly ran and jumped. When he got down to the cave, Yang Danwa let go of his hands from Hu Bong's butt. It was an order from the Lord, but it still didn't feel good to touch a man's butt. Ugh, I thought I was going to die. Hu Bong was more surprised than awkward. Whatever the case, Yang Danwa then walked in and sniffed. "What is this smell?" A weird smell filled the cave, which was coming from the inside. It smelled like something was burning. Yang Danwa tried to tell Chun Yoan about the smell, but Yoan was on the ground, touching something with his finger. "What is this?" Yoan looked at the black powder on his finger. When he sniffed it, it had the same smell that filled the entire cave. "Nano, can you tell me what this is?" Nano then began to analyze the black powder. After a white light came out from the tip of his finger, Nano's voice came to his head. "Analysis complete. It is fire powder." "Fire powder?" "The exploding powder, yes, master." Yoan frowned and looked down at the powder again. Why was there fire powder all over the place, and why was the cave filled with this smell? Yoan then felt something was wrong and looked into the cave. There was surely a sign of a person inside, and Yoan also saw faint light deep within. What is the point of this? Chapter 274, Sword Creek, Grave of Swords 4. The fire powder had its own purpose, but if the person was inside there, then it wasn't likely for him to set it to explode. "What should we do, my lord? Wait here." "Yes, my lord." Yoan then decided he should check it out first, as walking in without checking first could be dangerous. "Nano, activate night vision mode." Activating night vision mode on user's sight. Nano's voice rang out and Yoan's eye shook before taking in more light exposure. Yoan now clearly saw what was inside the cave, but the distance was still too far to look at it clearly. "Wait here." Yoan took 10 steps in and saw a person far away. "Nano, can you zoom in?" Zooming in on current sight. The faint person figure was then zoomed in. When it was zoomed in enough, Yoan became shocked. The cave was a dead end. There was a man sitting there, shaking his head frantically. This was the reason for the light shaking within. That man. It was one of the men from the group that was found dead while ago. The man had been tied with rope, but he could move his head, which he was shaking frantically with a pale face. A fire. There was a small torch by man's mouth that was created with small wood. The fire was coming near the man's mouth, and the man was trying hard to put out the fire, but it was almost at his mouth. Even through its extreme heat, the man didn't let go of the torch and tried to put it out. Wait. Yoan then looked near the man and saw a huge amount of fire powder by the man. Yo-One deactivated night vision mode and shouted frantically, "We have to get out of—" It was then. An explosion rang from within the cave, and the fire exploded out like lightning. The explosion was so loud that everyone's ears went deaf with a ringing sound. But Yang Danwa, Mun Ku, and Hu Bong realized something went wrong and turned to run out of the cave. However, the explosion was too fast. The fire quickly reached the entrance and the fire came over them. At that moment, when even the cave was coming down, Yo-One was only thinking about saving Mun Ku and the others, rather than his own escape. Yo-One then unleashed all of his energy onto the three people. Their bodies were then pushed out like a cannonball through the energy. Kaya. The three people got out of the cave just when the fire reached the entrance and they flew to the other side of the cliff. And no, Prince, Mun Ku then quickly turned as she was flying away. And she saw Yo-One, engulfed in fire, thrown out from the cave before dropping down into the cliff. Nu-woo-woo-woo-woo. Mun Ku screamed in despair, but Yo-One's body was disappearing into the depth of the cliff. With Yo-One's energy dissipating, Mun Ku and others got down safely on the other side of the cliff and quickly turned to run to the cliff. Master. Yo-One's fire disappeared into the dark depth, and Mun Ku and Hu Bong screamed madly and tried to jump in. Yang Danwa held them to stop them. Jumping off here was an act of suicide. "Let me go, let me go!" Mun Ku screamed with tears running through her reddened eyes, and Yang Danwa slapped her. "Wake up! Are you going to kill yourself and have the Lord's sacrifice to go in vain?" Mun Ku was so heartbroken to hear this. It wasn't even a day since they found out about each other's feelings. This tragedy brought despair and grief to her. She then slumped down on the ground and began to wail. Hu Bong, who had been screaming toward the cliff, couldn't hold back his emotions either. No one imagined such thing would happen in that short amount of time. Damn it! Yang Danwa clenched his fist and blood dripped from it. He stopped these two people from jumping off, but Yang Danwa felt the same way. He was actually saved by the Lord whom he had to PR-tect, so he couldn't find the words to describe his despair. Their sadness had barely passed. Someone appeared through the bushes and Yang Danwa turned. Someone was walking out as if it was entertaining. It was the old man from the inn. "Why you? Oh ha, this is an unexpected prophet. Someone else bit the bait." The fire powder inside the cave was the old man's work. He seemed really glad about what just happened. It would have been harder if that one was alive, but he dropped down on his own. What a fortunate turn of events. "You!" Mun Ku then glared with reddened eyes. She became furious at the old man who seemed to be happy about Yo-One's death. "Oh. You were crying like a girl just now, but you are a man. But," the old man unleashed powerful energy, "you wouldn't last long." Yang Danwa's eyes turned grim. The old man was much more powerful than himself last night. "I am a bit busy, so I'll make this quick." The old man then smirked and charged. After about an hour, at a forest about 5 miles away from Sword Creek, someone was barely walking through the forest. Phew. He seemed exhausted and was breathing heavily. It was the old man who attacked Yo-One's remaining group. It seemed he had taken internal damage as his face was pale. "I thought I was lucky, but I guess not." The old man then stopped and rested his back on a large tree. He opened his senses to check if there were any chasers, if it wasn't for that girlish boy coming at me so fiercely. I would have taken care of them fast and also taken care of him too. He couldn't forget Mun Ku's eyes. Mun Ku charged at the old man like a woman who had lost her husband. The old man was much stronger, but he was overwhelmed by such a fierce attack. That's when the man that the old man baited came out and joined the fight, which resulted in the old man taking internal damage and retreating. Doesn't matter. I know which cave he came out from now. That was the original purpose anyway. He had gone through many caves, but he never found any entrances. That's why the old man exploded one of them to check, and it sure worked. Just a bit more to find his trace. I just need to tend to my wound and, The old man felt many people appearing nearby, but he didn't seem surprised. One of the men then appeared in front of the old man and knelt down. "Li Chung, at service of the Blade Sword Master?" The old man grinned. Chapter 275, Within the Sword Creek, 1. Chun Yo-won's body was engulfed with the flame that shot out from behind. The heat coming from the explosion was overwhelming and felt as if all the skin on Yo-won's back was melting. With fire all over his body, Yo-won couldn't withstand the pain and screamed. Ow. He tried to endure the pain and jump, but he couldn't fight against the power of the explosion. Yo-won was thrown out of the cave, and he couldn't do anything but drop down with his body on fire. He then caught a glimpse of Mun-ku's face gripped with despair as she saw Yo-won falling off the cliff. Although the fire burning his entire body, Yo-won's head was filled with Mun-ku's crying face that made his heart tight. With his body falling, the wind put out the fire that was on his body, activating self-healing mode to heal burns from the explosion. Even when he was dropping, Nano began healing the burns that were all over his body. His skin melted down into the muscles, but it quickly began to heal. The pain subsided quickly, but Yo-won was still dropping at an enormous speed, as at that deep, falling speed increasing. Danger. Danger. Nano's voice rang out, warning him of the situation. Yo-won had augmented reality on his eyes, so he saw Nano shooting red lights that showed numbers which seemed to be the speed of Yo-won's fall. Yo-won had once jumped off from a high mountain, but that wasn't long fall like this. As Yo-won kept falling through the dark depth, Yo-won was struck with the fear of death. Am I going to die here? Surely anyone would be facing death in such a situation. Pain, darkness, end, and nothingness. With all that coming into one's emotions, it was bound to put one into the depth of despair. User's heart rate increasing rapidly. Nano's voice warned of the danger, but Yo-won couldn't focus. The speed of this drop would shatter Yo-won's body into pieces the moment he dropped, which would render Nano's healing ability to be useless. Do I have to accept my death? Yo-won was about to accept it as his fate. That's when a sudden gush of wind swirled around, pushing Yo-won to the side. Ugh! Yo-won was shocked by sudden wind changing his course. His body then struck against the wall of the huge rock. But that wasn't the end. With the strong gush of wind, Yo-won's body was then thrown off to another side. Arg! Yo-won then came back to his senses from the pain. He almost succumbed to the fear of death, but he was able to get out of it. I can't die like this. There was something more fearful than death itself. Yo-won couldn't finish what he had set out to do yet. And to think that he couldn't see the woman's face whom he had given to the first time in his life, his head instantly cleared up. As Yo-won was flung about all over the place from the wind, he noticed something. He didn't see it when he was in fear, but now he saw it clearly. It's a sword. It wasn't like above under the word sword, but there were a lot of swords stuck in the wall. Ah! Yo-won then came up with an idea and reached to back of his waist. It's there. The white dragon blade still hung by his waist. He wasn't sure what the scabbard strap was made of, but it withstood the fire and was still hanging on Yo-won's waist. Yo-won then pulled out the white dragon blade. He then gripped the blade and took a deep breath. If I'm going to die, I'll at least die trying to survive. The strong gush of wind still threw him all over the place as he dropped. When he then was thrown to the other side of the wall, he made a move. Ha! Yo-won used all his might to strike down with white dragon blade against the wall. Whether it was the sharpness of the blade or the speed of the fall, but the blade began slicing through the wall as it stuck there. Arg! The impact broke Yo-won's right shoulder bone and ribs. Even if Yo-won's muscles were enhanced beyond the limit of a normal human, it didn't apply to his bones. Yo-won was trying to fight the gravity pulling him down, so his bone paid the price. Stop, please. And after falling straight through for about 15 meters, his dropping speed began to slow down and the blade soon came to a stop. It worked. It was very close. Yo-won almost died by dropping, but he had survived. He then glimpsed down and saw that the ground wasn't very deep down from here. Ugh! Detected disjointed shoulder and a bone fracture. Third right rib bone is broken. Initiating self-healing mode, Nano began to activate to heal broken bones, and the pain began to subside. Yo-won looked down and saw that he could easily jump down from the height he was currently at if he used the stepping skill. When the pain went away, Yo-One pulled out the blade and dropped safely. As he got on the ground, he slumped down and sighed in relief. Everything was dark, but he was still alive. Yo-One then realized martial arts wasn't everything. He was very powerful now, but he learned that there were situations that could still kill him. After resting for a bit, Yo-One got up. He now survived, so he had to find a way to go up the cliff. Nano, activate night vision mode. Activating night vision mode. Nano's voice rang and Yo-One's eyes turned to see the area clearly. Ah, Chapter 276. Within the Sword Creek, too. Yo-One's eye grew large. He thought there wasn't anything here, but there were many swords stuck in the ground. They had all rusted through time, so there weren't any useful swords. There are so many swords here. But it wasn't only swords that were here. There were countless skulls and bones scattered around. It seemed these were people who dropped through the cliff and died. Some were too old, barely recognizable if they were human, but there were some that were intact and still had clothes. I almost joined them. But why did they fall and die here? Yo-One became curious, but there was no way to find out. Yo-One hesitated for a bit, but he then took off one of the pieces of clothing from a skeleton. It's clothing from a dead person, but his original clothes were burned heavily, and they were in no state to be worn. Yo-One changed his clothing into the one he picked up and walked over to the cliff wall so he could find a way to climb back up. Yo-One thought it was better to find a way up on the opposite side of the giant rock, which was almost upright and slick on the surface. It's not much different here. The other side of the cliff was more rough, but it was actually angled backwards. There was no way of climbing up. Was this why there wasn't any information about this? Even if someone tried to climb down by using rope, that gush of wind would throw the person off balance. Is there any other way? Yo-One then began to look around just in case he might find something. As he began to walk around the giant rock, he came to a stop at some point. Yo-One became shocked. He thought maybe what he was seeing was a mistake. He was looking at many traces of a sword and a blade on the giant rock. Why is there a trace of fighting here? It was hard to understand. Yo-One was thrown off from the explosion, so he dropped against his intention. But why did all these people come all the way down here and fight? After checking these traces, Yo-One's eyes widened. The sword and blade traces were very familiar. Sword force of the Sky Demon. The clear sword trace was very similar to that of the sword force of the Sky Demon. There were few sword movements that didn't match, but the remaining movements were exactly the same. It seemed that this came later than the sword force of the Sky Demon. Wait, maybe? Yo-One looked up with shock. He thought he had seen the writing style of sword word up on the cliff somewhere, but he now realized it was Father Chun Ma's writing style. Yo-One then brought the black sword to take shape. He then looked at writings on the sword. Sky Demon sword. The sword word engraved on there was almost same as the sword engraved on the wall above. This meant that Father Chun Ma had come here and fought someone. That didn't seem all that impossible, as the recording of Lord's Palace showed that Father Chun Ma even set out to invade all sides, even through Habuk Castle, where this Sword Creek was at. But what made Yo-One shocked was different. What is up with this blade tracing? This blade trace was surely the blade skill of the blade god. Yo-One looked at the blade trace left on it and became shocked. I've never seen this. On blade traces that seemed to be the blade skill of the blade god, there were two formations that Yo-One was not familiar with. The two formations were more powerful than the six-blade formation that Yo-One learned. It seemed these two were the latter part of the blade skill. I thought the six formation was everything. I was wrong. Yo-One was beyond shocked to see the blade skill. This was almost as powerful as the sword force of the Sky Demon, except the last formation of the sword force. I didn't think this would be waiting for me here. Yo-One thought he was unlucky for falling down, but it was actually a blessing in disguise. It was unclear as to why it was here, but Yo-One luckily managed to come across a trace of two very powerful warriors fighting against each other, especially because Yo-One had Nano who could simulate this. Nano, scan it. Yo-One ordered Nano to scan the sword and blade traces. Yes, master. Nano scanned the trace and began analyzing. Yo-One was then walking through the traces and, he found something while he walked. This was different from the sword trace he saw. It was left there by combining something and had a word engraved below, impossible. It seemed whatever the writer was trying to do wasn't achieved. The writing style matched that of Father Chun Ma's. After looking closely, Yoan then realized that the sword trace here wasn't like a fighting trace that was left on the other places. It seemed this trace was left by trying something on it. Why is there the word impossible here? Yoan became confused and ordered Nano to extract these sword traces. When it was finished, Yoan ordered Nano, "Nano, show me the 3D image of these sword traces." "Yes, master." Initiating 3D view of the scanned sword trace. Complicated sword traces then began to show up with white lines flashing through, and Yoan was able to see sword movements. Yoan was shocked to see these movements in formation form. This is impossible. This was a sword skill that moved beyond conventional body movements, just like how the blade skill of Blade God did. Yoan was able to sense it instinctively. He tried to combine it. That was it. These sword traces that were marked impossible were the creation of Father Chun Ma, which came after fighting against the blade skill of the Blade God. Chapter 277, Within the Sword Creek, 3. Dark night. There was a place where the entire area was surrounded by giant rocks. There was opening on the top, so it was only visible from high up. And within the place, there was a large mansion. Inside the mansion's building, there were a whole bunch of pots brewing medicines and the storage of various medicinal herbs. It looked like a hospital of some kind from the first glimpse. This place was the hideout of the godly doctor located within the large rock of the Sword Creek. Inside, there were many beds with one man getting treated above it. The man was the fourth elder of demonic cult, Yang Danwa. He moaned in pain. "Ugh. All right, man up, will you?" There was an old woman holding on to Yang Danwa's head so he wouldn't move. She looked well over her 60s, but she had a very well-built body. Her thick arms reminded one of a heavily built body like Ko Wanger. There was the reason why Yang Danwa was such pain. It was because of the location of the wound. With the sword Kai cutting down on him from the right forehead down to the bottom of his eyes, he had lost his sight. It was a wound he got while fighting the old man from the inn. He had lost an eye, but it was fortunate that he survived. I would not have survived if it wasn't for Master Mun. She was worthy to be one of the 6 swords. She looked innocent and harmless usually, but Yang Danwa saw her raging through her attacks. Most warriors would lose control and go on a rampage in such anger, but Mun Ku helped Yang Danwa effectively to attack the old man. It was why they were able to hold out until he appeared. It's an amazing talent. Maybe we will have another woman warrior as powerful as Elder Yin in a few years. It was thanks to Mun Ku that they were alive. Yang Danwa valued this very highly. Even if he tried to endure, the sewing on his face was hurt, and when it was almost over, he heard wailing coming from the opposite bed. "Wah, Prince? How can this be?" There was a girl wailing with both hands on her face. It was Mun Ku. There was another woman, tall and large, hugging her. It was Hu Sangwa who was said to be missing. She was actually at the hideout of the godly doctor. Of course, there were others who were alive from the team. NNNGH, Master. And there was Hu Bong, with linen wrapped all around his body, lying down on the bed with an exhausted expression. He was moaning and crying with Baki sitting next to him with a dumbfounded face. He was just mumbling the same words. "I can't believe this." He just kept on saying the same thing. Baki and Hu Sangwa began doing this after they heard that Chun Yoan was caught in the explosion and fell off the cliff. "Well, you folks are quite different from one another." The old woman glanced back at Wailing and spoke. She was talking about Hu Sangwa and Baki, who didn't talk much, compared to Mun Ku and Hu Bong, who openly expressed their emotions. "But that master of yours must have been a good master, seeing that all of you are crying." Yang Danwa couldn't say anything to that. He too felt miserable to think about the dead Chun Yoan. He had to give his life for the sin of not being able to protect the Lord, but he had a job to do. The old woman finished sewing up the wound and dabbed mashed herbs over the wound. Yang Danwa then asked the woman carefully, "Godly doctor, The old woman was the godly doctor they had been searching for. She was the master of this hidden mansion and godly Dr. Gam Rasu. She raised her eyebrows and spoke. "What did I tell you to call me by?" "Granny Gam." The old woman didn't like to be called godly doctor, surprisingly. Yang Danwa first thought maybe she had learned martial arts from her physics, but she didn't know any martial arts. When Danwa became curious, Gam Rasu simply replied, "Well, you're a doctor, so you need to be in shape for long surgeries. Don't you think?" That was reasonable, of course, although Gam Rasu seemed to be overly trained for that. Yang Danwa then asked again. "Like I asked earlier, can I make a request to—" "Ugh." Gam Rasu then pushed on the wound where she was dabbing the medicine. Her strength was powerful. Yang Danwa had to stop speaking because of the pain. Ha! Strangely, Gam Rasu kept on cutting them off from asking on the request ever since they met. She then glanced at the entrance of the room, toward the two warriors watching her. It seemed they were keeping their eyes on the doctor. Is she concerned about them? Yang Danwa also realized her attitude wasn't normal, so he stopped his request. He didn't realize at first because he was only thankful for being saved, but he now knew that something strange was going on within this mansion. After patching up the wound and putting linen wrap over it, the godly Dr. Gam Rasu got up from her seat. She spoke to Yang Danwa. "Well, you will need at least 7 days of treatment. Get some rest now." Chapter 278, Within the Sword Creek 4. She then left the building with the two warriors standing guard following her. When she left, Yang Danwa heard a telepathic message coming to him. "Did you see that?" Yang Danwa turned to the direction, and there was a beautiful woman with thick eyebrows looking at him with her arms crossed, sitting on a bed on the opposite side. It was Second Elder Yin Moha. She too was safe. However, Yang Danwa saw Yin Moha's true face for the first time after he got here, so he looked awkward searching for Yin Moha's younger look. "I think she's being watched, and so are we." Two warriors who stood guard had left together with the doctor, but there were still eyes watching them from the dark. Yang Danwa felt the presence of people watching inside the room. That's why they were talking over telepathic messages. "Elder Yin, what is going on here?" They couldn't talk about it because Yang Danwa had to be treated by the doctor ever since he got here. Yin Moha sighed and answered, "We fought them when we got here. When Yin Moha and others first got to Sword Creek, someone attacked them. It was the warriors who came out from the hidden mansion, and they first attacked and asked who Yin Moha and the others were. They were within the territory of the forces of justice, so Yin Moha did not reveal who they were. But she just showed the orange tag and said they had come to meet the godly doctor. Warriors then became less wary and showed interest. That's when we were attacked by that old man from the inn and the other 3 powerful warriors. A new fight had begun. All 4 of these newly appeared warriors were so powerful that they killed the spy agent of Yin Moha's group instantly, and also killed 2 other warriors who came out from Hidden Mansion. And while Yin Moha was fighting against the old man, he appeared. Hing Wanya of Muden's strong sword. Her telepathic message sounded grim with the name, and Yang Danwa narrowed his eyes. So, it was him. Yang Danwa knew the name. Under the 5 most powerful warriors of the entire Yulin, there were those who were known as the Strong 9 who were said to be next 5 most powerful warriors. Hing Wanya was one of the strong and an elder of the Muden clan. He helped us to chase away the old man, and we were able to enter here. But we could not persuade the doctor yet. Just like Yang Danwa, Yin Moha and others requested the doctor to visit. She just kept on saying that it was hard to do that, even with the orange tag. Yin Moha speculated the reason Gam Rasu could not leave this place was related to Hing Wanya, who was protecting this place. What would be the reason? The godly doctor was definitely hiding something. The problem at hand was with the Muden's strong sword. It's fortunate that he doesn't know who we actually are. Yang Danwa didn't expect to find such a powerful and prominent figure in forces of justice here. What's interesting was that the other warriors beside Hing Wanya didn't seem like monks from the Muden clan. Yin Moha then sighed. Yes, but that will not last long. There was no way that a warrior like Hing Wanya would not become suspicious of them. Two of these visitors were superior master-level warriors, which were scarce in number, so it was likely that Hing Wunya will try to find out who they were. Maybe he knows and just wants to use us for a favor. Yin Moha then continued as she turned to the directions where she felt eyes watching them. In the other building, there was an old man with white beard talking to someone. These people were monks from the inn last night. Mu Jinya spoke. So that's why we lost contact with you, Elder Hing. Yes. They were surrounding the creek. I had no choice. The old man with a white beard was the Mudan strong sword, Hing Wunya. He explained why he had lost contact with the Mudan clan for a month. The reason was because of the old man from the inn. The old man and his cronies had been searching the area to find the hidden mansion, so Hing Wunya couldn't contact the clan. Elder, why don't we move the location to the Mudan or Jeggle family's place? If it is almost complete, I don't think the godly doctor needs to stay here anymore. It is better if we leave her alone. I know it is for the greater good, but our actions should be just. Yes, sir, you are right. But as you say, the godly doctor is almost complete with her work. With enemies located near our spot, it is better for us to move. They couldn't bear to move as they were now revealed. The entrance was equipped with a blue pearl stone gate with many traps, but it wasn't going to hold off enemies for long. Mu Jinya then asked, "But Elder, why did you help them?" "I'm sure that they are from either the forces of evil or from the demonic cult." He was talking about Chun Yo-won's group. Mu Jinya was shocked when he heard from Hing Wunya that the group had at least 2 superior master-level warriors. That level of power was not to come by often. Brother Mu is right, Elder. Monks from the Mudan clan were suspicious of Yo-won's group after they found out that Yo-won had a mask on his face. There was a chance that there were powerful warriors in hiding and were not known, but if 2 superior warriors were in one group, it was likely that they were from one of the 3 main forces of Yulin. They knew all powerful warriors from the forces of justice, so the educated guess would come down to the other 2 forces, and they want godly doctor too. Chapter 279, Within the Sword Creek 5. They will help us, Hing Wunya said. Wait, are you going to ask them too? No. We will use them as our shield and let them fight our enemy, while we return to Mudan Mountain with the godly doctor. Yes, Elder, that sounds like a plan. Mu Jinya nodded in astonishment. He was concerned about Yo-won's group as much as the enemy outside, so this plan sounded very good. It didn't matter if Yo-won's group was from the current ally, the demonic cult. At the same time, below the cliff, a sound of wind gushing from the movement filled the area. Within the darkness, a young man was moving quickly through with his sword. It was Chun Yo-won. He had been practicing sword formations for 2 hours already, but he was doing something entirely different from what he knew before. The formation that continued smoothly suddenly came to a stop, and Yo-won's body shook. This resulted because the movements couldn't be connected flawlessly. Ha ha! Yo-won slumped down with exhaustion to rest. His forehead was drenched with sweat. This isn't easy. It was hard to combine 2 legendary martial arts skills into one. What he was trying until now was an attempt to combine the sword force of the Sky Demon with the blade skill of the Blade God. Yo-won remembered what happened 4 hours ago. He first was so shocked when he saw the trace left by Father Chun Ma. How can he come up with such an idea? He was astounded by the idea that he didn't even come to cross. He was only focused on training the completed martial art, but Father Chun Ma was trying new things with the martial art he had encountered for the first time, although it resulted in a failure. Physical limitation. Chun Ma was the best in martial arts and the sword, but there was something he couldn't overcome. Even if he had body best fit for martial arts, there was a limit to how far the muscle and its fibers could be strengthened. But the blade skill of the Blade God was only possible when the physical ability was up to its limit. Chun Ma tried to combine its traits into his sword skill, and after a few tries, he came to a conclusion. Impossible. But Yo-won was different. After analyzing the sword force of the Sky Demon, the blade skill of the Blade God, and blood reversion art, his muscles and physical traits were increased beyond the limit of a mere person. Yo-won was able to use the formation that Chun Ma made for a test run very easily. But this wasn't the completed version as Chun Ma stopped developing it, so Yo-won had to take it as a guideline to do it on his own. It's hard. It was possible in theory, but combining and using it was a different story. The sword force of the Sky Demon was already perfect in its original form, so Yo-won had to create an entirely new formation. Let's try again. After a bit of a rest, Yo-won got up again and began moving his body to use the sword formation. He was also using Nano to analyze the simulation. But he wanted to cross the limit by himself and learn the understanding through it. Yo-won didn't rest while he tried many sword movements in an effort to combine the two. Ha! Ha! I'm exhausted. After 2 hours, Yo-won was now fully exhausted. Almost 4 hours of non-stop usage of the sword force of the Sky Demon depleted his internal energy completely. How could he create a new sword skill that broke the limit that was set in place? He tried many ways but failed constantly. I cannot combine the sword movements if it goes over the current limit. I have to make it work in balance. He had to create new sword movements that could work in balance through all of its movement. After thinking for a while as he lied down, Yo-won then came up with a sudden idea in his head. Yeah, let's not use all of the movements I have right now. If it doesn't fit in well, then I might as well as just take it out. If I stop limiting myself and be free to create the balance, it will be free. The sword movements he had, and thinking about the new movements that could work together with it. Yo-won then came to an unexpected situation. The understanding often came when he didn't even think about it. To create a balance, I need freedom. It is created by not locking myself in, but by opening it. Superior master level was achieved by bringing what one already had into perfect completion in one circle. The reason why a warrior at the superior master level can control its internal energy was because of this understanding of having understood how to bring everything into one. But the higher level required another understanding. It required not limiting oneself to controlling the energy, but to be freed from it. When one finds balance to let the energy flow freely in and out of the body, this understanding would be the one to bring warriors to the supreme master level. Yo-won's body began to shine brightly with the bright lights, and the area around him began to storm. The energy from the environment was sucked into Yo-won's empty body where his energy had been depleted. The energy of the environment began running through Yo-won's body, and a change began to come onto Yo-won, who was already sitting down meditating. Chapter 280, Within the Sword Creek, 6. The godly doctor was known to the people of Yulin as a dignified-looking old man who looked like an aristocrat. But her true self was entirely different from her rumors. An old man with a small body but with heavy and thick muscle. That was the godly doctor, Rasu. Hemp. Why did you want to see me? I'm busy. Rasu spoke to Hingwanya, who called her to his room at the mansion. She seemed uncomfortable that she was called, and Hingwanya smiled softly. To God Almighty, this humble monk had a message to tell you, Granny Gam. The man only spoke like this when he had some uncomfortable request. Rasu became concerned and asked back, a message? What is it? I think we have to pack up and leave this place by early morning. Leave from this Sword Creek? Yes, that is correct. Rasu turned furious at request to pack up to leave. This place was home to her and her ancestors. She had been living here for all her life, so it didn't sound all that well to hear that she had to leave. This is different from what you promised. I was promised to stay in exchange for fulfilling your request, and you promised that if I complete the project that you will. Leave from your home, yes, but the situation has changed. Changed to what? Are you talking about those ones outside? There were always those lurking around. It's not anything new. There were many who came to Sword Creek in search of the godly doctor. But the only times when godly doctor and her ancestors left the mansion was through the orange tag bearers who acquired the tag from long-time acquaintances. I am sure you are aware that this is different from the past. Hingwanya's voice began to drop low. It seemed he had given up on persuading. They are different. They are more dangerous than any of the other enemies you have seen. If you get kidnapped before you finish your project, our operation will fail. Hingwanya walked up in front of the doctor and spoke. You promised that you will help us for the peace of Yulin after you lost the one you hold dear. Please let us protect you from evil. Ugh, Hing Wanya insisted heavily, and Gam Rasu's eyes shook with anger. She was sad that her current state and regretted how it came down to this. She started on work with good cause, but the direction didn't seem to be going as she first thought. Gam Rasu's silence was taken as agreement, and Hing Wanya smiled again. You should finish packing up by 3 a.m. He then let the doctor return to her office so she could pack up. When Gam Rasu returned, a man with dark clothing came in. Report. It is as you said, Elder. There are suspicious movements detected around the forest outside the creek. Numbers are increasing, so they'll be coming in by the morning. It was what the scout had found outside the creek. We must make haste. Are you using them as bait? The man was talking about Chun Yowan's group. Their plan was to have them stay behind the mansion and act as a barrier while they got out of the creek and returned safely. Hing Wanya smiled. Yes, they will work well for their purpose. We will leave as soon as the doctor is finished packing up. Yes, Elder. While Hing Wanya was talking with the scout, Gam Rasu returned to her office. Her office was used as her lab, so it had many medicinal tools and books that helped her with the study. There was a lot of weird stuff inside, where one wall had a skeleton that was preserved through medication set upon the wall. It was a creepy sight if one entered without any knowledge, but the skeleton had its waist area cut off as if it was cut into half when it was killed. An NGH. She threw one of the dishes she used to hold herbs to ease her rage. It was devastating that she had to abandon the home that her family had lived in for generations. But she had no choice, as the enemy would surely come to attack her if she didn't leave. My path is surrounded by enemies. But was there a difference with enemies outside to those of Hing Wanya's group? Gam Rasu shook her head and glanced at two warriors watching over her by the door. If she refused, they were likely to force her to follow them anyway. I have no choice. She had no option, so she had to take as much as she could. She then walked over the bookshelves on the left side of the room and took out a book that read Herb List. When she opened, there was a small book inside the book. But this book seemed to be created with different material. When she opened the small book, there was the writing of simplified characters that was hard to read. It was hard to explain, but there were also drawings of humans inside out with details. This was like a treasure to any doctor. I will need this to complete the project. This book was a treasure she had got from her ancestors. After putting the book into her inner pocket, she packed tools and other stuff she needed. That's when some noise came from outside. I told you, the doctor is busy right now. Hey, we have a patient here, and we have a doctor here, right? Isn't it the doctor's job is to tend to patients? Come on. Ugh. Someone was trying to enter the office while warriors at the door were blocking them. The commotion kept on going, so Gam Rasu became curious and opened the door to check what was going on. These people. It was Hu Bong and Hu Sangwa. Hu Bong was helping Hu Sangwa stand, who was bigger than him. She insisted her breast was aching. What is it? It's nothing, Granny Gam. You should finish what you were doing. Hu Bong frowned at the warrior's words and shouted angrily. Wow, it's nothing. Are you suggesting to the doctor that she ignore her patient? Be quiet. Chapter 281. Within the Sword Creek, 7. Warriors frowned at Hu Bong's strong protest. They had to let Gam Rasu prepare to leave, but blocking her from tending to the patient also seemed too suspicious. Gam Rasu then walked over and placed her hand over Hu Sangwa's wrist to check on the pulse. She then frowned weirdly. Her pulse. The warrior then asked the doctor, "Is it bad?" Gam Rasu fell silent for a second, but nodded in response. "Yes, I will have to take a look. Don't worry. It will be quick. HMPH. Okay." The warrior nodded and allowed Hu Bong and Hu Sangwa to enter. Hu Bong then helped Hu Sangwa walk inside and had her lie down on the bed. He then spoke to the warriors who followed into the office. "We should get out." Warriors frowned at the unexpected request. "What are you talking about? We have to protect Granny Gam." "Wow, are you saying that you will stay and watch a woman's private parts? Are you serious?" What? Two warriors became dumbfounded at Hu Bong's words. Hu Bong then pointed at Hu Sangwa's breasts and shouted, "Do you really want to see her naked body?" Two warriors became dumbfounded and tried to protest in order to explain. And no, I mean we are just. Godly Dr. Gam Rasu then added onto Hubong's claim. I will need to take off the patient's clothes. You men should stay outside. Are you going to tell me you are going to stay and watch her get naked? Ugh, okay, we'll be outside. Make sure you do this quickly. They were ordered to stay by the doctor and never let her stay with these people without their watch, but there was no use. Hubong made a ruckus, so they couldn't take their eyes off from her chest. They insisted that the doctor make this quick and went out with Hubong. Early morning. The energy of the environment became very full. Every time he circulated the energy, it felt like if he was one with the environment. And on the ground at the cliff, there was a large crater that was not there last night, and within that crater, Yowon stood. His eyes were full of understanding unlike before. He took in a slow, deep breath and let out and opened his right fist. I don't have any limit over my internal energy anymore. Every time he circulated energy within, the internal energy replenished instantly as it sucked the energy from the environment. At this rate, he had no limit of any energy usage unless he uses the strongest skill, which would require huge amount of energy usage. I can also increase the output to almost 3 times. His limit of energy usage, or the limit to control the energy within him, also increased by a large amount. It was not even close to when he was yet a superior master level. Yowon gasped with astonishment. I'm lucky. I've reached supreme master level. With unexpected understanding, Yowon was able to break the barrier. He was trying to find the balance between sword movements of sword force of the sky demon, but it actually worked to help him break the barrier to go up to the supreme master level. Yowon looked up to yet dark morning sky. The color was now turning to dark blue. It was the sign that morning was almost here. No, he wanted to take this time to focus on creating the new sword skill, but he had wasted too much time here. He was trying to find the way out, but instead came across the traces of Father Chun Ma and forgot about his servants above the cliff. I didn't find the balance among the movements, but I got something else. He wasn't talking about becoming the supreme master warrior. He was talking about something different. Let's get out first. With his minds coming back to reality, he became concerned about a lot of things. It must have been shocking to his people to see him fall to the cliff with fires over his body. It was especially concerning to think about Mun Ku. Yowon expected Mun Ku would think he's dead and be terribly sad from it. How should I go up? But he couldn't find a way up yet. After thinking about it for a while, Yowon looked at all swords that were stuck on the ground and the wall and thought, wait, I don't need to find a way anymore. I can just make a way. At the same time, in a hidden mansion within Sword Creek, a man with black clothes entered Hing Wonya's room. Is it prepared? Yes, Elder, the doctor is done with her preparations. Good, are they still sleeping? Yes, we have eyes on them. I will take a look at them again, just in case. There were 5 warriors standing watch at the medical room where guests were sleeping. If there was any problem, they would have known already. Go check and return with watchers down to the secret passage. Bring the doctor there. I will take my monks from the clan. Yes, Elder. If guests realized something was wrong, they would have left the mansion already. They planned to unlock the entrance to the hidden mansion, so it was likely that the enemies will rush in quickly. That would help them escape without any danger. The black-clothed man took the final mission and went to the medical room. He frowned as he got to the front of the building. Something was strange. There had to be 2 watchers on the roof, but they weren't anywhere to be seen. Wait. He then carefully opened the door and peeked in. There were 5 shadows over the bed in the dark room. He heard light breathing, so it's certainly these people were still sleeping. There's no problem here. Then where did they go? Wait. The man became shocked and walked in through the door. There was supposed to be 6 people in the room, but there were only 5. Who's missing? The man then carefully walked over to the bed and checked the face of the person on the bed. Damn it! The man on the bed was one of the watchers who had to be on the roof. He had his blood points sealed and had fallen unconscious. The man checked on everyone's beds, and they were all those who were assigned to stay on watch. They're gone. Chapter 282, Emergence 1. A strong gush of wind threw Chun Yowan's balance off, messing up his stepping skill. He tried to regain balance, but the rusted sword couldn't hold him up and broke down. Yowan fell back down the cliff. He had climbed all the way up here, but he was about to lose everything. No, Yowan quickly pulled out his white dragon blade and stuck it into the wall. Luckily, it wasn't long before he started dropping, so he was able to stop without being dragged down too far. He fell only about few meters, but it was enough to make his heart sink. Yowan panted as he looked up. Ha, damn it. I should have thought about that gust. The idea was to control all swords stuck on the wall with the air sword technique, to stick them into the wall so that he can use them as stepping places. If he created the way up, then he could probably climb up without much problems. But the strong gush of wind in the middle set him off the balance. There was no way a mere human could walk past shaky steps under a storm. I can't go past this area with the stepping skill. Even the master of stepping skills, Marakim, would not be able to possible to walk up such a place. Yowan then resorted to the last method. The black metal over both arms scattered apart and formed it the black sword. With the white dragon blade on his right and the sky demon's sword on his left, Yowan reached up and stuck the black sword into the wall. With the help of muscle strength and energy, it was easy to stick the sword into the stone wall. It also helped that his weapons were legendary weapons. Yowan then pulled out the white dragon blade with his right hand and stuck it higher above the place where his sky demon sword was stuck. This will take time, but there's no other way. The gush of wind didn't allow him to run up, so this was the safest way for him to climb. But would take much more time. Let's do it quick. Yowan began to climb up slowly but consistently. The man who came out of the medical room then ran to Gam Rasu's office. Didn't the sleep medication work? They had put in sleeping medication into medicine soup distributed to those people. He thought they would have been sleeping from the effect of the medication. But if they didn't fall asleep and disappeared, it was easy to see what they were trying to do. Follow me. Yes, sir. Warriors who were assigned on the way followed. There was no way the man could handle 6 powerful warriors. And as soon as he got to the place, he burst the door open, destroying the door. He didn't care, as they were going to abandon the mansion anyway. What? The doctor was missing from the office. There were only 2 warriors who were supposedly guarding the gate, unconscious. Warriors walked over to them and checked. They are dead. These warriors had their throats cut down and died without even managing to scream. These warriors were alive just until 30 minutes ago. Damn it! Something was going terribly wrong. The fact that the godly doctor missing was more troubling than the missing 6 people. The man ran out and shouted, "The doctor is missing. Find the doctor." What? The doctor's missing? Warriors who heard the shouts began to search through the mansion. The man then quickly headed toward Hingwanya to report, who would have been waiting at the secret passage. And when he got there, he saw monks of the Mudan clan waiting outside the secret passage. It's not opening. The passage was made to be opened by using the lever made next to it, but it was broken, and a few monks were trying hard to open the door. But there was no way they could open the blue pearl stone door that had been sealed. The man then found Hingwanya between them and ran up to him. What's going on? Where did the doctor go? There was no way that he did not hear the shouts. Hingwanya asked back furiously, and the man reported. Elder, the 6 people in the medical room went missing along with the doctor. I ordered a search throughout the mansion, but... Hingwanya stomped on the ground from fury before the man could finish. The ground cracked, showing how furious he was. Hingwanya pointed at the secret passageway and shouted, "Search! They already destroyed the door of the secret exit and escaped. There's no use searching here. What? No, we were fooled." The man then realized that they were played. They were too late. It wasn't sure how, but they found the secret passageway and escaped with it, destroying it behind. This meant that they were helped. It was likely that their help was given by the godly doctor. She turned against us. Hingwanya left the shocked man behind and pulled out his sword. Hingwanya then spoke to his monks. "Move out of the way." The mechanism of the door was broken, so they had to break their way out, and it was when monks were about to move away. There was an explosion toward the entrance of the mansion. It was similar to the explosion they heard last night. It was a sign that enemies were on the move. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the area. They then tried to make haste when, ambush, enemies are coming. Enemies are already inside the mansion. They heard warriors shouting toward the entrance. Hingwanya became dumbfounded. There was no way that one explosion would break open the gate. The gate was sealed by many traps and thick blue pearl stone. Wait. Hingwanya frowned. This situation was exactly the same plan that he was going to use while he ran through the escape route. But instead, it was him and his group that was trapped inside while the enemies were coming in. Gamrasu? That old hag. Chapter 283. Emergence 2. While Hingwanya was furious within the mansion, there were 7 figures hurrying through the cave where the secret passageway led them out. It was Chun Yowan's group. Hu Bong grinned as he heard the noise coming from the far end of the tunnel behind him. Heh. They must have come into the mansion now. Good. It was Yang Danwa who came up with the plan. Of course, it was thanks to Hu Bong and Hu Sangwa who acted as patients that they managed to take out godly Dr. Gam Rasu with them. NNGH, Bakki's face was red. Hu Bong was injured, so Bakki volunteered to carry Gam Rasu on his back, but she was very well built with heavy muscles, so she was heavier than Bakki thought. HMPH, you're weaker than you look. Gam Rasu spoke to Bakki and Bakki brought up his internal energy. He couldn't hold her up with just his physical strength alone. We have no time to waste. Come on. Yes, ma'am. Yin Moha ordered as they ran. There were too many enemies, so it was likely that the people left at the mansion wouldn't last long. They had to get out of Sword Creek while the fights went on at the mansion. After a while of running, they saw the end, but the exit was blocked. It's blocked. It's just blocked by a simple rock. You can just push it out. Gamrasu spoke, and Yin Moha nodded and pushed the rock. With her powerful energy, the rock was pushed out. A light? With the rock being pushed out, light came into the cave. It wasn't morning yet, so it was still a bit dark outside. The rock was pushed out all the way and dropped. They saw the cliff on the opposite side. However, there were many people at the other end, and Yin Moha and the others turned grim. There were at least over 20 enemies. It seemed not all of them had entered the mansion. At least the old man isn't here or any other powerful warrior. If there was, then it would be dangerous. These 20 enemies didn't seem to be much of a threat. I'll make a path. Stay close. Yin Moha spoke and all of them nodded. She ran quickly and jumped across a 30-meter range. As soon as she got down on the ground, she pulled out her sword. She then charged at masked men nearby, and they tried to defend, but... Arg! The third formation of True Demon's sword cut their necks immediately, killing them. Yin Moha then tried to attack the others, but one masked man blew the whistle that he had on his neck. No. She knew what the man was trying to do, so Yin Moha threw bullet Force Kai at the man. The Force Kai shot past in trying to cut down the man, but other masked man pushed the man with the whistle. Damn it, Yang Danwa held on Hu Bong and jumped. All of Yowan's members then jumped across as they all heard the whistle. But it was too late. Masked men began gathering after they heard the whistle. The number was much more than they first thought. It was even curious how this many people came into Sword Creek. There's more than 100. How many were here? They thought the old man from the inn was alone, but that wasn't true. Then powerful energy came down at Yin Moha. Ugh, she quickly raised her sword to defend. It was Bullet Force Kai. She used 100% of her energy to defend, but the power of Bullet Force Kai was so strong that she was pushed back until the energy dissipated. This presence. She turned toward the direction where Force Kai came from. Ah, it was the old man from the inn. She hoped the man would be inside the mansion, but it seemed he had been waiting outside. The old man seemed happy to find them out here. Ha, as expected. I didn't think there was only one way out from that place. The old man thought there would be multiple entrances, so he had waited outside. The old man glanced over and glared at Gam Rasu. Oh, I didn't know the godly doctor was an old woman. He recognized the godly doctor right away. He had seen the other people once, so it wasn't hard for him to recognize the doctor. Mun Ku then gritted her teeth when she saw the face of the old man. Rage came back to her as she saw the person who led Yowon to his death. But Yin Moha and Yang Danwa were frustrated by the situation. This is bad. It was hard enough to handle the old man, but the man standing next to him was also problematic. The man didn't have any mask on like the old man, but he seemed to be very powerful. It was likely that he was at least an entry-level superior master warrior. Master Li. I'll take care of those two, so get the rest and bring back the doctor. Yes, sir. The old man pointed at Yin Moha and Yang Danwa. He didn't like that he had to retreat before getting rid of them twice. The old man then pulled out a thick sword from his waist. Shall we start then? The old man disappeared and quickly closed in on Yin Moha. Ugh! Yin Moha took steps to put distance and shouted, "Protect Granny Gam!" They had to have Granny Gam escape this place and take her to the Mountain of 10,000. Hu Bong, Hu Sangwa and Mun Ku circled around Baki, who had Gam Rasu on his back. There were too many enemies, so they had to stick together. Elder Yang, I will take this old man. Kill the other man, got it. Yang Danwa pulled out the blade and tried to jump at the man called Master Li, but the old man instantly turned and blocked Yang Danwa. Huh, where do you think you are going? You too are with me. And with that, Master Li quickly charged toward 3 people who were protecting the godly doctor. He ran straight at Mun Ku. Mun Ku brought up the energy on her both hands to defend. Master Li became surprised and swung his sword to his right. A sword. What was thrown at him was a rusted sword. He had to defend because he felt something being shot at him, but the power held within was too strong. Master Li was pushed away by the strong energy contained within the rusted sword. He then used all of his energy to push away the sword. The sword crashed immediately. Air sword? Who? The attack was surely made through an air sword. The man then turned to the direction where the sword was thrown from. It was toward the stone rock at the cliff, but there was no one there. What? What is going on, huh? That's when something unbelievable happened. The rock is shaking? Rock? No, that's not it, Master Li thought as one of the masked men shouted. What was shaking was the hundreds of swords stuck in the wall. With the weird phenomena, everyone turned in the direction. Then the swords began to be pulled out from the wall. They floated above the ground and were aimed toward the masked men. What? Swords are moving? All the masked men became shocked. What is happening? The old man too seemed to be shocked from what was going on. Hundreds of swords were floating in the air, and there was something rising up from the cliff. What? It was a young man with long black hair and a black robe. The man was on a black sword rising up from it. The sight was as if the demon god was emerging from the demonic realm. Mun Ku's eye became large with shock, then soon turned teary and she shouted, "Prince, Chapter 284, Emergence 3. After climbing up for a long time using the Sky Demon's sword and the White Dragon blade, Chun Yowon was finally able to get out of the dangerous area. The winds died down, and now Yowon felt a lot of presences above. He could now sense further than when he was at the superior master level. There are a lot. Yowon became concerned. He wasn't sure what happened while he was down at the cliff. All those people above the cliff were martial artists. Yin Moha? Yowon then felt familiar energy. It was the energy of Yin Moha, Baki, and Hu Sangwa who were missing. They were alive. Yowon then thought he should make his way up quickly. All other presences he felt were hostile. He wasn't sure what might happen if he didn't hurry up. I don't think I have to do this anymore. Yowon then tried to create a step up again by using air sword, but then he saw someone jumping across the cliff above. And one of the figures had very familiar energy. Mun Ku. It was Mun Ku. There were others who were crossing the cliff. And on the other side where they were jumping off to, more martial artists were gathering, some of whom were very dangerous. It seemed one of them was the old man that Yowon fought at the inn. He couldn't sense him before, but now with the Supreme Master level, he was able to sense the old man. I have to be quick, but the way he used the method until now was slow. Yowon then changed his way of climbing. It was a change in ideas. Wait, if I can control the sword, isn't it better if I control it while carrying me? It was the air sword flying technique. Yowon didn't know this, but there was an unconfirmed legend that there were some supreme-level warriors that flew around with the swords. Yowon had just come to this idea himself, however. Yowon placed the Sky Demon's sword over his hand and sent energy into it. The sword began to move freely, and Yowon placed his both foot over the sword. It felt weird, as if he was stepping on nothing, but he had no time to think about the feeling. Yowon sent energy to make his foot connect tightly to the sword and moved it to rise above. Yowon then sensed about 150 warriors above and chose to use air sword. Hundreds of swords floated above, waiting to be ordered. They floated as if they would charge with the flick of Yowon's finger. Masked warriors couldn't move as they were tense from being aimed. "Prince!" Mun-Ku shouted with tears running down her cheek, and it wasn't only her who was crying. Master, you were alive?" Wah, Hu Bong and Hu Sangwa also cried at Yowon's appearance. What was crazier were the floating swords around him. It was surely the use of air sword. Did the Lord become a supreme master warrior? Yin Moha's eye turned large as she looked at Yowon. He was at the same power-up until while ago. But after hearing that he had dropped to the cliff and died, Yowon returned in a day with entirely different power. Is he really chosen by the demon god? It was hard to describe it any other way. The sight of him with black robe and floating in the air with hundreds of swords actually made him more like a demon god himself. He should have died in that cliff. The old man saw Yowon fall into the cliff with fire on his body. Even if it was the old man himself, there was no way he could survive from dropping into that cliff while on fire. He's different man from 2 days ago. The old man sensed Yowon to be at the end stage of superior master level. But if he was using air sword, he was surely at the supreme master level. And if he could control this many swords, it's not just entry. He's definitely at the supreme master level. This was unbelievable. Was there some treasure hidden beneath that cliff? The old man then turned to glance at the godly doctor. No, that old woman should be carrying that. The old man speculated if the one he was looking for was down the cliff, but that didn't seem likely. The old man shouted at Yowon. "You're lucky to be alive. Ha ha ha. Welcome to the world of highest powers." World of highest powers meant supreme master level to the people of Yulin. Among tens of thousands of martial artists, there were only a handful of people who reached the supreme master level. Masked men were fearful of Yowon's appearance, however, as all these swords presented were very threatening. And Yowon floating alongside these swords made him look like a monster or a demon. The old man shouted, "Stop bluffing, and why don't you come and fight me? You think I don't know that you can't control all of those swords?" This wasn't a lie. The old man was also an entry-level supreme master warrior. He knew how to use air sword, but he also knew that the technique didn't work well against powerful warriors with equal strength. And there was also a clear limit as to how many numbers of swords one can control, as there was a limit to how many things one could think at once. Chapter 285. Emergence 4. Even that fool who only trains in energy force said 12 was the limit. That's just a bluff. Even controlling 12 was limited to simple movements. Most people who could control swords with air sword was limited to 3 to 5. He's a fool. Trying to bluff in front of the same supreme master level warrior. The old man was certain that all those floating swords were just a show. It was probably Yowon's plan to demoralize enemies as they were outnumbered. Yowon then spoke to the old man. "Do you think it's a bluff?" "Oh, if not, then why don't you show?" But before the old man could finish, Yowon aimed his finger at the masked men. Hundreds of swords then began to make a move. No way. That's not going to work. The old man shook his head. Something didn't feel right, but he denied the possibility and held on his sword and tried to jump toward Yowon. At that moment, Yowon ordered Nano. "Nano, help me with this." Nano's voice responded within Yowon's head, activating self-targeting system on all of 128 swords per user order. Locking onto all targets, Yowon's eye already had augmented reality activated, and he saw red spotlights aimed at every masked man. It also targeted the old man who was now charging at him. Yowon then raised his hand up, attack commencing, and the 128 swords immediately began to move at once. It was a sight to behold. Countless swords moved on their own as if they were alive and charged at the masked men. And no way. This is impossible. The masked men tried to defend themselves by using their weapons, but the speed of these swords was equal to the speed of Yowon using the sword by himself. Arg! Ugh! Tens of masked warriors immediately were penetrated and cut by the swords. Blood splattered all around and screaming filled the area. Stop! Stop it! What do you suppose we do? Masked warriors shouted frantically as they tried to defend themselves by using formations, but they couldn't do anything. There was no way to defend against these swords unleashing powerful sword skills. The area became a bloodbath, and the old man frowned. How can this be? He was looking at it with his own eyes, but he still couldn't believe it. He didn't imagine that he would see hundreds of swords controlled perfectly at once. What kind of brain could achieve this? This is not possible. Of course, it was not possible for any normal human. But with help of Nano, it was able to control everything through Yowon's brain, especially these movements that no ordinary man could do. It was Nano that made impossible to become possible. You are not an exception. Yowon aimed his finger at the old man. What? 4 swords immediately charged at the old man, and he quickly moved his sword to deflect it. Swords used a powerful sword skill, but they were all rusted, so they all shattered when the old man struck them down. You think I'm a fool, Huh? But Yowon was no longer in the air. Yowon knew very well that there was no way to kill the old man with rusted swords. Arg! Swords flew around, splattering blood everywhere. The screams filled the entire space. Yowon heard the sound ringing through as he ran. It felt as if time was flowing slowly on him. Yowon shot past the masked men who were falling down. Faster! At the destination, the man who was called Master Li was striking down at Mun Ku. He was trying to take the godly doctor when the situation began to turn against them. Mun Ku was raising her hand to defend, but she was a bit late. The sword was coming fast at her head. At that moment, Yowon's Sky Demon's sword swung up and struck against the man's sword. The man's eye grew large as his hand was thrown upward. When did you? His eyes saw Yowon appearing suddenly in front of him, but that wasn't the end. With throwing the sword away by using Sky Demon's sword on the right, Yowon's left hand was already upon the man's neck. And when the blade touched his skin, the man then realized. His eyes shook from the shock when the blade sliced past his neck. The time came back to normal speed. This was the world that Supreme Master-level warriors were seeing. Huh? Mun Ku, who was trying to defend against the attack, became surprised and stopped. The sword that was coming at her was already in the air and a line. A red line appeared on the man's neck, and soon his head was cut and it fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from the neck, and Yowon kicked the body away so that the blood would not splatter over Mun Ku. Prince? Her eyes teared up as she realized it was Chun Yowon who saved her from danger. And at the same time, another man was furious from the turn of events he just witnessed. It was the old man who lost trace of Chun Yowon while trying to defend himself against 4 swords. He finally realized where and what Yowon had done. Chapter 286. Emergence 5. The power difference between an entry level of Superior Master Warrior and a Supreme Master Warrior was too large. Master Li lost his life so easily at such a difference. Prince, Chun Yowon wiped tears off Mun Ku's face and patted her head softly. I'm sorry. I thought you were really dead. Her voice was coarse from crying all night. That's when Yowon's body dwindled. His head became dizzy and sharp pain came to his entire brain. Prince? Mun Ku helped him up and became surprised to see veins popping up over his forehead. Energy usage exceeded 75% of total energy stored within the body. Stopping self-targeting mode due to brain function overload. With Nano's voice, the energy draining from Yowon's body stopped immediately. The headache also subsided, and when the self-targeting mode stopped, so all swords lost power and dropped to the ground. The sword stopped. These swords were rusted in the first place, so they were already badly damaged while attacking, but after dropping to the ground, they shattered immediately. It was too much. Yowan held up his numb head and got up. Nano helped him, but it was his own body that did the control, so it was too much of a burden on his brain and energy. I can only last 3 minutes. It only lasted 3 minutes, but it was still a monstrous ability to control hundreds of swords. On the field, there were only about 18 masked warriors left. Monster. Is he really a demon god? The attack stopped, but all masked men had lost the will to fight. A total of 80% of them had died just in a few minutes, so they were too afraid to even make a move. I have to take care of the rest. Yowan took a deep breath and tried to replenish used energy by sucking up the energy around him. Yah-woo-woo! The old man was already upon Yowan, attacking him with rage. Get back! Yowan pushed Mun Ku away and swung his sky demon's sword to defend against the old man's sword. The two swords struck against each other, creating a powerful energy force gushing out within them, pushing others way into the back, just by swords colliding. Baki became surprised and took steps to get away from them in order to protect Gam Rasu. Other people who protected Baki also got back. The old man narrowed his eyes. I thought he used all of his energy. He didn't. The old man used 100% of his energy to attack, but it was his hand that was shaking due to the tremendous energy coming in. This was due to the power difference between them. It's lucky Nano cut me off before I used all of my energy. Yowan was relieved, as he would have died to this attack if he had used all of his energy. Yowan then swung his blade to kill the old man, just like how he did it with the other man. But the old man brought up his hand with Force Kai over it to defend. Get the doctor. The old man then roared at the surviving masked men. They then came back to their senses. Why, yes, sir. They had to get the doctor while their leader was fighting that monster. They quickly charged toward Hu Sangwa, Hu Bong, and Mun Ku, but there was one thing they didn't consider. Arg. Yang Danwa, who came at them, suddenly cut his neck instantly. Fools. That's not possible. It wasn't only Yang Danwa. Yin Moha also quickly jumped to attack the masked men who were trying to attack. They are too strong. Yin Moha didn't even use a sword formation in dealing with the enemies. These masked warriors were powerful, but they were no match against superior master-level warriors. The old man frowned. Ugh, this monster ruined everything. Who is this monster and these people? He didn't hear anything about them. Chun Yowan's power surely almost equaled the top 5 warriors of Yulin. But the old man had information about those 5 warriors and the strong 9 beneath them. He had never heard of a young man like his enemy being so strong. Even if he's exhausted, we are outnumbered. The situation had turned around. There was no way for the old man to deal with all of them. I have no choice. I'll attack with the best skill I have to injure this monster and escape. The old man made a decision. He was angry that his long-prepared plan had been busted and lost many men, but he had to get away if he wanted to live. It's a shame I can't kill him while he used up his energy. He wasn't sure if he could finish Yowan under one formation, but he had to run away now. Huh, he's doing something. Yowan became surprised as the old man swung his sword to send Yowan's sword down. Yowan and the old man's 2 swords struck the ground. The old man then took the chance to get away, unleashing his best skill. Take this. With powerful energy gathering at the tip of his sword, the powerful sword skill was unleashed. But this sword formation was very familiar. The angles that the swords were coming in, unlike any ordinary formations. It was also not a thrust, but a slash, almost close to a blade formation. Blade God's Skill, Chapter 287. Emergence, 6. This was similar to the blade skill of the Blade God. Yowan then realized that this old man was related to the Blade God's 6 martial clan. Yowan used the second formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon. The sword was coming from a weird angle, but Yowan knew where it was coming from already, so he defended against it easily. What? The old man's eye grew large from shock. The movement wasn't something that could be predicted, but Yowan defended easily as if he knew it from the beginning. Yowan struck the sword down and spoke. You're from the Blade God's 6 martial clan. The old man's eyes shook from shock. He had snuck into the territory of the forces of justice. so he refrained from any formation that might resemble that of the blade god's skills, but he revealed just one movement. What? Does he know our clan's martial art? And with the reaction, Yo-Won was able to confirm that the old man was indeed from the blade god 6 martial clan. And with such power, it was likely that this man was one of the leaders. Something's not right. I have to escape. With his identity revealed, the old man became worried and unleashed Force Kai to use the formation to distance himself from Yo-Won. But Yo-Won used a unique stepping skill to dodge the attack easily. This skill, the stepping skill that Yo-Won just used, was the step of Wind God. It was the skill that man with a strange mask, the old man once fought a few months ago at Jerkang Castle. Is this him? He was able to recognize the martial art that the enemy used when he fought previously. This stepping skill was exactly the same skill that the masked man used that time. It was the man who dodged the blade god's skills formation and struck him. You're that masked cultist? Mask? Yo-Won became surprised. It was certain that this old man was talking about Great Guardian Marakim. This is the man that Great Guardian said he fought at Jerkang Castle. Yo-Won heard everything that happened at Jerkang Castle with details. If that was the case, Yo-Won had to capture this man alive. If he's that cultist, then it is better I kill him even if it's going to cost my life. The old man changed his plan from escaping to fight. His original plan also contained having the power of the demonic cult to be weakened. If his enemy was one of the cult's leaders, then it was better to get rid of him while he had chance. The old man who originally tried to escape charged back in. The old man then unleashed all of his power and used the final formation of his skill. HMPH, you won't get away from this one? I know this one. The old man was using the soaring dragon formation that Yo-Won named. It was the 6th formation of the blade god's blade skill. The power was tremendous, enough to rip apart First Elder Mu Jinwon in the past. With the old man's body spinning from the bottom, sword energy began to storm up, trying to overwhelm Yo-Won. This is the formation you barely got out last time. He didn't fully master this formation a few months ago, but it was different now. The old man had perfected the formation in order to make it work correctly. Yo-Won's body began to be pushed upward by a strong torrent. I got him. But Yo-Won didn't look all that concerned. I didn't think I would try this first on you guys. What? The sky demon sword in Yo-Won's right hand immediately scattered and returned back to arm guards. With his body bit lifted from the ground, Yo-Won grabbed the white dragon blade with both hands and struck down on the ground. His body then divided into 8 traces, and all 8 traces unleashed 8 formations from it. And the old man gasped with shock. What? This is... With the blade formation that came from 8 traces like a dragon, it stormed through the old man's Force Kai and shot out. It was a blade formation that unleashed all energy within it. It was the 7th formation of the blade skill of the blade god that Yo-Won acquired under the cliff. How can this be? This is impossible. The old man quickly brought up Force Kai to defend himself by using a defensive formation. But the power was just too strong. Arg! The old man's sword cracked from the power, and the blue blade Force Kai shot through his sword and cut down his body. Ugh! The old man gasped. At the same time, blade Force Kai penetrated past the old man and struck the ground, kicking the dust up. This is useful, Yo-Won thought as he looked down at the white dragon blade that was stuck in the ground now. Unlike the 8th formation, the 7th formation was a combination of existing blade movements that Yo-Won was able to acquire it quickly. But the power was beyond that of any of former formations. The dust cloud died down, and there were 8 scars left on the ground from where Yo-Won was standing, as if there had been an explosion with Yo-Won as the center. A broken sword dropped to the ground. It was the long, thick sword that the old man had held. Ugh! Blood spat out from the old man's mouth. His body was drenched with blood as it was cut from the blade formation that Yo-Won used. The old man opened his mouth with disbelief. How did you learn his blade skill? Ugh! And the old man spat out a lump of blood again and dropped to the ground. Chapter 288. You think I could not do it one? The old man didn't die from the wound. Among those 8 directional markings on the ground that shot out from Yowan as the center, one of them was cut off in the middle. It was where the old man fell on the ground. When Yowan used the 7th formation of the blade skill of the blade god's skill, he controlled his power so he will not kill the man. The old man was one of leader who appeared at Jerkang Castle in the past, so it was likely that he knew more information than those spies that entered the cult. Arg! With a scream, the last of the masked men fell to the ground. They were no match against the 2nd and 4th elder of the demonic cult. Yin Moha and Yang Danwa also had one enemy alive for each of them. It's amazing. Gam Rasu became astounded, as she was still hanging onto Bakka's back. She first thought it was lucky enough that she escaped with these people's help, but this was more than she had imagined. That young man is a monster. She couldn't forget the moment where countless swords floated through Sword Creek. Screams coming from left and right made Gam Rasu became terrified, yet astounded. To think there was another monster than the leader of the Yulin clan, and that man is young. When the situation settled down, Yang Danwer ran up to Yowan and knelt down. He then banged his head on the ground to apologize. "Master, please punish me." Yang Danwa had been accusing himself of Chun, Yowan's presumed death from falling into the cliff. Huh, is he the master they have been talking about? Gam Rasu then realized this young man was the man that these people had been mourning about. As Yowan looked down at Yang Danwa, he smiled. There was no one to blame for what had happened. Yowan helped Yang Danwa up. "Oh, and Bakki, who is that you have on the bee, huh?" Yowan then suddenly turned to a direction and frowned. Yang Danwa looked up. "Master?" Yowan looked toward the north and reached his hand toward his feet and gestured of raising it up. A dead masked man's sword was then sucked into Yowan's hand. And at about a mile away from the Sword Creek toward north, 2 men with blood-stained clothes were barely running across the bushes. One man with a white beard was Hing Wanya, and another was a monk from the Muden clan. 2 of them were doing their best to escape from the region. "We have to make haste." Thanks to Yowan's group destroying the entry trap to the hidden mansion, they had to fight enemies that rushed in from outside. They were able to kill all enemies that entered, but the only ones alive in the end were Hing Wanya and another monk. And as they got out of the mansion, Hing Wanya witnessed the impossible. He was terrified by the massacre created by countless air swords. We have to get away. We can't do anything about that monster. Even if he was one of the 9 strong, he was helpless against such a monster. Fortunately, the monster was busy fighting against masked men. I must return to Muden and bring our full force. Maybe I will need to request help to Northern Division of the Yulin clan. He had to hurry before they took the godly doctor away. Luckily, Muden Mountain was only about 2 days away from the Sword Creek, and if he moved quickly, then it would not be long until he reached the outposts of the Yulin clan located in the area. Ugh, ha! But he was also concerned about another monk who was running with him. Hing Wanya was injured, but this monk had serious internal damage that he was getting worse as they ran. Hang in there. Ha! Why yes, elder. It was better they get some distance before taking rest. Hing Wanya figured they would need to be at least 5 miles away. They were fighting that many enemies. That will buy us some time, that's what he thought. Suddenly, Hing Wanya heard something shooting through the air. He barely noticed this when the energy was so close. Hing Wanya quickly got down and shouted, "Get down!" What? But the monk couldn't get down in time. Arg! A sword penetrated through the monk from the back. Elder! The monk called out to Hing Wanya once and died. Hing Wanya felt chill running through his spines. Were all those masked men killed in that short amount of time? This is impossible. He sensed this distance. Hing Wanya was a superior master-level warrior, so he could throw a spear or sword about 400 meters, given that there were no obstacles or bushes like this. But this was simply impossible. Are supreme master-level warriors really monsters? This level of power would surely be called the top leader of either the forces of evil or the cult. He needed to ask help from allies as soon as possible. "My brother, I am sorry. There was no time to take the body." Hing Wanya took the book that dead monk had in his pocket. It was the book that Gam Rasu had taken out. The book had a hole when the sword penetrated through the chest, but Hing Wanya took the book anyway. He had been running slow as he had to keep the pace with the monk, but now he was able to run away quickly. Soon after he left, someone arrived where they were at. It was Second Elder Yin Moha. Yowon used all of his energy by throwing the sword, so he ordered Yin Moha to chase after the escapee. She checked on the dead body of the monk. Ah, the body had a sword that Yowon threw. The forest was dense with bushes, so she wasn't sure if Yowon had gotten the target, but it accurately got the target it was thrown for. Another one escaped. It's him. There were two men's footsteps that led her here. Yin Moha decided to follow the footsteps of another man that ran. If the man was who she was thinking of, then it was dangerous if she let him go. Chapter 289, You Think I Could Not Do It Too? Inside the hidden mansion within Sword Creek. Godly Dr. Gam Rasu was frantically searching through all parts of the building. She didn't look good as she seemed to have lost something she valued. Where did it go? Where is it? She remembered last time when she took it into her pocket, but when she was done packing up and escaped, the book disappeared. It was a treasure that was passed down from generations, so she had to find it. And while Gam Rasu was busily searching through, Yowon's group was busy taking care of dead bodies outside the cliff. Ugh, this is heavy. Make sure you erase those trackings on the ground, Hubong. Yeah, of course. Hubong and Baki were gathering bodies in one place. They couldn't burn it all down at once as there were too many bodies, so they gathered 20 at a time to burn them down. Just those outside. Yowon ordered to leave the bodies that were inside the mansion intact. Yang Danwa agreed with Yowon's idea. The bodies outside were those who were killed by them, but ones inside were the result of the masked men and the mutant clan fighting against each other, so it was better to leave them alone. It's not here. Yang Danwa's face turned grim. The mansion was in ruins from the fight, and there were countless bodies. But Yang Danwa couldn't find the body of Hing Wanya, the mutant's strong sword. Was it him that the Lord sensed earlier? It was the man they should not have allowed to escape. If that man took even a glimpse of Yowon's power, then it was likely that he will bring the entire force of the mutant clan here. Let's hope Elder Yin caught up to him. Yin Moha was within the top 5 strongest warriors of the demonic cult. Even if Hing Wanya was one of the strong 9, it wasn't likely that Yin Moha would have too much trouble in taking the man back. Godly doctor. Someone called out to Gam Rasu, who was still searching frantically. It was Chun Yowon. She stubbornly insisted on being called Granny Gam if she was called with such title, but she couldn't do this to Yowon. Why, yes, what is it? My rescuer. It was Yowon who saved her life, so she called him her rescuer. I know you're busy, but can you get me some medicinal herbs first? Herbs. Gam Rasu became curious. Yowon took one of the papers on the table and wrote down what he needed. He was asking since they were inside the mansion of the best doctor in the Jianghu. Gam Rasu became surprised when she saw the list of herbs and mumbled. Dry opium poppy? Do you have it? Not a lot, but I do have some in stock to use as a painkiller. Yowon turned to a smile at the answer, and in the mansion in one of the rooms, Mun Ku and Hu Sangwa left 2 masked men and the old man in separate rooms, all tied up. The 2 women were doing something while they were looking at the tied man on the chair. Do you see the thin line behind the ear? Oh, this one? Yeah, that's it, Mun Ku explained, and Hu Sangwa found the line drawn between the old man's neck and ear. It was very well hidden that it was hard to recognize. But Mun Ku had lived 4 years with a mask, so she knew where to look. With Hu Sangwa pulling on the skin, the old man's skin stretched as it uncovered the face beneath it. Huh, 2 of them became confused. The old man spoke like an old man, so they thought the enemy would be very old, but he wasn't that old. The superior master-level warrior would go through body reconstruction, so it was hard to tell the one's real age, but this man looked like in his late 30s. I thought he was older. Yeah, huh. That's when the man flinched. It seemed he was waking up from being passed out. Mun Ku ran out to fetch someone, an NGH. The man barely opened his eyes. He then saw ropes tying him down on the chair as he opened his eyes. Have I been captured? He thought he was killed when he was struck down. He then looked down at his wound, which was covered with linen wrap. They kept me alive. It was easy to see why they kept him alive. It was probably to gather information. Fools! You will not get any information from me. Even if he lost, he had no intention of spilling the secrets of the Blade God Six Martial clan. There was no way to run, so it was better if he just killed himself. But as he tried to send internal energy to go berserk and damage himself to die, a strong pain came in to stop him. There was a large needle stuck on each of his blood points so that he couldn't move any internal energy. Damn. They locked me down. Everything was thought through. He also was gagged with rags so that he couldn't bite on his tongue either. As the man became grim, the door of the room opened. A young man with long hair walked in. It was Chun Yowon. When the old man saw Yowon walking in, he remembered what happened before he passed out again. He became curious as to how Yowon had learned that martial art, NNNGH, but he couldn't speak. You can stay outside, Sangwa? But... It's okay. Yes, my lord. Hu Sangwa walked out and Yowon walked up to the man and placed a chair to sit down. He then pulled out the rag from the man's mouth. Ha ha! The man let out a long sigh. He then looked up and glared. How can a mere warrior of the cult know his blade skill? There was no need for anything else. He was only curious as to how Yowon had learned the martial art. Yowon then scoffed as he opened his mouth to speak. Let me correct you on two things first. What? I am not just a mere warrior of the cult. The man then spoke with a smirk. Fool. You think I did not recognize you? You are from the Jerkang? NNGH. Yowon suddenly grabbed on the man's mouth. He then shook his head and continued. Let me tell you this. I am not a mere warrior, but the Sky and the master of the demonic cult. Sky, master, W8. The man became curious at first, but frowned as he realized what Yowon had said. It meant Yowon was saying he was the lord of the cult. Why, you are the lord of the demonic cult? It was unbelievable. Why would the lord come down to the remote region of the forces of justice by himself? Huh. Yowon then placed his hand below the man's stomach. The man looked back at Yowon, and Yowon spoke coldly. Second, you have no right to question me. W8. But before he could finish, Yowon's powerful energy penetrated the man's internal energy. Chapter 290. You think I could not do it? 3. Strong energy penetrated the man's stomach and brought heavy pain to the man. The internal energy within him was being cracked down. The most painful experience for the warriors of Yulin would be when their internal damage was destroyed. The physical pain was beyond imaginable, but the pain of losing something that the warrior had built in his entire life brought loss that was more than what one could bear. Why you? Just kill me. The man screamed and insisted on killing him. But Yowon ignored his screaming and finished destroying the internal energy. Arg! The man screamed from extreme pain and soon passed out, but he was woken up immediately. Searing pain on his cheek woke him up. His face was drenched in sweat and pale from the pain. He still felt extreme pain beneath his stomach. My internal energy. It's gone. He already prepared to be killed, but the feeling of losing internal energy wasn't something he could bear. Yowon then suddenly clapped his hands in front of the man's eyes. The man became dumbfounded by such action and looked up. Is he trying to? He had lost his internal energy, but he didn't miss the strange sound when Yowon clapped. It was likely that the clap contained energy within it. Ha, are you trying to put me under hypnosis? Hypnosis. The man was one of the leaders within the Blade God Six Martial clan, and there was one leader in particular who specialized in such hypnosis. But he went missing after he entered the cult, so the clan thought the man was dead already. Did you spill your secret to the cult? The result was disappointing. Whatever the case, there was no way the hypnosis will work on him. You know. Yowon looked surprised. He just clapped once, so he didn't think the man would recognize what he was trying to do right away. The man scoffed. Ha, you are a fool. You think copying our clan's magic will work? He had lost internal energy, but he and the other leaders were trained to build immunity against poppies. There was no way that they would be put under the same magic that they created. Ha 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 ha. I was worried because of your monstrous power, but you are not as smart. You said you are the lord of the cult, don't NNGH? Shut up. Yowan grabbed his mouth again. The man couldn't speak, and the man then forced open the man's mouth and picked something up from the ground. It was a medicine pot. NNNGH. WRR you doing? Yowan ignored him and put the pot's opening into the man's mouth and began pouring in the medicine soup into the man's mouth. The man tried to spit it out, but Yowan clogged his nose, so the man couldn't fight back on swallowing it. The soup was boiling hot. After making him swallow a good amount, Yowan took off the pot from the man's mouth. Ugh, arg, the man coughed for a long time, but soon forgot the pain of being burned and smirked at Yowan. I told you it's no use, you are a fool. Even if the recipe was revealed, he had built-in immunity against its substance. There was no use of doing this to other masked men who were kept in other rooms. Do you think we are not prepared for this? What am I? But he felt his body become relaxed and began to feel good. It was changing so fast that the world seemed to be turning around and melted away. The man barely got his thoughts together and asked, what did you do to me? Do you honestly think I would use the same recipe that you people use? What? The substance that Yowan made the man swallow had knowledge of future medicine mixed into it. Nano called this a truth serum. Out of 35 truth serums, 30 of them are outlawed by international law. There is one that uses a substance called Ritalin among those that are not illegal. Ritalin was a substance used under medical circumstances, but was also used as a truth serum in certain militaries. Nano mixed this with the original mixture to make it work better. Yowan was able to create this as the godly doctor had most of the herbs required in her storage. I made it more powerful than the one you people use. That is impossible. How? He was certain that there was no way that the medicine will work on him, but it worked really well. He felt his body becoming relaxed, and he felt the urge to start speaking. He bit his lips to endure and shook his head. Yowan smiled. You think I could not do something you guys did? Damn it. No. And Yowan began to clap with his energy focused on his hand. After a few claps, the man's eyes became numb. He was now under full hypnosis. Yowan was actually very fascinated as this really worked. It also helped that the man had lost his internal energy to fight back. Let me start one by one. Yowan thought he should follow what Nano told him to do, hypnotizing people. Yowan clapped his hand in front of the man and spoke. You will answer my question each time I snap my finger. Yes. And now he was free to ask questions. Yowan asked who the man was. What is your name? I am Libeek, the sword master of the Blade God's 6 martial clan, one of 6 martial masters of the clan. Chapter 291. You think I could not do it, 4. Yowan became astounded. It really worked, as the man clearly explained who he was. Yowan thought for a second on what to ask next and asked what he wanted to know the most. Why did you want to take the doctor with you? She has the relic left by our founder. Yowan frowned. It seemed that this founder was what the man referred to as him until now. And what is that relic? It is a schematic to create the extreme martial body. Extreme martial what? What is that? It is a body that can learn the best martial arts of our clan, the extreme art of the Blade God. Extreme art of the Blade God? Yowan then thought that maybe the name was the name of the blade skill of the Blade God that he had learned. Yowan asked, just in case. Was the blade skill I used against you the extreme art of the Blade God? That is correct. He had learned this blade skill for months and finally learned its name. But why did these people need a schematic to make such a body? Why do you need that schematic? Extreme art of the Blade God requires a special way. We need it to bring our physical parts beyond their limits so we can learn the extreme art. Yowan nodded. The extreme art of Blade God was a martial art that was not possible to learn for ordinary people. Yowan was able to use it by strengthening his physical traits and muscles beyond the limit of humans with Nano's help, but that method wasn't possible for anyone else. Wait, but why do they need this? These were people who said that the Blade God was their ancestor. How could they not know how to learn their ancestors' martial art completely? It was curious as to why they would need the schematic, and above all, how did the godly doctor put her hands on such a schematic in the first place? He was curious and asked. We do not know. What? Lee Beek seemed he did not know how Gam Rasu had acquired the book. Of course, they would have already have taken it for themselves if they knew how Gam Rasu got her hands on it. Yo-won changed the question. How did you know that Gam Rasu had it? We learned through our spies at the Yulin's clan's secret organization, Blue Sky Brotherhood. Blue Sky Brotherhood? Yo-won had learned about every organization within the Yulin clan before he left the castle, but he had never heard of such a name. As Yo-won became curious about what the organization was, Lee Beek continued. We learned that one of Blue Sky Brotherhood's plans was to use Godly Doctor's project to create warriors with superhuman strengths. We were able to confirm that they were talking about the extreme martial body. After acquiring this piece of information, the clan sent out Lee Beek to retrieve the book. After getting the information that the mutant clan was protecting and watching the Godly Doctor, it took them a month to find the Godly Doctor's hideout. Sword Creek was located in the middle of the territory of the Yulin clan, so it required them to move very carefully. I have the answer to my question at least. Yo-won now learned why the Blade God's 6 martial clan wanted to get the Doctor, and it was now time to unravel their important secret. The hidden power of the Blade God's 6 martial clan, along with their secrets and motives. With these known, it was going to allow Yo-won to strike back. With Hu Bong and Bakki returning to the mansion after taking care of bodies outside, only one remained that didn't return yet. It was Yin Moha tracking down Hingwanya. Hu Bong and Bakki were dirty with ashes from burning all the bodies. This is tiring. Hu Bong was exhausted. Bakki nodded as he too was exhausted from long work. Yang Danwa spoke to them. Good work. We are not sure when we will leave, so you two can get some rest while you can. They were in the middle of enemy territory, so even if it wasn't for the escaped Hingwanya, warriors of the Yulin clan could appear at any moment. Yang Danwa suggested for Hu Bong and Bakki to rest. That's when Gam Rasu appeared. Granny Gam? It's not there. What's going on? Did you not find the one you were looking for? They heard that Gam Rasu had to search for an important book that she lost already. There's nothing in the storage. You two, did you see any weird book made with special paper outside? All of them shook their heads at the question. It was obvious that the book was taken by Hingwanya. What should I do? She felt bad for losing an important family relic that was handed down from her ancestors. That's when they heard some noise toward the entrance. Yang Danwa, Bakki, and Hu Bong all took their stances to be ready to fight at any moment. They sent a telepathic message to Gam Rasu to stay still, and as they waited nervously, someone appeared through the cave entrance. It was Yin Moha. Elder Yin? Yin Moha finally returned from her chase. On her back, there was something that was tied around with ripped clothing. It was a body with no limbs. It was Hingwanya. Yin Moha was successful in bringing the man back. But as she had to fight a warrior of equal strength, she too had small injuries and was also pale from exhaustion, proving the hard battle she fought. These people are so cruel. Hingwanya had been threatening and pressuring her, but Gam Rasu felt sorry to find Hingwanya in such a state. She was a doctor, so she had seen many horrible sights that abled her to see this without much shock, but it wasn't a sight for normal people to see. Gam Rasu became certain that these people were not from the forces of justice. It's amazing. Yang Danwa, however, was glad that they were able to put down one of the strong 9, a powerful foe within the forces of justice, and tried to congratulate her. Elder Yin, you have. But an explosion came somewhere within the mansion. That was the place where Yo-won was questioning the old man that they captured. Master? They all ran toward the explosion at once. Chapter 292. You think I could not do it 5. Noisy screaming sound filled the dark stone room. It was much noisier and annoying than the sound of a cricket. Someone entered the stone room with a candlelight. The light was so dim that it didn't reveal the man's face. He then walked slowly in and searched for the one that was screaming loudly. On the stone wall, there were shelves with many wooden boxes. Among them, there was a red wooden box that had the word sword written over it. The man took the box, which the sound was coming from within. When he opened it, there was a fist-long centipede. It only had its antennae and a mouth that was screaming with a weird sound as it shook. The man picked it up. "I sent you to pick up the object, not spill our information. HMPH. The man spat and clenched his fist. The centipede screamed within the fist and soon exploded from the pressure, and the man watched white liquid dripping within his hand and smiled. "Whoever you are a fool if you think you can find something out from him." At the same time, within the hidden mansion of Sword Creek, Yo-Won was asking questions through hypnosis. Lee Beak had been telling all answers to every question Yo-Won had until now. Now they were moving on to the important question. Yo-Won had to find out where the Blade God's 6 martial clan was hiding, how strong they were, and their purpose. The Blade God had disappeared from the Yulin for 500 years, and the Blade God's 6 martial clan never revealed themselves within that time. If they appeared now, it was certain that they were ready for whatever purpose they set out to do. Yo-Won wanted to know what that purpose was so he could be prepared. "The founder, you said, is that the Blade God?" Ugh. Lee Beak shook his body for the first time during the questioning. His eyes were shaking and showing resistance in answering that question. He's fighting back. Yo-Won snapped his finger again. "Why, yes." Lee Beak then barely answered the question. As expected, the Blade God's 6 martial clan had descendants of the Blade God himself. "Then are you people divided up into 6 groups, just like how your name describes it?" And with questions going into details, the resistance only grew. Lee Beak was now being drenched in sweat, and also his face turned red. It's getting bad. He had no internal energy to fight back, but still resisted against the truth serum and the hypnosis. Yo-Won then realized this was strange to think it was coming from strong will. "Huh!" That's when Lee Beak's numb eyes turned clear. Veins popped up from his forehead and his head began to expand in size. Lee Beak seemed to be in pain, but he smirked at Yo-Won. "I told you you will not find anything from me." He knew this would happen if things went south. All leaders were put on restrictions just in case something happened to them. As soon as they try to speak the information that they were not supposed to spill, a male centipede within their head would send a signal to the female. This centipede was to die by an explosion if one of the pair died. NNNG. Lee Beak felt a strange thing in his head and felt something expanding within. Yo-Won then placed his hand over his head. NNNGH. What? Light shined from Yo-Won's palm, and when it was done, augmented reality activated over Yo-Won's eyes. Yo-Won was shown with information followed by a white square on a head. After MRI scanning of the target, an insect within the brain is found to be expanding. Yo-Won saw the image of something small and red becoming large. Yo-Won frowned. He didn't quite get all the information yet, but it seemed there had been protection over it. Lee Beak saw Yo-Won's frown and smiled. "Ha ha ha, you won't get anything? I see. Even if you are Supreme Master level." That's when Yo-Won's hand unleashed a powerful electric shock into Lee Beak's head. G gaga 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 gaga. Lee Beak's entire body trembled through electricity running through. His eyes, ears, nose, and mouth all spilled blood from within. Yo-Won then placed his hand over his right eye. "Nano, help me so I don't damage his brain." "Yes, Master." With Yo-Won's energy penetrating into the man's head, it started pulling something out. It was the insect that put to a stop from exploding itself through Nano's electric shock. Located the insect. Let's pull it out. Acquiring control over the energy from the user. The electricity circled around the insect, and Nano used its energy to bring out the insect slowly so that the brain would not take any damage. Gaga 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 gaga. Lee Beak's right eye began to move. And when Yo-Won gestured pulling it out, Lee Beak's right eye was pulled out, followed by the centipede about 2 fingers long behind it. Ha! Yo-Won then controlled his energy to bring the centipede up through the ceiling. The insect then shot through the ceiling to be thrown out of the building, and when the electricity was taken out, it instantly expanded and exploded above. White ooze dropped on the roof of the building. Arg. Lee Beak was under huge pain from both the electric shock and the pain of having his eyeball pulled out, but he couldn't close his eye. He was looking up with fear to Chun Yo-Won. How can this happen? Is this man really a monster? He had not even dreamt that such thing would be possible. It was impossible to even think to pull out such an insect from within the body. Brain damage at minimum, but the target is in serious condition. Yoan then realized he had to make it quick. A low electricity volt energized Lee Beek's brain to think clearly, but it seemed Lee Beek didn't have much time left. This will hurt, but I will have to make this quick. NNNGH what? Yoan then snapped his finger by Lee Beek's ear. Lee Beek then became numb again. Chapter 293, You Think I Could Not Do It 6. What? Hu Sangwa and Mun Ku became surprised when they found something being thrown up over the ceiling and exploding. They climbed up and saw white ooze all over the roof. What is this? My lord. Mun Ku thought something must have happened within the room, so she quickly ran down and burst into the room. Heek! She screamed as soon as she walked in. Yoan was listening to something that Lee Beek was saying as he held on Lee Beek's head. It was a horrible sight as Lee Beek's right eye was dangling out of his eye socket. NNGH Jerkang H. Hangju at Hangsan Castle, our base. Lee Beek, who was barely speaking, then dropped his head down. He finally died. Yoan let go of his hand. He wanted to get as much information as possible, but he was only able to find a few. But that was good enough. My lord? That's when other members also ran into the room. It seemed they were all shocked by the sound of the explosion. Yang Danwa walked up to Yoan and asked, Are you okay, my lord? They were concerned if something serious had happened, but Yoan seemed safe. Yoan then spoke to his members. I have found their location. It was in Hangsan near the Jerkang Castle. Lee Beek revealed the location of Blade God 6 Martial Clan's home before he died. Yoan's group all became surprised, and in another room, Hing Wanya was tied to a chair without his arms or legs. His face was pale and he didn't seem to be in good shape. Yin Moha stopped him from bleeding after she overpowered him, but there was too blood that was lost. You cut off his arms and legs. This is natural. Gam Rasu shook her head. She treated Hing Wanya, but Hing Wanya lost so much blood that Gam Rasu said he would only last about an hour. She suggested supplying Hing Wanya with blood, but they had to leave soon, so they didn't intend on making Hing Wanya live a bit longer. I have something to ask you, my rescuer. Gam Rasu begged Yoan. She was the best doctor there was in entire land of Jianghu, so she already knew what Yoan created from the list of herbs that he got from her. If you are using that medicine to monk Hing, give me a chance to question him. Gam Rasu said that she was asked by an organization called the Blue Sky Brotherhood to work on a project on finding a way to bring one's body beyond its physical limit. The reason behind this project was Blue Sky Brotherhood said they are creating powerful warriors to make the world a better place. I didn't want to get involved in any of things happening in Yulin, but she had to change her mind when her only granddaughter was kidnapped a year ago by a warrior from the forces of evil. With her only family and successor being kidnapped, she became vengeful and accepted the Blue Sky Brotherhood's request. They said they have to win war against the forces of evil to get my granddaughter back, but they couldn't do that with their current power. She was too busy thinking about revenge to realize at first, but as time passed, she began to grow suspicious. The Blue Sky Brotherhood was created by powerful warriors from many powerful clans and families from the forces of justice, but they kept saying they weren't even sure if Gam Rasu's kidnapped granddaughter was even alive. Monk Hing, I'm certain he knows something. Gam Rasu was certain that he was hiding some truth, but she was only a doctor, so there was no way for her to find out. She only figured she had to fulfill her part of the request to be the only way of saving her granddaughter. If you help me, I don't care where you are from. I will help you with all I can. There was no reason Yoan would reject her request. The godly doctor was a doctor with noble heart, so he was concerned on how to persuade her to come see Lord Chun Yuzhong, so this was better for Yoan. I will let you ask him first then. Yoan offered her to ask first. After destroying the internal energy and making him consume medicine, Yoan hypnotized Hing Wanya. Hing Wanya became numb just like how Lee Beek had become. My granddaughter, don't you really know where Gam Mian is being held? Yoan snapped his finger and Hing Wanya opened his mouth. Granny Gam's granddaughter, is being held at Yongho House, one of the 18 houses. What? Gam Rasu became furious at the immediate response of her granddaughter's location. She had asked countless times if her granddaughter was found, but Hing Wanya always said they were looking for her. She bit on her lips to endure her fury and asked, Why did you not tell me until now, Granny Gam? We were told by our Master of Brotherhood to refrain from telling you before you finish the project. We were in touch with the Yongho family of the 18 river families, so we can always bring back your granddaughter as soon as you are finished with the project. Why you are in contact with the Yongho family? Gam Rasu's face turned red from fury. Every member of Yowen's group was within the room with them, and all of them became dumbfounded from what they heard. Hubong shook his head. Ha, they are worse than forces of evil. What a evil monk. Shut up. Husangwa poked his stomach to make him fall silent. Gam Rasu was already so shocked, so there was no need to make her become more furious. But even if Hubong didn't say anything, Gam Rasu had already lost her temper. Yawoo! She furiously charged and began to choke Hing Wanya's neck. Chapter 294, Yongho Family, 1. Gam Rasu screamed furiously as she choked Hing Wanya's neck, but no one stopped her. They all understood her fury as they all heard the truth. But soon the act began to go out of control. Gam Rasu was pressing on the weak point of the neck. You call yourself a monk? Die. Karak. No, he'll die. Hing Wanya's face was turning purple, so Yowen walked forward to stop her. He didn't even ask any questions to Hing Wanya yet. Godly doctor, stop? But Gam Rasu couldn't hear anything and kept on choking Hing Wanya. She was well built with large muscles, so her choke wasn't something that Hing Wanya, who had lost internal energy and was in a serious state, could withstand. His eyes were now rolling backward. She won't stop. Yowen reached out, and Gam Rasu's body was thrown to the back by powerful energy force pulling him away. Fourth Elder Yang Danwa quickly ran behind to catch her in the air, but Gam Rasu did not stop from frantically trying to fight back. Let me go. That bastard, my granddaughter? Relax. Calm down, Granny Gam. It was obvious that she couldn't forgive the man who lied to her over a year when her granddaughter was left with the infamous pirates, the 18 river families of the Yellow River. Husangwa, take the godly doctor out of the room. Yes, sir. Husangwa took Gam Rasu out of the room. Yowen then asked dying Hing Wanya to get some answers while he could. NGH. What is the purpose of the Blue Sky Brotherhood? Hing Wanya let out a heavy breath as he spoke. Blue Sky Brotherhood only wants the world to walk the path of justice. NGR. And with the lack of oxygen and heavy blood loss, Hing Wanya died before he could even finish answering the question. Damn it! Yowen placed his hands over Hing Wanya's head and chest. A low volt of electricity came out of his hand. Hing Wanya's heart stopped, but Yowen was trying to see if he could bring him back to ask at least a few more questions. But there was no use. Hing Wanya already died and his body was now becoming rigid. Yowen regretted allowing Gam Rasu to ask first. He wanted to find out what this secret brotherhood was all about, but it was too late. Phew, I hope the godly doctor knows something about them at least. It was no use if he regretted it. He now just hoped that the godly doctor, who once worked with the brotherhood, knew something about them. But a doctor choking a monk with fury. Yowen felt weird when he thought about what he had just seen. This was the first time he came out of the cult. After seeing all that happened here, he came to a thought that all people, whether they were cultists or from the forces of justice or killers or doctors, there wasn't much difference between them after all. Are we all just the same humans after all? Maybe the only difference was between ideals and goals. Yowen thought there was something more significantly different between people from each group, but it was now going away, my lord. That's when Yin Moha walked up to Yowen. She brought out some pieces of paper that was burned in most places. Some were burned too severely that it was not even recognizable. What is this? I found Hing Wanya burning this when I got to him. When Yin Moha took out these pieces of paper, Yang Danwa walked up to them and spoke. Isn't that the book that the godly doctor had been searching for? They knew that Gam Rasu was frantically searching for a certain book, All they heard was that it was created with some unique paper. This, sure, is unique. It was a piece of burnt paper, but it was much thicker and slicker than regular paper. It's so smooth. What is this? Yoan took it into his hand and Nano's voice answered. Program is locked. Cannot analyze the material or year of creation. This was similar to when Yoan asked if Nano could be transferred over to another body to heal. It had been a long time since Nano mentioned locks on certain information. It's strange. On the back, there was a piece of paper with some writing on it. The area around it was burned, but about 3 lines were legible. The problem was that it wasn't the usual characters that Yoan could read. It looked a bit more simplified. Nano, is this also locked? This is a simplified Chinese character, simplified. It is created to easily write the traditional characters. How is it created? There is a lock on the program for that specific information. Can you tell me what it says then? Yes, master. Translating, it is mistake that I went after him. He was surely an origin of the demonic cult. My greed had failed me. I should have stuck to my original plan to go to the demonic. End of translation. The latter part was burnt. Yoan became surprised when he heard it. What did it mean? He heard that the treasure godly doctor held was the schematic in creating the extreme martial art. But the writing he just read was more like a journal. Origin of the demonic cult? Is this talking about Father Chun Ma? That was the logical explanation for such a title. It seemed that the man who wrote this tried to attack Father Chun Ma but failed. After a long thought, Yoan remembered the trace of the extreme art of the blade god under the cliff. Oh, maybe the one who wrote this is the founder of the blade god 6 martial clan now. Every finding began to fit with each other like a puzzle. The founder of the blade god 6 martial clan also created the schematic of the extreme martial body, and in a mysterious way, Gam Rasu's ancestor had taken it. But Yoan couldn't figure out what the script was trying to say. Maybe his original plan was to attack the cult itself instead. It was a shame that the latter part was all burned down. This wasn't much help as the remaining pieces were burned severely so nothing was recognizable. This is no use. He tried to destroy it rather than having it fall to others. Hing Wenya's decision was a logical decision for the Blue Sky Brotherhood, as if he had not done that, the book would have been in the hands of the demonic cult. Yoan then gave the pieces of paper pack to Yin Moha. There's no use. Return this back to the godly doctor. I will question remaining 2 and we will leave. Get ready. Yes, my lord. Chapter 295, Yangho Family 2. Everyone shouted at Yoan's order. After an hour, Yoan questioned both masked men in 2 rooms. Unlike Liebig, these warriors did not know any vital information. All they knew was who their leader was, and they were trained outside the home of the Blade God 6 martial clan, so they did not know anything about them. That's why they don't have any protection on them. These people didn't have weird centipedes or anything like that either. It was likely as they did not know anything anyway. It was a shame, but Yoan had to satisfy what he found out. After the questioning was done, Yoan and his members finished returning. Their original purpose was to find the godly doctor and the missing special expedition team, and so all they had to do was return to the demonic cult. And when they were about to leave the mansion, the godly doctor called out to Yoan. My rescuer? She bowed down with a grim look to apologize. Please forgive me for my foolish action. She was talking about bringing Hing Wenya to his early death. If she kept her anger in control, Yoan would have been able to gather more information from him, but what's done was done. Don't mind it. Yoan then turned cold, and Gam Rasu immediately knelt with her both knees. Yoan raised his eyebrows. From what he knew about this old woman, it was likely that she would ask for a serious request. Of course, he had a guess as to what the doctor was trying to ask him to do. Her granddaughter was a captive at the 18 River families for over a year. It was certain that she would be concerned. I know I am not in a position to ask, but I have to ask you to help me. Tears ran down her wrinkly face. He felt sympathetic to see such an old woman crying like this. My granddaughter is being held by the pirates of the Yellow River. It's been already a year. I can't let that go on. I knew it. As Gam Rasu continued, Everyone frowned. They already used too much time at the lands of the forces of justice. But if they were to now move onto the lands of the forces of evil, it was likely that they would be spotted. Please help this helpless grandmother find her granddaughter. Gamrasu asked for sympathy to try to get help. She thought if Yowon and others had at least a little bit of sympathy, he would help. But that was the wrong move. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Gamrasu became grim from the unexpected refusal. She did not expect that Yowon would refuse right away. That's not something we should deal with. All of Yowon's members shared the same idea. They were sympathetic of what Gamrasu was going through, but it didn't mean they had to risk their lives in order to help. Besides, she already promised that she would go treat Chun Yujong when she was allowed to ask the question to Hing Wanya. No, they are too cold. Gamrasu frowned at Yowon and the group's solemn answer. It looked like she wouldn't get any help at this rate. Let's go now. Yes, master, and no. Gamrasu then banged her head on the ground and quickly shouted, If you rescue my granddaughter, I will serve you as my master forever. Everyone became shocked. What Gamrasu just said wasn't a simple matter. It was the godly doctor herself, claiming that she would serve them in exchange. The value of the godly doctor, known to heal every injury and disease, was huge. If she was putting herself as a bargaining chip, then it was well worth it. Please, her back shook from the hope of being helped. If Yowon was to refuse even then there was no way for her to get her granddaughter back. My lord. This is a great opportunity. Yang Danwa sent a telepathic message with an excited look. It had a risk, but it was a risk worth taking if this was the case. Yowon raised his hand to signal him to remain calm. Godly doctor pledging allegiance. Yowon thought for a moment. His cold heart didn't move at the sympathetic approach, but this bargain was something worth considering. It seemed it was good for either Yowon or the demonic cult. His thoughts didn't last long. Gamrasu's body was immediately brought up by strong energy force. She looked up and Yowon warned her with low voice. I hope you don't forget what you just promised. My rescuer. She began to weep with joy. She was concerned that her last resort would fail, but it had been accepted. It is as you said, Lieutenant Hu. What? Hubong asked back curiously at Yang Danwa's sudden words. Yang Danwa laughed. We will get to see the pirates after all. Oh, you're right. They were now bound to fight against pirates of the Yellow River. Gamrasu wept for a while and later asked carefully, I am sorry, but I have not learned the name of my rescuer yet. Please tell me your name. She did not know anything about the man other than that he was the master of all others. Yowon then spoke to Gamrasu. I am Chun Yowon. Chun Yowon, it was familiar. The name of Chun was very rare within the Jianghu anyway. That's interesting, but the name sounds Chun Yowon. Wait. Gamrasu's eyes grew large as she remembered what she overheard when warriors from the forces of justice a while ago. Ennu, Lord of the demonic cult? Everyone knew that the Lord of demonic cult recently changed, and the forces of justice also knew this very well. So I just promised that I will serve the Lord of the demonic cult? Chun Yowon's group was now going south horseback. As they rode down to the south, Yowon asked Yang Danwa, Do you know where this Yongho family is at? Yowon had learned many information about important organizations and groups of the Jianghu when he left, but the 18 river families were among those who didn't have a definite location. I do not know, sir. I couldn't search through every pirate base. Yowon seemed to be concerned, and Yang Danwa laughed. Don't worry, master. I do not know, but I know someone who does. Chapter 296, Yongho Family 3. In the deep forest, about 10 miles away from the Sword Creek, men who hid their faces under bamboo hats were running through the forest. They all had dark clothing, but they had striking blue sashes on their waists that stood out. And as they ran, the one in front suddenly stopped. Master, what is it? With the man stopping, over 30 men that followed came to a stop, and one of them asked the man at the front. I smell blood in the area. Blood? They couldn't smell anything. The man then began to walk toward some direction, and as they walked in further into the bush, they found something hidden beneath. Oh, there was a trace of a big fight within the bushes and trees. It was hidden, but the fight seemed to be too severe that not all of it was disposed. There were over tens of trees that were cut down from the fight also. It's a fight between superior master-level warriors. Traces of energy left by superior master-level warriors lingered for a long time. The energy that was left within these traces was evidence of the huge fight. Dig up that place. Yes, master. There was a certain part of the ground that looked like its dirt had been stacked artificially. As the men went on to dig it up, they saw a pair of arms and legs within the dirt. Huh. These are a monk's clothes. Arms and legs had pieces of its clothes still intact, and they were a part of monk robes. There weren't any other body parts, so it was likely that the body was either thrown elsewhere or taken away. The only monk they knew who could fight was one person. One of the strong 9 and the elder of the Muden clan. Hing Wunya, there must be a problem. The man who was called Master was certain that something happened. As he thought he should go to Sword Creek quickly, another man called out to him. Master, there is a sign here. Sign. The man was standing by certain large tree. About 4 meters up, there was writing that was carved out by a sword. It was a secret sign for them. The man knew this sign as they were from the same blue sky brotherhood that symbolized this sign. One of the men quickly climbed up the tree as they found something hidden by the tree branch. It was a book that was created with unique slick paper. We have found this up on the tree. What is this? First half of the book seemed to be ripped apart, and only the latter half was intact. The first page had the drawing of a human body. This was the treasure that godly doctor searched for, and Hing Wunya hid it. The Yulin 3 power division was maintained for over hundreds of years. Yulin clan of the forces of justice, alliance of the forces of evil, and the demonic cult. These 3 groups divided the region of Yulin into 3. West was the home of the forces of evil, whereas the north was occupied by the Yulin clan, and the demonic cult stayed behind in the south. And when these 3 warring factions fought each other, there was one place that was usually kept quiet. It was the city of Meeking. It was a location where 3 regions met, where no forces took over. This was a neutral place, but not for the purpose of peace. It was only kept neutral because of the power balance that maintained between those 3. Look at those people. I think they are from the forces of evil. Look at that scar. Whoa, Hubong spoke erratically as Baki shook his head. It was normal to see many warriors from the forces of evil, as they were at the border of the 3 factions. Hubong pointed out was people with many scars. Baki also had a scar over his eyes, but it looked like a scratch compared to them. Be quiet. Stop trying to gain attention. Okay. Hubong became depressed by Baki's words. It was understandable that Hubong would get excited for coming into such big city for the first time, but he still talked too much. If Mun Ku was here also, Baki would have gone mad from 2 of them talking endlessly. At least Mun Ku wasn't with them. Master, this way, please. They were being led by 4th Elder Yang Danwa. Only 4 of them came down to the city of Meeking. Chun Yowon, Hubong, Baki, and Yang Danwa. Yowon figured their destination could be more dangerous. So Yowon ordered women to escort the godly doctor to the outpost of the demonic cult, located at northwestern side of Hanam Castle. The 18 river families keep changing their base, so it will take time for us to find the Yongho family ourselves. It's better we ask those who will know. The reason why they came down to Meeking City was because it was city located near the Yellow River. They also had heard a rumor about pirates of the 18 river families often visit this city. Back alley? Yang Danwa, however, was moving into the back alley of Meeking City. The further they moved in, the darker and creepier the city looked. Hey, we have a fresh liquor today. Come have a drink. Oh, mister, don't you want to join me on a night of pleasure? There were a lot of prostitutes and liquor sellers calling out on the street. Most of the customers that roamed the streets looked like bandits or ruffians. Did you see that? Look at that woman. I can see her breast, Hubong, please. Bah, don't pretend you're not interested. Baki shook his head with frustration, but thanks to Baki, Hubong couldn't speak more than a few words each time. Ah, I miss Mun Ku and Ko Wanger. They would have gladly talked things through with Hubong. But Yang Danwa was happy to have Baki with him, as it helped to quiet Hubong down. After walking along the alleyway for a bit, Yang Danwa pointed at a 4-story building bright with lights at a distance. "It's that place, master. House of Asang." It was a place that sold liquor and hosted prostitution. There were women outside the building who wore racy dresses, trying to lure people in. It was curious if that was really an information-selling place, but they decided to go in. As they got to the entrance, prostitutes got up to them with a red silk dress and tried to put their arms around Yowan's people. "Oh, hey, are you here to rest? Look at this handsome, I like his arm." Ugh. Baki became surprised and embarrassed when he felt big breasts of the prostitute touching his arm. Hubong cackled. "Haha, see, you like it too. Oh, this short-haired man is with me." But Hubong too became embarrassed when a prostitute got to him. It felt even dizzy to be surrounded with this many women. That's when Yang Danwa spoke to them. "We want a spot with 3 teacups." Chapter 297, Yang Ho Family 4. Oh, all of the women became disappointed as they listened and guided the group inside. It seemed like they didn't want to try to lure them anymore. The group was then guided to the 3rd floor. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floor where there were guests who drank liquor and wanted prostitutes, this floor had a heavier atmosphere. When they walked over, guests who were sitting down glanced over at them. They are all martial artists. All of them had weapons, but ranged from swords and blades to flails and other unique weapons. "Sit here, please." A server on the 3rd floor got to them and guided them into an empty spot. On the table, there was a pot and 3 teacups with 3 different colors. "Please order and call again." When the server returned, Yang Danwa sent a telepathic message. "My lord, this is the secret information selling place within Meccan City. You can consider it similar to the Hao family." There were many clans and families in Yulin, and some of them specialized in selling information. The forces of justice had the Gi merchant group, while the forces of evil had the Hao family. But this place seemed like they only worked at Meking City. This region is neutral, so they are selling information to all 3 factions. Either the Hao family or the Gi merchant group did not sell their information outside their factions, yet this place was located in a neutral city, so they worked for everyone. Yang Danwa pointed at the 3 cups. These 3 cups showed the rank of information being asked for. Red was low, blue was middle, and white was high rank. And what rank will our request fall under? My guess is in the middle. They were asking the location of one of the 18 River family, so it was not low-ranking information. The rank would increase if they were to ask the exact location of a certain person or object. What do we pay with? I usually pay them with money. But there are times when they require information in return. Yang Danwa never experienced being asked information, but he heard that it was the case. Yang Danwa then poured the tea into the blue cup. The server returned to check and exchanged telepathic messages with Yang Danwa to listen to what kind of information that was being asked. "Please wait here." The server then walked up back to the upper floor. Soon he returned and spoke to them. "I apologize, but I need to change your seating to the upper level." "Upper level?" Yang Danwa frowned. This was not the same reaction he experienced when he came last time. Normally, when the rank of the request was confirmed, it was a requirement to pay and the information was served along with food. "Our owner wants to serve you himself." "Owner?" Something seemed a bit off, but Yowan nodded to signal agreeance and Yang Danwa nodded. The server then guided the party up. Yang Danwa had never gone to the 4th floor yet. I am sure that the 4th floor is only open to those who request high-ranking information. This is strange. Well, we have no other place to ask, so we'll see how it goes. Yowan responded as he didn't sense any potential threats nearby. All of the people inside were weaker than them, so there was no need to be afraid. As they walked up, there were many rooms and the server guided them into one. As they walked in, they were greeted into a lavishly decorated room with a middle-aged man with an eye patch on his right eye waiting for them. To his back, 2 burly guards were standing. The man got up and greeted them. "Welcome. I am Man U, the owner of the Asang family house. I figured I would have to serve valuable customers myself. I didn't think I would meet the house owner. Thank you." Yang Danwa bowed to Man U, who offered them a seat, and they sat down. Yang Danwa then asked, "Why did you call us up here? I'm sure I only asked middle-ranking information." Man U then narrowed his eyes and spoke. "I'm sorry, but that information is ranked at top rank. Or, shall I say, it's a bit complicated?" "What do you mean?" Yang Danwa became confused, and Man U laughed and took something out of his pocket. It had a certain seal that read 18. "There are a lot who support us. This was given by one of our supporter. Do you recognize this supporter is?" After looking at the word that read 18, Hubong mumbled. 18, wait. 18 river families? Haha, yes, you are quick to notice, young man. Yang Danwa frowned. He didn't imagine the 18 river family to be one of the organizations that would support them. Man U continued, "But we are open to selling the information we have, so don't be disappointed. If you promise that the reason you are searching their location is not to harm them, and also pay my price, I will tell you where." This meant that if Yowon's group wasn't trying to fight with the Yongho family, the information was open. Around the room, there were many signs of people gathering outside. There were more than 30 of them now. With enough people gathered, Man U got up and spoke. "Yang Danwa, officer of the northern outpost of demonic cult, I heard you returned to the mountain of 10,000 recently." It seemed Man U knew who Yang Danwa was. He then pointed at Chun Yowon and spoke. "Well, you must be a high-ranking individual in the cult, yet you escort that man with respect. I am very curious who that young man is." "What did you say?" It was Hubong and Baki who responded furiously. Man U laughed. "Oh, I thought you needed my information. I am just telling you my price." Yang Danwa frowned. What he was asking wasn't to get the information about Yowon. Instead, it was an act of refusal to the request. You have no choice but to give up on the information. Yowon, who were looking at Man U, who were looking at them triumphantly, spoke. "Well, you must know where they are for sure then." "What?" "Ugh." At that moment, Yowon reached out and gestured, pulling something, and the powerful force brought one of the guards from behind Man U into the air. Force energy. Yowon then grabbed the guard's neck when it was thrown toward him. Man U became shocked and shouted, What are you doing? I will talk with the owner." "What?" Yowon then clenched his hand and spoke. "Arg. Don't pretend you're just a guard, Mr. Owner." Chapter 298, Yongho Family 5. Man U, the manager of the Asang family house, became shocked. He was under orders from the owner to make up a reason for requesters to leave. They figured that if Yang Danwa, a high-ranking official of the cult, serving a man, then that person would be a really important figure of the cult. Then they were certain that asking the identity of such a man would make them leave. Ugh. They just thought Chun Yowon to be a mere young man, but it was wrong. If a warrior could use force energy, it proved that the warrior was really powerful. What? This man must be one of the leaders of the cult. If the opponent was a superior master-level warrior, there was no way they would be a match. They were trying to work things out for other important guests, but it didn't go as they planned. Don't pretend you're just a guard, Mr. Owner. What? How did he find out? Yowon's word was enough to shock the true owner of the Asang family, who was being held by Yowon on the neck. He had never revealed his true identity outside the house. But Yowon found out his hidden identity right away. He's the owner. Yowon's members also became shocked, as they hadn't imagined it. But to them, they didn't see much difference in power between Man U or the real owner. They were both weaklings. No way. Man U thought he should try to weasel out, so shouted. What are you talking about? He's my guard warrior." "Guard warrior? Don't lie." There were hostile energies coming from outside, and the warriors who were on standby ready to charge in at any moment. This wasn't a reaction if a mere guard warrior was being threatened. "Owner." Man U sent a telepathic message to the owner, but there was no way for him to respond back as he was held by the neck. He's a monster? The owner was a master-level warrior, but he was like an insect compared to Yowon. If Yowon put in a bit of power into his grip, the man would die in seconds. This is out of our ability. We must apologize and send them back. The owner thought about many things in a short moment. It seemed like he had to do something so that there wouldn't be any more problems. and also it was a must that these people would not see other guests. Please? The owner tried to ask Yoan to let him go, but it sounded different than those who were on standby outside. Please save me. Warriors of the Asang family immediately broke through the wall. Manu tried to stop them with shock, but it was too late. Warriors swung their weapon toward Yoan's members, but it was no use. Yang Danwa didn't even get up from his seat and just used his finger to block their swords. The sword shattered as it struck against Yang Danwa. He broke the sword with his finger. There was no way a middle-level warrior could fight against a superior master warrior. The power difference was so huge that Yang Danwa did not even feel the need to get up. The strongest warrior that entered was at the top master level, so they couldn't even win against Hubong, who was the weakest among Yoan's group. Arg. Hubong didn't even use his sword as he just simply punched and kicked them away. Oh. Hubong was excited when he struck down these warriors with his bare hands. Hubong was already above the average warrior in terms of power compared to people in the entire Yulin, but there were just too many really powerful people around him that made him look weak. And after he went to the Sword Creek, Force Kai? Hubong's sword wielded blue light of energy on it, and all warriors stopped. Force Kai was only used when the warrior was above Supermaster level. They attacked Hubong because he looked weakest, but he was at the Supermaster level warrior. Hubong had entered the Supermaster level after he understood from the word written on Sword Creek stone. Are you going to continue? For your information, I'm the weakest in my group. Hubong spoke, and all of them dropped their weapon in a sign of surrender. Yoan scoffed and released his grip from the man. The owner dropped and coughed for a moment and spoke politely. I am sorry to lie about my identity. I am dying of the Asang family house. I am manager Man-U. I am sorry. Man-U also got down to his knees to apologize. They realized that Yoan's group wasn't a group that they can try to trick. It was better they beg and be spared. Yoan then asked them, You said the 18 River families support you? That is correct, sir. Then you must be working for them, I assume. And no, that's not it. We are partners for the benefit of each other. It is more like Dawing's head was stuck in the ground as Baki banged it with his hand. Baki then threatened to Dawing's ears. Don't try to play tricks on my master. Why, yes, sir. Baki threatened Dawing to not make things more unclear by playing word tricks. He didn't care what their relationship with the 18 River families was. Let me ask you, where is the location of the Yangho family? That was the only thing Yoan wanted to know, but when he asked, Dawing became weird. It looked like something was wrong. There's something going on. Chapter 299. Yangho family 6. Yoan's guess was right. Yoan then heard Man-U's telepathic message that was sent to Danning. Owner, I will make them go out of the VIP room. We might get in trouble if... No. They will not leave, you know this. These people are terrifying, but at least we can persuade these people. VIP room. Yoan had been tapping into the telepathic messages ever since he got here. From the conversation, it seemed there was a person that they feared in the VIP room. Dawing then looked up to Yoan and asked, Sir, can you please just go this time? What are you talking about? Yoan became curious about such a weird request at such a situation. The 3 monsters of Yellow River are here. 3 monsters. Please keep it down. Yoan had never heard of such a name. But Yang Danwa knew the name. It was the name of the 3 brothers who were infamous among members of the 18 River families. They were infamous because not only did they raid merchant ships, they killed every man and always kidnapped and raped women. They had bounties on their heads, but they still roamed freely at the city of Meeking. Do you know them? Yes, master. The Gar brothers are very famous. Yang Danwa then explained what he knew about these 3 brothers. The important problem was not about their infamous actions, but their backgrounds. Their uncle is the leader of the 18 River family, Gar Majam the Yellow River Strong. Gar Majam the Yellow River Strong. He was one of the Strong 9, and the 4th rank leader of the Alliance of the Forces of Evil. Yoan knew the name also. There was also a rumor that it was his presence that allowed pirates to roam freely on the Yellow River without being arrested by the local government. But in truth, it was because of enormous bribery made by the 18 river families. So they have backgrounds. Yes, Gar Majam was famous for being evil and sadistic in nature, but was known for loving his brothers and families. There was an incident where Gar Majam tracked down those who attacked the Bukpeng family that the three brothers were in, and wiped every one of related people. After that, it was rumored that no one should fight against the Gar brothers and the Bukpeng family. Sir. That's when Dang sent a telepathic message to Yowon. The Bukpeng family is our supporter. We give them information about merchant ships sailing through the river, and we are being protected by them in return. Dang then began to explain his side of the story. He glanced at the warriors around and continued. And there are spies that are sent by Bukpeng family within us. Yowon became surprised. There was a reason why Dang was being so careful. There was a chance that a spy will turn him over if he made a mistake. It will be over for you if you get the information, but my and our family's life depends on them. Please consider, 3 monsters of Yellow River was famous for attacking anyone if they felt like it. When they usually came here, they stayed for 3 days at least to play and enjoy, and today was only the first day. And if something happened at the Yongho family, then it was likely for these brothers to accuse the Osang family house for selling that piece of information. Dang bumped his head to the ground and spoke. I am terribly sorry, but I cannot sell you the information. Sir, please, help us. This was a gamble for him. He didn't know, but Yowon and Yang Danwa were probably important figures of the demonic cult. Cultists were also usually cold and merciless, but they were at least gentlemen compared to the 3 monsters of Yellow River, which consisted of pirates that took up killing and robbery as their bread and butter. Even if these people are from the demonic cult, they will understand us as we can't do anything to those Gar brothers. Dang thought that would be the case, but he didn't realize that Yowon's thoughts and actions weren't that anyone can predict. I see. I didn't imagine you would have such an issue. Are those Gar brothers downstairs? Oh, Yowon knew where these brothers were as he sensed them with his senses, but asked anyway. Dang figured that Yowon understood his difficulties and was going to leave, so he answered brightly. Thank you for your consideration. Yes, they are residing in VIP room on the 2nd floor. Yowon then turned against his members and ordered, Did you hear that? Hu Bong, Baki, go down and bring those brothers up here. All people from the Osang family house became shocked. And as for Hu Bong and Baki, they didn't even hesitate for a second at the order and ran out of the room. Yes, master. W what? S sir, you just said you will help us. Me, help you. I don't recall saying that. Dang frowned at Yowon's cold reply. Yowon was right that he never said he would help Dang or do anything in his favor. Dang then spoke frantically. What are you trying to do? This. At that moment, Yowon reached out and twisted his hand. With that, one of the warriors standing by the wall had his neck snapped and fell to the ground. Chapter 300, Yongho Family 7. Ugh! With a warrior dying instantly from his neck being snapped, people within the room became shocked. Yi-chan, Yi-chan. A warrior with a beard who stood next to the man quickly went down to check, but spoke with a pale face. He's dead. Heek, just with a flick of a hand. Every person within the room became pale from terror. They knew that Yowon was a powerful warrior when he used the force energy, but they didn't imagine he would be so much more powerful that he could kill a man from a distance with the mere gesture of a hand. He's not like any warrior. That young man was a warrior of another level, and as they realized this, everyone became so terrified that they couldn't even breathe. W what? Dang and Man U, however, were more frustrated than terrified. They couldn't predict what Chun Yowon was even thinking, damn it. Gosun is dead. We might die at this rate. I'm sorry to the Gar brothers, but we should escape. And with the sound of the telepathic message, Yowon turned into a smile. Found it. What? Yowon then reached his 2 hands out and gestured of pulling it toward him, and 2 warriors who were focusing energy into their feet to run away were pulled forward, sending them down into the ground. Ugh! I can't move. They tried to stand up, but powerful energy pressed them down so that they couldn't move. And in the next moment, their necks were snapped just like the other warrior and died. Dang was shocked when he saw the faces of these two dead men. These two and another man that died just before were the spies that were sent by Gar brothers. The Asang family house already identified who spies were within them. How can this be? How did he find out these spies? It was beyond just disbelief to see such a thing. There was no prior information, and Yowan would have seen them for first time. Then how did Yowan manage to find these people out? That's when Dang heard Yowan's telepathic message. You have any more spies? And no, sir. It took a month of investigation for Dang to find 3 spies among them, but Yowan only took minutes. He then did not even hesitate in killing these men. Who is this man? Dang now became really curious about the identity of this man. That's when someone began to come up the stairs. As they turned at the entrance, Baki and Hu Bong walked in, dragging 3 naked men in their 30s behind them. They really brought them here. Oh no, they were the Gar brothers. They had been enjoying their time with prostitutes just until while ago, so they were all naked and drunk. Their bodies were bruised up and also had their blood points sealed, so they couldn't move nor talk. We are back, master. And no, this has gone too far. Dang became grim at the sight of 3 brothers being dragged up here. If they were dragged up in that state, then there was no going back now. They couldn't say anything with their blood points sealed, but their body was reddened from rage. Why are you doing this? I told you that our house depends on. Dang sent a telepathic message quickly to Yowan, but Yowan just answered it through his mouth. Why would I care about your house? What? Yowan did not care about the existence of the house. Whatever the case, Yowan only cared if the matter was related to himself. Yes, sir? That is your business, not mine. Damn it, Dang then realized he had made a bad decision. This man was worse than the 3 brothers. The Gar brothers were at least manageable if they were given what they wanted. But a man like Yowan was a type that could never be managed. This is dangerous. I might lose everything at this rate. Yowan then walked up to the man on the left, among 3 brothers, and unsealed him. With the 3rd brother Gar Ren now free to talk, he spat with rage. You mother-seeking bastard. Do you know who I am? Let me go, you F***seeking. Shut up. Ugh. Hubong became angry and struck Gar Ren's head from behind. How dare you say in such a way, you want to die? Hubong was okay with most of the other things, but he couldn't bear speaking ill of his master Chun Yowan. Gar Ren became dumbfounded and glared, but he couldn't move his neck, so he was just looking at the ground instead of turning his neck around to glare at Hubong. F***seeking. He didn't stop cussing. These were men who took up robbery, kidnapping, murder, and rape as their daily jobs, so they were very rough in every way. Yowan then spoke to them coldly. I don't care who you are. Let me ask you one thing. If you don't answer, I will cut off your head. What? All 3 brothers became shocked when they heard this. They had seen many bold enemies until now, but it was the first time that they were being threatened with their lives. Most enemies they met were fearful of their uncle, Gar Majem. Gar Ren then shouted to Dang. Damn it! Hey, Dang! What the F***ck are you doing? Are you going to leave these bastards like? Kill him. With Yowan's order, a blade shot through Gar Ren's neck. It was Yang Danwa with his blade. Like lick? Gar Ren's head was cut down and blood began to pour out from the neck. The 2 other brothers were drenched with the blood of their 3rd brother. B brother.